Hello, everybody, and welcome to the PHLY Draft Day Show, Day 3 for the Sickos, presented by Pabst Light and TrueMark Financial Credit Union. Visit pabstlight.com for more information and head over to truemark.com for more details. We welcome everybody who's going to settle in here for the start of round 4, all the way through the end of the Eagles draft. We've got a live studio audience. Eek, eek, eek. And we've got Fran Duffy, the All-City NFL draft expert, and Zach Berman, our Eagles insider. And guys, let's start with the fireworks right away. Shedeur Sanders, Eagle, yes or no?
I woke up. We talked about it last night on the show.
Yeah.
We talked about it for videos that went up on the YouTube page last night and this morning. I woke up this morning more convinced that last night.
Of course they're going to do it.
They're going to do it. I absolutely believe they are one of the handful of teams that will do it today.
I think they should do it.
Yeah.
If their evaluation of Shedeur Sanders is consistent with, one of the top 5 quarterbacks in the draft, at least like a day 2 grade, then absolutely. If you think about this, the purpose of the draft is to extract value, right? And it's hard to find better value than a quarterback was if he's your backup at some point, if you can flip him down the line, especially on day 3, the value propositions there. I'll just say I keep hearing this idea that he brings a lot of attention and whatnot. They're the Super Bowl champions, right? Like that comes with being the Super Bowl champions. Jalen Hurts can handle it. I think if there are reservations from a football perspective or like a locker room perspective, then that's a different conversation. But if it's everything surrounding him, come on, they're the Super Bowl champions. They can handle that.
I mean, they are the team who signed Michael Vick.
Yep.
They are the team who signed Tim Tebow. They are the team who signed Vince Young, who drafted Matt Barkley. Like not all of these situations are analogous, but I also think that the way that this draft has played out for the Eagles, in a way in which I think, frankly, they are probably a little bit disappointed with the way that day 2 played out and the way that the board worked. This is their best chance to come out of this draft with a difference maker, and that doesn't mean Shedeur Sanders becomes the starting quarterback of this team. It means there's a chance that they can turn Shedeur Sanders into a day 2 pick in the future, or if they like what they've seen from him enough, it allows them to flip Tanner McKee for a day 2 pick at some point, or trade Jalen Hurts for a first round pick and let Tanner McKee take over the team. And I also knowing the Eagles and knowing that like they sort of embrace the messiness sometimes. And I think Howie sort of likes the idea of like the league is going to be like, oh, Howie did it again, baby. The league did it. They let Shedeur go to the Eagles. Howie gets the praise. It's so easy to see it happening.
Yeah, I just for all these reasons, and to me, like the football side of it, we've heard Jeffrey Lurie speak how many times about how they view backup quarterback as a starting level quality asset, right? And so when you look at all their long history of investing in the position, how often when they get to day 3 of the draft, Tanner McKee was QB3 when they selected Clayton Thorson was QB3. So they are consistently adding to this position. This makes all the sense in the world.
If you believe you're a quarterback factory, right? Like this is exactly what a quarterback factory does. Is you don't worry about the depth chart. You look to add talent at the position. And I'll defer to Fran as far as the evaluation. I didn't think he was like a top 10, top 20 pick.
Yep.
I think he's a 4th round pick for sure. Like I think this is extraordinary value for that position in the 4th round of the draft, especially when you consider other quarterbacks who would go around here. So, you and I, Bo, before we worked with Fran, spoke about how it's hard to find quarterbacks at this point in the draft. And so if you have someone who falls, maybe for reasons that go beyond the way he plays, then it's just a terrific value proposition.
No, obviously it does. You've got your whispers all over the place,
right?
Throughout the draft process, it does feel like the truth is that a lot of this fall is because of the way that things were conducted throughout the pre-draft process, right?
Yeah, from Shedeur's part of it. I think when you're looking at
Zach's got something going on.
Not sure what we're missing, but I think things could have been handled better from Shedeur's side of things, in terms of the pre-draft process. But at the end of the day, look, I was not the highest on Shedeur. He was my number 49 player. Like I graded him as a low-end starter, high-end backup type of quarterback. But you are here at this point in round 4, day 3. What I will say is my guess is there are more than just the Eagles that are having the same conversation. I would imagine that this was on the minds of a lot of teams. Unless you came in saying he's off the board, like under no circumstances are we going to take him. I'm sure there were other teams who were like, he's on our board, but we're not really prioritizing this selection. You're going to grade him for what he is. But I think you get to this point and you say, okay, enough's enough. He's fallen enough. We're going to try and take the swing here.
Andy, Chiefs make a lot of sense to me, right?
The one team that I heard yesterday they were hoping that it was Cleveland or Pittsburgh. Okay. Pittsburgh still hasn't addressed the quarterback position. There are some people around the league who say that Pittsburgh's the only team that will take him, and they know it, and that's why they didn't take him yesterday. I don't know if I would go that far. I would imagine that some of the other 31 teams would be interested at this point in the draft.
From a football perspective, what's your evaluation of him? Like, what's your sense of
49th overall player?
Yeah, he was my
no, but like, is he? Do you view him as someone who, like, a backup quarterback, potential starter? What's like the sense of?
Yeah, like I saw him as a low-end starter, high-end backup. And I think that it would take him a little bit of time to get there. I think if he was thrust in the starting lineup now, you'd have some rough patches, just because the pocket management for me, wasn't where it needed to be for a guy with his skill set. Because he's not a plus physical talent. He's not a great athlete. He's not an outstanding, physical thrower of the football where, where he can get himself out of trouble. We've seen quarterbacks coming in the league where, they have issues handling the pocket, handling pressure. He's really tough. He will take a hit and pop right back up. Problem is, he takes a lot of hits. He takes a lot of sacks. He does not navigate those muddy spaces all that well. And so for a guy that can escape and make those plays, that's okay. Because Cam Ward doesn't always handle the muddy pockets well. But Cam Ward's got that twitch, that ability to escape and create outside of structure. Shedeur just doesn't have that to that level. And so that's why I've compared him in the past to a guy like Geno Smith, where Geno, he had to learn how to become a great pocket passer. Now he's one of the best pocket passers in football. When he was coming out of West Virginia, he didn't have that skill set. He was not that guy. And so I think it will take Shedeur some time to get there. But when you get to this point in the draft,
exactly,
I think this is where you take a guy like that. It makes he should have gone yesterday based off talent. I would argue that he could have gone the day before. Again, based off talent, quarterbacks that I would have graded that way as a top 50 player, I think it would make sense. Back end of round 1 where he would go off the board.
Yeah, I viewed him. I liked Jackson Dart and Jalen Milroe more because of the mobility.
Yep.
Right? Shedeur Sanders, like you said, doesn't have that type of mobility. Jackson Dart can move. Obviously, Jalen Milroe might be, I think Andrew Berry might have said the most athletic quarterback to come out since Lamar Jackson, or the fastest since Lamar Jackson. So I thought those two kind of fit the prototype that the Eagles look for more than Shedeur Sanders. But at this point, you're not even looking at type. You're just looking at the quarterback himself. The same way Tanner McKee wasn't necessarily that type, but it was just good value proposition in the 6th round. I think it's a good value proposition 4th round, 5th round for Shedeur Sanders.
I agree.
Are you ready to share with the class what you were smiling about before?
Well, I got to say this, when you get dressed, I never want attention on what I wear. I try to be understated. There's comments in the chat about this attire. I'm texting Emily. I'm like, is there something wrong with what I'm wearing here? It's a bomber. It's it's a tan bomber and a white shirt. I didn't think it was, but I see. It looks like I know a guy. Zach definitely knows a guy. He's about to buy a Dominican nightclub. And I'm trying to figure out. Emily saw me when I was leaving, and she's like, "You look nice." And I'm like, "I said, Emily, did you steer me wrong here?"
I will say, it looks different on the screen than it does in person. It looks a little brighter because of the lights.
Is that what it is?
It looks a little bit more angelic on the screen.
Okay, all right, yeah, I was gonna say, I felt. I'm like,
the screen, it looks more white than tan. In person, you see the color difference.
Okay, all right. So maybe it's the lighting. I gotta say, my goal when I get is I want to be presentable, professional, but never have attention called to what I'm wearing. I want my so when I see the chat, it looks like there's a super chat from Shahid Abdul Hadi. Zach is looking like he's about to buy a Dominican nightclub. Snazzy look.
I hope we get a good price for it.
I'm curious what makes a Dominican nightclub different than a different nightclub, but anyways, Yeah, so that's what I was snickering at.
All right, we need to set the scene here because the Eagles have 6 picks scheduled for day 3, beginning with 111, which is the 9th pick of this round. They have 2 4th-round picks, 3 5th-round picks, and a 6th-round pick. And the proceedings have already begun here in the 4th round. Chimere Dike, the speedy wide receiver from Florida, off the board to the Tennessee Titans.
Yeah, a really interesting profile. Started his career at Wisconsin, was there for 3 years. The production was not always there with Dike, but he goes to Florida, had a solid senior season, and then the pre-draft process I thought was really strong. I thought he had a good week of practice down at the Senior Bowl, goes to the Combine. I thought he looked really sharp, really precise with his routes, had some nice catches in that workout. He tested well, so I thought that he showed a lot during the pre-draft process to earn this spot. This is right around the area of the draft where I expected him to hear his name called.
All right, we are going to take our first break so that we can set the scene for what to expect from the Eagles pick, some positions that they might be interested in, but we will do that all after this first break. We start with our friends at Pabst Light. You see it here. We've been drinking it all weekend. Chris is probably still drinking it. Pabst Light is a new light modern beer from Pabst Brewing Company. It is only 96 calories and only 3.5 carbs, and it's full of crisp and refreshing flavor. At Pabst, they used high-quality ingredients so that you get the high-quality beer at a smart, approachable price. It retains the fun and independent spirit Pabst is known for, but it's light. Learn more about the new Pabst Light at PabstLight.com. Please drink responsibly. Must be 21 or older.
You heard on yesterday's show when we had Marcus Allen here from Big Brothers Big Sisters. It was a great announcement. We have big and little news to share. All City, including us here at PHLY, is teaming up with Big Brothers Big Sisters of America for an exciting 3-year partnership. It's not just about sports. It's about community. And together we're combining Big Brothers Big Sisters, their incredible youth mentoring programs, with the passion and power of All City's local sports coverage to create something truly meaningful. The partnership, it kicks off this weekend during the NFL draft coverage, but it does not stop there. We're working year-round to support Big Brothers Big Sisters through fundraising, content, events, and even opportunities for our team. And maybe some of you want to get directly involved. I can highly recommend it. I was a Big Brother for 7 years, I believe, and then I'm going to start up again here in the next few months. And to me, it's just an amazing way. I wouldn't even say to give back, because I'm telling you, you as a Big Brother gain a lot from this experience too, and it provides perspective, and it's something that I feel very strongly about, and Big Brothers Big Sisters is an incredible avenue for it. I'm thrilled about this partnership. We're excited to support youth mentorship that really makes a difference. You can learn more and see how to get involved at bbs.org/allcity.
And that brings us to the big draft presented by the good folks at Big Brothers Big Sisters. And let's talk about what we think the Eagles are going to do here, what their priorities are on day 3 after the way that things played out yesterday. Do we think it's fair to read what happened at the end of the 3rd round, the small trade down, and then the subsequent trade down after that, after both Charles Grant and Caleb Rogers went off the board, to read that they probably wanted one of those two guys and then bailed out when they were both off the board?
Yes, and that's how I interpreted it. Yeah. And even hearing Howie say, that they liked the value trading back, and then when they were there the second time, they looked at it, all right, maybe they want to go into the next day with like clear eyes, have the full morning to talk about it for the 4th round. Usually what that means is that there wasn't someone there that jumped out to you. And so, I mean, maybe I have ulterior motive or personal interest here because I mocked Charles Grant to the Eagles in the 3rd round at 96. And he's someone who I've been talking about throughout this draft process. So I thought I thought Charles Grant made a lot of sense when the Raiders took him. Like it was right before the Eagles. Yep, right. I wondered, was that their guy? Because Bo and I were talking about when Fran was with DMVR and CHGO and PHNX and DLLS, that like this next pick is probably offensive line. And I thought Grant kind of stood out. I thought Grant and Cameron Williams, but Grant, because of the pre-draft interest we knew the Eagles had, really made sense. So just reading between the lines there, I could definitely see that being the case.
Yeah, and look, when you look at the rest of the board here after that, there are still some offensive linemen I think that would make sense. Jalen Travis from Iowa State is a player that they had in for a 30 visit before the draft. He came in a couple weeks ago as Zach Berman broke, I believe, right? So I think when you're looking at, there's a handful of players here. Jalen Rivers from Miami I think would make some sense. Marcus Bowe from Purdue is another player that they had in on a 30 visit. Miles Frazier has the versatility that they typically covet. So there are a number of offensive linemen here that I think do make sense for the Eagles.
It's another situation where it feels like some of the places that the draft is deep at this point of the draft are like positions that they've already addressed or other positions they don't need. Like there's probably a good amount of good day 3 centers, but I don't think they're going to attack that necessarily. But we'll see. I'm curious to see how they approach this at the top. Aside from offensive line, which we think that they definitely want to add to, what else do you think their priorities will be here on day 3?
I would imagine that one of these receivers could be somebody that they try and add. I'm just looking at my board and like, who are the draftable grades? Certainly running back. I think that there are a lot of good running backs on the board here. A couple they've spent some considerable time with here this offseason. I do look at the defensive tackle position as well. We knew that was one of the deeper positions in this draft. Now it's gotten picked over pretty good. A lot of those talented players have gone off the board. Zach's boy, Deion Walker from Kentucky is still there. Joshua Farmer, a talented defensive tackle from Florida State, still there. It's more right now. It's more the nose tackle types. It's more of your Jordan Davis backup types that are out there.
How do you feel about Farmer? We've talked about Joshua Farmer from Florida State quite a bit.
Big, strong. He's a broad nose tackle. Honestly, like he played it more as a 3 technique with Florida State, but when I see his skill set, I do see more of a guy that I transition more as like a line of scrimmage, like hold the point of attack player as opposed to an upfield penetrator type. Tyrion Ingram Dawkins is more of your upfield, like Milton Williams type of player, undersized, kind of a combo skill set. The school's right. Went to Georgia, only a 1-year starter. Athletic kid, but unrefined player. I would say he's probably more in the later rounds at the end of the day.
Cam Scattaboo, the good folks at PHNX are going to be happy. He's off the board, going to the New York Giants, staying in the NFC East. That's kind of a classy pick, don't you think, Zach?
Yeah, I know you said PHNX. I mean, those guys have been pushing for the Cardinals to take him, right? So I don't know how
they wanted him off the board, though.
I like Scattaboo. I think it's good value here. But I mean, as far as classy, I am.
He's a fun player to watch.
Yeah, I laugh there because I have a lot of critique about the way the Giants have built their roster and the way Joe Shane has kind of handled his GM-ship there. But I still think John Mara and the Mara family run a classy organization.
Okay.
Scattaboo makes sense there. I think that's a good fit for the Giants, with what they need. Obviously they had some success with the young running back Tyron Tracy that they drafted a year ago, but I think he's a certain kind of player, former receiver, movement player. I think when you look at Scattaboo, he's got that ability to be that early downs grinder, tough between the tackles type of runner for that offense.
I think your boy Zach Elick Iomanor.
Oh, Canada.
Elick Iomanor from Stanford could be a possibility here for the Eagles. Has that starting upside potential and like the physicality that Nick might like if they're going to finally give Nick a pick on day 3. He could be a guy who makes sense for them, I think.
Yeah, and when we talk about my guys, I will get to him. I just think that if you don't scout the helmet, because you might see like a 6'2" receiver, a big body guy from Stanford, and think, all right, JJ, I take a Whiteside. But yeah, he ran well, and you see him, not just get open because of his size, but like find ways to get open. So if you look, for instance, the Stanford-Syracuse game this year, now Syracuse's defense was inconsistent at times for sure, but he was finding ways just to run himself open. I know the game people point to was 2 years ago against Travis Hunter. I was real impressed with the way he played there as well. And then when you just watch kind of the different clips of him, you're absolutely right. He uses his body well. I think there's some athleticism to him. The profile is intriguing. Of the receivers still there, he's someone who jumps out to me. Also, Royals is someone who stands out as well.
You like Royals? Jalen Royals from Utah State? I was a little bit underwhelmed.
Yeah, I didn't love him. There were some people out there that were very high on him. I thought he was more of a middle of day 3 type of selection. Round 5, round 6. He's pretty good with the ball in his hands. I wasn't moved overall by the athleticism.
Yeah.
Some people have compared him like, oh, he could be like Deebo Samuel. Like, I just didn't quite see that. I think that the yards after catch element is the best part of his game, but. Yeah, I wasn't blown away by Royals.
We talked about this a little bit last night, but the sort of operating procedure for Howie Roseman, and this speaks to the Shedeur Sanders conversation, by the way, is that on day 3, he's not looking to fill out the roster. He wants guys who have starting upside. Every pick, that's the goal, right? And so I think that's an important framing device for all the guys we're going to be talking about.
And so
like a guy like Jalen Lane from Virginia Tech. Like he's got elite explosiveness. Maybe that turns into something. Sorry,
exactly. No, you're looking for somebody who's got something elite about their game. It might be, hey, they're limited play strength, but elite athlete, or they're really, really strong and powerful, but they don't have great athleticism. That's where you're shopping anyway. But I think they're typically looking at those kinds of players as opposed to, he's really well-rounded, but like his instincts are good and he's a natural football player, but doesn't have 1A physical trait. I think those are the players you're typically saving for undrafted free agency here in Philadelphia.
The Craig Woodson, the safety from Cal, who I don't think that I know anything about, drafted by the New England Patriots.
5-year starter, outstanding character. Every scout from the West Coast raves about him. And then, he was honestly one of my favorite players to talk to over this pre-draft process. Yeah, I got a lot of good intel from him on that Cal program when I met with him down at the Shrine Bowl. But Woodson didn't finish a write-up on him, but solid. I've watched him for a few years because he's played for so long. I remember talking with Ashton Davis, who was a 3rd-round pick out of Cal to New York Jets a few years ago, and he was like, we've got this young kid, Woodson, who's going to be a player for us. And, he's been a long-time starter there. Didn't get to go through everything pre-draft-wise, but a solid player. And that Cal secondary was really strong this year.
6-year player, 24 years old.
Older player.
Yep. What do you say about my guy, Teddy Buchanan?
We talked more about the guys in the secondary, honestly, because they had 3 corners in this draft. They had a couple safeties. Right? Yeah, Noel Williams, who went yesterday. Marcus Harris, who's going to go later today as well.
So when I was watching the draft before we were doing live shows during it, so let's say, it was probably 8-10 years ago because it was when Mayock was on. They would always do on day 3. Like stump the truck or that kind of thing.
They still do it. Yep.
Yeah. So
how early are we going to get a pick that Fran hasn't done? Is that
or
your question?
Fran's the best in the business, but that a guy you haven't, I don't want to say heard of, but like someone that it's like, who is that? You have to look that up.
Yeah.
Do you think that happens?
I hope not, but yeah, it is. It'll happen every once in a while. There will be a player where I'm like, I couldn't even give you like the skinny on.
Sure.
Him. There are some players where, like I didn't do any film, but
you can get the book.
Exactly.
You can give 30 seconds,
or I just know like talking with scouts or like, I kind of got the book on them, but. We'll see. Hopefully it doesn't happen, but wouldn't rule it out.
Notre Dame linebacker Jack Kaiser, who you like quite a bit, Fran.
My top linebacker, yeah.
Your top linebacker available goes off the board to the Jacksonville Jaguars at 107, 4 picks away now from the Eagles.
Yeah, who knows? This is good. This could be a guy that could change the entire scope of how the NFL is viewed by everybody around the world by the Jacksonville Jaguars. No, Kaiser. I liked Kaiser. He's a better athlete than I thought he would be.
Shizzy.
Yeah, I thought that he had some ability there. He started this past year, but character outstanding. He's tough and physical, really good tackler. And like I said, the athleticism better than I anticipated going into the study.
Very awkward high five from Baselli and what's his name, the head coach?
Liam Cohen.
Yeah.
Duval
going with a real oversized untucked polo.
Yeah.
What's the chat think of that look?
Good question.
There are some.
You got to not preoccupy yourself with the chat. We need you here.
I'm here. I am in. Trust me.
Until the Eagles are on the clock, then you can.
Then I can look at my phone
trying to get it done. Yeah. All right. You guys want to play predict the pick?
Yes.
Should we do a quick little draft? We'll each get 2 picks.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right. We're very close.
We're closing in.
Yeah.
Zach, you get to go first.
So let me go up to the best available here. Because going into the day, I thought the player who would make sense here was I thought Joshua Farmer was someone. I thought Kyle Kennard made sense. I thought Jack Sawyer made sense. So I'm throwing a bunch of names.
Jack Sawyer we didn't talk about, but that sort of tracks as an Eagles type.
Are we doing draft here, or can we have the same players? Or how are we doing this?
So
Draft. Okay.
Draft.
So I am going with I'm going to go with Braden Swinson.
Braden Swinson.
I wanted to ask you about this because you said that as a side yesterday. Yeah,
Edge from LSU.
What in the conversations? What gives you the idea that he'd be a Fangio fit?
It was the way he was explained to me in terms of the length that he has. Number one, like the versatility with which he plays with. There's a thought that he can drop at that size.
Definitely can.
And that of like these tall, long, athletic edge rushers, he's probably the best in dropping in space.
Agree.
And so that it was framed to me like you should be talking more about Braden Swinson.
I worry about like the run game with him in that aspect. He shows physicality as a rusher, like because he can win as a bull rusher, he can win as a speed rusher, he wins with the top of his rush with his hands. Like he is honestly one of the most skilled pass rushers in this class. Like full stop. Just disinterested against the run. 1 year wonder. Skipped out in the pre-draft process. Didn't do Senior Bowl. Didn't do Shrine Bowl. Didn't do Combine. And then did like 2 things at the pro day. And I was like, man, like you had all this ability to kind of build on that momentum, and then just said you weren't going to do anything. So I think people were turned off by that. But the run game aspect is the big question mark for me. I loved him as a rusher.
And the point about him being able to drop is accurate.
Yes, I definitely agree. He's a fluid athlete. He's explosive. Like. This guy should have gone yesterday. Absolutely. Like the tape, if you're looking at it purely as a rusher, like you could say like top 40, top 45 type of pick.
Wow.
Yeah, like that. If you were just looking at that and didn't watch any run game, you would feel that's where he could have gone.
All right, you get your next pick here.
I'm going to go with the guy that they had yesterday, or that they had in this week, I should say. Jalen Travis. The tackle from Iowa State via Princeton, via Minnesota, played basketball as a high schooler, was late to football. But a big swing tackle, proven left-right versatility. Zach's like 6th round pick.
The problem here is you're tripling down. This is an opportunity to spread your bets because if they draft Jalen Travis, you're getting credit either way. You had him in your mock draft, but now you're
the heart wants what the heart wants. Down. Yeah, the heart wants what the heart wants.
Okay, I appreciate that. Well. I will go. I'm going to go Marcus Bo from Purdue.
Okay.
You're looking for the elite trait. He's got that elite athleticism. There are some questions about him, like what positions is he going to play, and I think some football character stuff, right? But you get him to stout. That's something that you hope for, and maybe he can be a 3-position flex. And then I'm going to go Jalen Lane from Virginia Tech. I think I think they want to get some offensive help here. I've been saying that for a while, and I have been wrong about it at the top of the draft. But this is a player with probably more explosive upside than anybody else available.
And I'm gonna be like when I look at Marcus Bo, I could easily make the argument he's the most athletic offensive lineman in this draft.
Interesting.
He has got unique, stout uses unusual athleticism. Some of the things that he can do are really, really impressive.
And where would you play him?
That's the question. Probably guard. Okay. I think I'd put him at guard. Now, but the problem is like I don't know if the Eagles would love him at guard because he's a little bit of a smaller guard.
Sure. Yeah.
So he's probably
and they've got a lot of guard-only guys right now.
Yeah.
I mean, you've got Kenyon Green and you've got Trevor Keegan, just in terms of backups potentially.
Yep.
Steen could maybe be a tackle if he's not the starting right guard, but yeah, that's not a lot of. You probably would want to move him to center, but different than the late great Dylan McMahon. He could play guard too, and so he wouldn't be just a one-position only center.
Yeah, I think that if you're looking for like body type wise, who have the Eagles brought in that's similar, like Jack Driscoll would be similar body type wise. He's a much better athlete than Driscoll, but short-armed college tackle who everyone thought like, oh, he's probably a center or a guard. That's what you're talking about with Bo, body type wise.
All right, you get to go again as the Eagles are 3 picks away.
Let's go with. I liked your pick there of Jalen Lane, so I will also go with a wide receiver. Let's go Torrey Horton, the wide receiver from Colorado State. Yeah,
there you go.
So I'll go with from Zach's neck of the woods there. Horton is an outside receiver. Would have gone yesterday if not for a knee injury that cost him the majority of the season, that cost him the pre-draft process. This is a guy that's been extremely productive over the last couple of years. He's an outside the numbers receiver, can win up above the rim, but he's got some movement skills to him as well. He's got the athleticism, can get a little bit better as a route runner, but I think there's plenty to work with there for him to be an outside the numbers pass catcher.
My tour guide at Colorado State last week loved Torrey Horton. Yeah.
Okay.
I was asking about.
Tell us more. Oh, Deion Walker, your boy, off the board, Zach. The big old defensive tackle from Kentucky goes to Buffalo.
Good pick there by Buffalo. Sean McDermott, Brandon Bean, they know what they're doing. This is a guy who is going to be a better pro than he was junior in college. There were times this guy was dropping in the coverage at like 350 pounds 2 years ago.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll be expected to do a lot of that.
Right. You think he brings a lot of surplus value that way?
Talking about the athletic ability there.
All right, tell us about this Colorado State tour guide.
Well, I had 3 different tour guides there. They were great. It was 3 students. We're bringing myself and Sheil's family around, and I was asking a lot of different questions about the campus.
No doubt.
And then we got to the football stadium, and I made it's a beautiful stadium, just built, Compass Stadium. And I was saying, what do you think of Horton? And then I was asking about some other players on Colorado State, but he was talking about Horton's injury, and he's like, before the injury, he was really a player who was coming on. So I'm like, all right, I might use that nugget.
Okay. Now you get the last pick here.
I'm gonna go Gunnar Helm.
Okay.
I
might go Shedeur.
Yeah, I probably should have, just for the sake of conversation. By the way, the Jets are on the clock right now, so the Eagles are up next. I think I think there was a drop off after Harold Fannin Jr.
Yeah, huge.
And so that's why I would have thought the sequence of events yesterday, if they could do it over again, would have gone Fannin in the second round, and then safety third round, like Watts in the third round. Yeah. If you knew the way
a little trade up to the middle of the round.
Sure. Yeah. If you knew the way the board was going to fall. But I think of the tight ends today, Gunnar Helm probably is the most productive. The Nebraska one, Thomas Fignon, I think has some upside. But Gunnar Helm, the year he had last year at Texas, first year replacing Jatavian Sanders, you can't knock the production. The athletic testing wasn't great, but you're talking about the 4th round.
Yeah, I think if they go tight end here, it's like they just wanted to draft the tight end. There are some guys I like as well. Mitchell Evans is interesting. We've talked about Gavin Bartholomew. Obviously, I love Joshua Simon, but he's a little bit older. Yeah. But I don't think anybody would be sticking out like a sore thumb. It would be like we want to get the tight end that we like.
Yeah, we've got a couple receivers that have gone off the board now. The Jets took Arian Smith for out of Georgia here with the 110th pick. So the Eagles are now officially on the clock.
All right.
We're a little bit ahead of the broadcast.
Somebody might be breaking it.
Yeah, so we'll see.
Who's it going to be? This contest now between Zach and Fran.
Fran's been outstanding, so I'm deferring to Fran.
Don't defer. You guys get it. Who do you want in the chat? Let us know.
Yeah.
Yes.
Let us know. Who do you want?
I saw some people want Ty. All right, so there's Ty Robinson. I saw someone wanted Deion Walker. I don't know, Zach, if that was your burner or not. Yeah.
I'm not looking at the chat right now. So.
What are you looking at?
What? No, I'm looking at the board. Yeah.
Yeah. They could double down on safety. Go get Billy Bowman. They could get your boy Tommy Hill at corner. Fran. They could go to linebacker. Maybe tell us that Jahan Campbell is going to be more of an edge. I think Joshua Farmer, I remain convinced, could be a guy. But yeah, let's burn it down. Let's have the content. Let's have Shedeur coming on.
How many people will jump on our show if Shedeur Sanders gets drafted? What's the
at least 1,000?
You think it immediately goes from 1,500 to 2,500? I think it's more than that.
You think it's more than that?
Yeah, I think it's more.
Let's do it.
Yeah, I think it's more.
We want Shedeur. Did you see that Rick Neuheisel on his Sirius radio thing said today that Shedeur was in a meeting with an NFL coach and just took a personal FaceTime call in the middle of the meeting?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did not see that.
Yeah, that's the kind of stuff I've kind of heard those kind of things from the combine. Yeah. The pick is in. Doubling down. All right, pick is in. Let's see.
ZB.
I don't see the dots.
So. Yeah, waiting on the dots.
Who's it gonna be? Who's it gonna be?
Ty Robinson. Defensive tackle from Nebraska.
Wow. Interesting. Ty Robinson, the defensive tackle from Nebraska. Fran breaks it. This is a player who is a little bit older, but you're talking about starting caliber traits, explosive upside. He tested out of the gym at the Combine. Tell us about Ty Robinson.
Yeah, sixth-year senior, will be 24 years old when training camp opens here this summer. But I thought the tape was good on this player. I honestly thought he could go in the latter stages of day two. I saw kind of a workman-like defensive lineman. This is honestly, it goes a little bit again. When I watch him on film, I didn't see a player that was stood out overall with the athletic upside. He went to the Combine and tested well. I mean, ran 4.83, which was a good number for a guy his size. The jumps were outstanding, as you mentioned. So all the athletic profile is going to look very, very strong. But honestly, I kind of like this because this is a high character guy who's a team captain at Nebraska. Speaking with people in that building, they rave about Ty Robinson. That coaching staff has a very high opinion of that player. Very stout on contact, holds up well in the run game, more strong than powerful. I didn't think he was going to be like a instant pocket pusher type, and can get a little bit better as a rusher, but ready out of the box as a run defender, able to change the line of scrimmage. It's a nice player, nice stab on day 3.
He's also someone that I've heard, not to say this is the reason why you do it, but off the field jumps out in terms of the interview process. I heard he was one of the best interviews that some teams had at the Combine. So look, I know the age isn't ideal here, but the play and the athletic testing are all things you like.
Let's make this our golden nugget hidden gem as the Eagles taking Ty Robinson, the defensive tackle from Nebraska. Obviously, they lost Milton Williams this offseason. There's a hole in the rotation to add a guy, and Ty Robinson will be added to the mix in the 4th round. Fran, he is your defensive tackle 13.
Yep.
As I pull up your scouting report here, you had him pegged in the 3rd, 4th round, and I see more blue than red. Although, actually, I see a lot of red towards the end.
Decent amount of red, decent amount of red, but not, again, it was more like technique stuff, and wasn't all.
Well, that's right. You don't want a polished 24-year-old. You want a 24-year-old who doesn't know how to play.
No, he knows how to play. That's what I mean. He knows how to play, especially in the run game. I think that pad level can be a little bit of an issue at times. But again, I thought there was enough there that this is a player that could be a quality rotational piece along the defensive line.
We got an Australian Eagles fan announcing the pick, Ryan Haroyd.
That's pretty good.
All right.
Let me read the quick summary on the player. This is from the draft guide. Become a diehard, and you get access to all of this before the draft. 4-year starter in the Big Ten with NFL size to be a gap-eating interior player. More of a line of scrimmage dweller than an upfield penetrator. He's ideally not on the field on rush down due to some athletic limitations that I saw on film, but he has the anchor strength and heavy hands to be a reliable run defender early on. For teams that utilize multiple fronts, he brings added value because of that position versatility. A little bit of a late bloomer who took off in his 6th and final season. Don't see a consistently impactful player, but a key cog in a rotation up front as a depth piece. Now, again, went to the Combine and tested really well. And honestly, when I wrote him up, some people that I know in Nebraska were like, "Oh, what did you think of Robinson?" And I gave them that scouting report, and they're like, "He's more athletic than you're giving him credit for." And I was like, I don't know. I thought he went down to the Senior Bowl. I thought he was solid but unspectacular down there. And then when they tested at the Combine, my guy in Nebraska was like, "Oh, see, I told you he was more athletic than you were giving him credit." So, I could have just been wrong in how I viewed the film. But I think this is a fine value for this player.
Do you have a guy in every building?
No, I don't have a guy in every single building.
My guy in Nebraska. Go ahead.
No, but to that question, the Eagles do have a connection to the Nebraska program. Yeah. Obviously, Matt Rule's there, and they know Matt Rule quite well from when he was at Temple, and so there is that type of connection that you're getting good intel. But if you take away the age which you can't take away, I get that 6 years in college is a long time, right? It's like Van Wilder-esque. But when you just look at the way he played last year, the production from the interior, the frame, and then I keep going back to it, off the field, this guy kept coming up as sparkling, absolutely sparkling. And so I don't know if that's the reason why you take it, or why you take a player, but this is the day, to give kind of context, the Eagles have their passion meeting and the Eagles showed video of this last year so about an hour before the draft, Howie Roseman brings everyone together, and he tells the scouts, if there's someone you feel strongly about, let us know right now. And it wouldn't surprise me if from a Red Star perspective, in terms of the things that they're looking for from a player, Ty Robinson presents that.
Now, just to put a fine point on it, at 6'5.5", 288, this is a player who rotation-wise, you're expecting to be more of a third down guy, not a first and second down guy. Is that fair?
I actually, like, on tape, I liked him more on early downs than I did on late downs. I think that now, athletically, when you look at the testing, that would show, he actually should be more of a third down presence. The one thing that I get a little weirded out by profiles like this. You talk about, like, he's an old, right? He's going to be 24 years old, 60-year senior. Before this year, he never had more than 2 sacks in a season. Before this year, he never had more than 4 TFLs in a season.
It's not ideal.
When he went back for that 6th season, that's where he had 13 TFLs. He had 7 sacks. He had 11 hits on the quarterback, 25 hurries. All of them were career highs. And so he took off in that final season where he was the 23-year-old in the Big Ten. That's one of the things that kept me from, like, really, like, putting him a little bit higher on the board. But great defensive tackle class as well. So he's on a typical year. He's in my top 10 as a defensive tackle. In this one, it kind of bumped him down, but those were some of the alarm bells in the profile for me.
I don't want to be Debbie Downer, but I'm a little bit uninspired.
He's the best D tackle
left. The third player of this draft class is a guy who, by the way, is 1 month older than Jalen Carter, which is not dissimilar to the situation the Eagles had last year when they drafted Quinyon Mitchell, who's a year older than Keely Ringo, despite Ringo being drafted a year prior.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up John Carr there because I was actually going to do that with Moro Ojima, right? That Moro Ojima's birthday was August 2001. Moro and in this case here, Ty Robinson was May 2001. So Moro Ojima's younger as well. So he's older than probably your two similar penetrating defensive tackles.
Yeah. That's okay.
But it's a 4th round pick, right? And
it's a 4th round pick, but it's their third
it's their
pick
third
of the
pick.
draft.
That is true. Yeah, that is true. A framework that I hear sometimes is like at this point you're not thinking about second contracts sometimes. Like you're thinking, all right, can he contribute over the life of his rookie deal?
Yeah.
That goes counter though to the starting upside situation that we talked about. I mean, listen, we'll see what they do with the rest of the draft. I want to see some players on offense.
They got 5 picks left.
I know.
Yeah, I got 5 picks.
I bet Nick Sirianni wants to see some players on offense too.
I made this point to Fran when you were, I think when you were eating yesterday. And by the way, did you eat this morning?
I had I ate quickly, not a lot, but I ate quickly. Yeah.
One thing that I'm thinking about is, like the defense can't be as good as it was last year, right? But they've done some work in the first 2 rounds to backfill some things that they had lost, and maybe Jahad Campbell makes a real impact and keeps them a top 5 offense. But to counterbalance that, you need the offense to take a step forward. And I don't know who's going to get better on offense right now.
Right.
Like,
I mean, you're hoping Jahan Dotson is one. You're hoping
that's not moving the needle for me, but yeah.
Yeah, you're hoping Dotson, Shipley, and Calcaterra are like 3 guys who are better. Yeah, but I see your point.
I mean, the hope is Jalen Hurts gets better.
Sure.
That's it.
And that you have high level talent, that you have all pro talent, right? In the prime, AJ Brown, Devontae Smith, Jordan Mailata, Cam Jurgens, Landon Dickerson, prime of their careers.
Right.
Like this is the year. These are the years you're trying to maximize, right? And of course, Jalen Hurts. Like these are the years you're trying to maximize. These are guys aged 25 to 30. Like this is their prime, and so it's not necessarily getting better. It's like this is the window that you're getting. You have. It's rare to have. I just mentioned 5 names, 5 players, 6 players who are Pro Bowl, All Pro caliber players in the primes of their careers. That's the envy of a lot of teams in the league. So you're trying to maximize that right now. And
I totally
Saquon,
agree.
And Saquon.
But Saquon just had the best season of a running back all time.
But in the prime of his career still, in theory.
Yeah. I just, I would like a little bit of, I would have liked something added. And listen, the offseason is not over yet. There's still stuff for them to do. That's a big picture thought that I have.
Fair.
CJ West, the Indiana defensive tackle, going off the board to the Niners, who have only drafted defensive players so far. And also Danny Stutzman, the Oklahoma linebacker, went a pick prior to the New Orleans Saints.
Yeah, that goes with everything I had heard about San Francisco throughout the process, was that they wanted to completely reshape that defense. They lost a lot of players over the last 2 years on that unit, and they knew that they needed to come in and just a huge influx of talent, especially on the defensive line. So that makes a lot of sense.
By the way, I know we can overstate these connections sometimes, but it does help to have multiple touch points in the building. the Eagles' new offensive line coach, Greg Austin, spent the last 3 years at Nebraska. So when you're talking about like the player's character, or at least, how he is in practice, things like that, things that might matter with a day 3 pick, Greg Austin has intimate knowledge of it.
Cohabitation matrix.
Exactly.
There you go. Thank you to Golden Nugget Jewelers for bamboozling us into that hidden gem. Beautifully done.
Hoodwinked.
Yes. Hoodwinked.
Although I think Golden Nugget Jewelers is going to make out quite fine in this arrangement. I think Emily's eager to take a visit to Golden Nugget Jewelers.
Good for Emily. She deserves it. Okay, now the Eagles are playing the waiting game until their pick at the back end of the 4th round, which is number 130 overall. So about 16 picks away. Eagles going all defense so far with 3 picks. Interesting stuff. Should we do our guys?
Let's do our guys.
Let's do it.
Let's do our guys. All right.
Let's do some guys.
Do you want to start, Zach?
I'll let you start.
You'll let me start.
Yes.
Okay. By the way, we've got Bree and Andrew with us today.
Shout out
behind
to
the
Bree and
scenes. So shout out to Bree and Andrew.
Chris.
Give him a little Bree, Andrew, and Chris still here, still drinking that Pabst Light, baby. For every Maryland player drafted today, you will.
How are those
shotgun a
Terps
beer.
looking today?
We got a few. We got a couple.
So you got Felton yesterday, so you don't have to worry about him. Yeah. Okay, Jordan Phillips.
Dante Trader.
That's my passion. I want to see him be drafted.
So we're rooting for Glendon Miller, another safety from Maryland. We root for him to come off the board.
These are tall boys.
Oh,
man.
Tabia, yeah, the other defensive tackle. You're right. Aking Basote. I actually didn't get his pronunciation too well. Yeah. Prather, yeah. Oh,
These are tall boys.
there
This
we
could be ugly.
got. Yeah, you struggled with one the other night. We're talking potential for 5. Chris biting off more than you could chew, maybe.
Yikes.
I think 2 by the end of the day.
Okay. All right, let's do. I'll do my guys. Now, this is the conceit here is guys who you are higher on than consensus, and most of these guys are day 3 guys who you like a little bit. Some of them can be earlier. And I will start at quarterback. We talked about this. We did all of the position preview shows in the lead up to the draft, and you sort of fall for some guys. And we talked about it. For me, the quarterback I liked, Cam Miller from North Dakota State. Like the way he moves in the pocket. Looks like a guy who reads defense as well. I'm okay with the profile. I like Cam Miller.
You taking him ahead of Shedeur?
No.
Yeah.
Probably not. Although, I mean, I would need to do the work on Shedeur.
Right.
Like, do we want this guy? But yeah, I would like Cam Miller in round 6 or 7 or something like that.
Okay.
DJ Giddens, I like a lot of the running backs.
Yeah.
But DJ Giddens to me is a guy who feels like he has like real starting caliber, big play upside.
Interesting.
In this offense. I like Devin Neal too. I like the Brashard Smith profile a little bit. There are even some of the later guys. Like I like Damian Martinez a little bit. Jarquez Hunter is interesting to me, but DJ Giddens is the one who I can see as like giving you big plays.
Of every position in this draft, I feel like I was so out of whack with consensus with running back than any other group.
Interesting.
A lot of the guys that people love, RJ Harvey, people loved. He was in the second round. I didn't love Harvey. A lot of people love Giddens. I didn't love Giddens.
Okay.
There were a few other backs even that you just listed off. I'm like, I didn't love that player. But yeah, it was a little bit of a weird group, talented group. A lot of guys that are going to get drafted.
Yeah.
But some people really loved Giddens. And we're like, oh yeah, day 3. Devin Neal, another one. Where
Devin Neal was probably my favorite guy to watch.
Yeah, like I did not see that with Devin Neal. I know like Cosell loved Devin Neal, and other people I've talked to love Devin Neal. I just never saw it with those guys. But there were other players that I feel like I was higher on. It was an interesting class in that way.
And then I've got my comparisons of their yards per carry to their teammates, and there are some guys who pop there, some guys who don't. So like, LaQuint Allen is a red flag for me there. Jordan James is a red flag for me there, but I like Giddens a little bit. Who is my wide receiver here? Oh, you know what? This is a fun one because you guys did the wide receiver show.
Oh, right.
And in the hospital on Monday night, me and Leah are doing wide receivers, just watching these guys. And this is not someone who I am going to pound the table for as a starting caliber player, but boy, was he fun to watch. Ricky White, the third from UNLV,
right?
Who is like a special teams maven.
Yeah.
He's got like 3 blocked punts.
I get more than that.
He gets kicked off the Michigan State team, but then goes to UNLV and is like a 2-year captain.
Right.
Love that story. I like the way that he's running routes. I like the way he's going up and getting balls. and the production is good. So it's a profile that I like for a day 3 pick.
He went to the Shrine Bowl and he got matched up in one-on-ones every single day with Noel Williams, who everyone was like, oh, he's the best corner here. And Ricky White took his lunch money repeatedly. I walked away from the Shrine Bowl thinking like, oh, I don't know about Noel Williams. Okay. Ricky White just carved him up time and time again in one-on-ones. And then he goes to the combine and didn't run well.
Yeah.
Now he ran a little bit better at the pro day. But yeah, I kind of like Ricky White. I think he's getting drafted today.
He's a guy who some coaches are just going to love that guy.
He's getting drafted today.
And then there are some other guys I like. Like I thought Jordan Watkins was an interesting player who wasn't getting a lot of shine from Ole Miss. We talked about Jalen Lane. Konata Mumfield's kind of interesting to me.
Yeah.
He's got sort of a funky route running style that was interesting, but Ricky White's the guy I put my name on. In the tight end episode, we talked about it. Joshua Simon from South Carolina. I don't like an old tight end from South Carolina in the first round, but in the 5th round, the explosiveness from Joshua Simon in the passing game I like a lot. Caleb Rogers from Texas Tech, who went in that little interim picks for the 3rd round for the Eagles. I like him just from the explosiveness, the short shuttle time, and the position versatility. Jonah Savanaia, Big Jonah from Zona, was my interior offensive lineman. We talked about Landon Jackson. I really do like Landon Jackson. I would have liked that to be that 2nd round pick. The explosiveness, the things you've told us about, the way that he runs the hoop. I like the profile a lot. I like TJ Sanders a lot as my defensive tackle. Teddy Buchanan from California. This is another, I like the arc. Dominates at UC Davis and then goes and has a very productive season at Cal. Not too old, tested okay. He's a little bit undersized, but I like him.
What did you like? Did you view him as a pure off-ball guy? Because I talked to some people that thought that he could be an edge guy as well.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I didn't look at him that way.
Okay, interesting. I didn't watch enough of him to have a full-fledged opinion on it.
Okay. And then Justin Wally, who went in the 3rd round. I don't know that I would have gone in the 3rd round for Justin Wally. That was a little bit rich for me. Mm-hmm. And then who's my safety? Is it Marcus Siegel? I love Marcus Siegel.
I'm pretty sure I wrote Sidney Brown as a comp for Marcus Siegel.
I could see that. And this is a guy who tested great athletically, ran a super fast 40. It's a weird story, as we talked about. Transferred from North Dakota State as a backup, and then goes and starts for 2 years and as a team captain at Kansas State. Just a guy who I think flies around, and I think is probably a guaranteed good special teams player, and maybe he can be an improvement on Tristan McCollum, essentially.
Real quickly, a couple of running backs have gone off the board in the last couple of picks. So Trevor Etienne went to Carolina, and then Woody Marks is about to go off the board to the Houston Texans.
One of my least favorite profiles in the draft.
Marks, yeah. He had 50 catches 3 different times in his career.
Yes.
But I wasn't overall moved by him as a player.
Ton of work and way below his teammates in terms of yards per carry.
Arizona took linebacker Cody Simon from Ohio State.
Here we go, baby. The water bottle's back. The other highlight of the weekend, aside from the mice,
I missed this one
is the water bottle. The way you drink that water bottle is like you're playing the saxophone.
I don't know if that's a compliment or an insult, but
it's just descriptive.
Then keep rolling. I'm mentally preparing, or I should say physically preparing to give my guys here. So
fair enough. You got a lot of table pounding to do.
Yes.
Let's go to you then.
Okay. My guy. So it's going to be on the screen here. I'm not going to look at the screen. I'm looking at the camera in front of me. Okay. Starting at quarterback.
Oh, he's been planning this. This is like the James Gladstone speech. This is like the 7th iteration of you doing this.
Jalen Milroe, quarterback, Alabama. If you were to ask me which quarterback in this draft has the best, or if who could be the best quarterback from this draft, I would answer Jalen Milroe. He's terrific athlete, good arm. And off the field, the intangibles are through the roof. He had a meeting with a team, and the team asked him, what are your weaknesses? And he said, how much time do you have? And he started listing his weaknesses. And the counter to him was...
catnip for you. Absolute catnip
They said to him, are you sure you want to tell us all your weaknesses? And his answer was essentially that if you have someone sitting in the seat who hasn't played an NFL game and they haven't and they don't think they have weaknesses, then that person lacks self-awareness. And also, what does that person think about your ability to watch film? Jalen Milroe he could have left when Nick Saban left. he stayed. He was a key player for that program. I think the upside is immense. I'm not saying, I wouldn't have taken him in the first round per se, but I think he has the chance of becoming the best quarterback from this draft class. Okay, and
he was my number 55 player. I'm there with you. I liked Miller. I was higher on him than consensus.
So, and of course, the conceit of this is players you're higher on than consensus.
Yep, I'm there with you.
So, running back Raheem Sanders, also known as Rocket Sanders.
Welcome to the Rock.
6 foot, 217 pounds, ran a 4.4, 640. He's been listed in the past as like 6'2", 240. At the combine was 6 foot, 217. Probably shed some weight for the combine. But this is someone who, not last year, not the year before, but the year before that, might have been the best running back in the SEC when he was at Arkansas. This guy was
22.
This guy was a stud at Arkansas then, he had tools in his body then. You watch him; he's a natural pass catcher, converted wide receiver, or he was a wide receiver when he was in high school. Rocket Sanders is the running back who I am higher on than consensus here. At wide receiver, we've talked about it.
I'm loving the passion. This is fantastic.
This
is a tough one. This is a tough one.
Io Manor.
Yep.
Third-team All-American 2 years ago. Physical specimen. 9.56 RAS testing. You saw him against Travis Hunter. Travis Hunter was chasing him all over the field. Okay. Against Syracuse last year, one-handed catches. Okay, running his way open. If you stay up late enough to watch football on the West Coast, which isn't always the case now because they're all an ACC program, so now they're on at noon, so that might change things. The quarterback play's been inconsistent at Stanford. Andrew Luck's going to try. He's going to try to change that here, right? But this is someone who he only played 2 years of college football. I'm gambling on the player that I see in front of me, the athletic testing, the size. There's a lot here to like. I think that he's a starting caliber receiver that you're going to get in day 3.
I'm with you on Io Manor. I'd be in on him. He's as we said before, those wide receiver buckets. Yeah. It's him and Luther Burden are the only two guys in this entire class who are young, fast, and productive.
If you're James Gladstone, is he off the board completely because of what he did to Travis Hunter, or do you have to do everything possible to make sure you bring him into the building?
Yeah. Hey, iron sharpens iron, right? He'll appreciate that. At tight end, I'm not putting this guy out there to block. I'm not putting this guy here to get in and out of breaks so much, but I'm putting this guy out here to run and catch, okay? Because that's what tight ends do. They also block and get in and out of breaks. But Oronde Gadsden from Syracuse,
your boy.
6'3", 243-pound, converted wide receiver. You throw the ball to Oronde Gadsden, he'll catch it. You throw the ball 3 yards this way, he'll go and catch it. 3 yards that way, he'll go and catch it. 3 yards up there, he'll go and catch it. Oronde Gadsden catches the ball if it's around him. The catch radius is immense. This is a player here who, look, he's not a complete tight end. But what he is he's someone who, if you're a creative offensive coach, you get him on the field. He's a mismatch on the person covering him. Oronde Gadsden is the tight end. Okay? Offensive tackle, Emory Jones Jr. So this is tackle guard, and he was already taken, started 36 games at LSU, started as a true freshman at LSU from University Lab High School, I believe, same school as Glenn Big Baby Davis. 6'5", 315 pounds, 34-inch arms. I sat next to scouts at the LSU game, and I brought up Emory Jones Jr. Emory Jones Jr. is someone...
And they said, watch the other guy.
They said, watch Miles Frazier. And I'm telling you, he's 21 years old. There's upside here. Emory Jones Jr. Okay. Interior offensive line, but I should just say offensive line for this guy. Jonah Monham from USC.
That's a fun one.
He started 4 positions, every position except right tackle, okay? He was the brains of that offensive line for Lincoln Riley, was used in so many different ways, he protected the number 1 overall pick 2 years ago and 3 years ago. He's someone who you're saying, all right, you want a backup on game day who can help you in multiple spots. That's what he is. You're talking about day 3. That's what excites me here. I don't want to compare him to Jack Driscoll, but that was like the rationale I heard for Jack Driscoll. The Eagles had just lost Halapuli Vati Vaitai, And, what they said is you want someone who can help you in multiple spots. This is someone who can help you in multiple spots. I think he's going to be in the NFL beyond his first contract because of that versatility.
He's got really short arms, which people think makes him a center only at the NFL, but a fun player.
So the edge rusher, and I've talked about this, and Terry Fontenot.
Fontenot.
You say tomato, I say tomato.
I don't know that his mom.
I mean, when this guy comes up, this guy comes up with Zach, he's Terry Fontenot. Yes, baby.
There you go. I didn't love the trade you made, but I love the player you acquired. James Pierce Jr. What are you looking for in edge rusher, everybody? You're looking for someone who can sack the quarterback. You're looking for someone who has elite athletic traits. Okay? James Pierce Jr. presents that to you. Well, all I see when I watch him out there is pressuring the quarterback. Down in, down out. Now, I wasn't there for the meetings. I can't tell you what he was like. I wasn't there for his practices. I can't tell you what he's like. But you know what I can tell you? On Saturdays, when he was lining up against the opposing offensive tackle, he beat the offensive tackles around the edge week in, week out. Look at his pressure rates. Look at the amount of times he was disrupting the quarterback. That's what you want in an edge rusher. That's what James Pierce provided Tennessee. That's what James Pierce is going to provide the Atlanta Falcons. Great pick. Bad trade, great pick.
How do those two don't? Yeah. They can't
I'm saying the player himself. No, it was a bad trade. I wouldn't have given up a first rounder this year and a first rounder next year, or I'm sorry, second rounder this year and a first rounder next year to go get him. But if I'm just saying the outcome is you get James Pierce Jr. rushing around your edge, that's going to make the Atlanta Falcons a better football team.
I would say you said you weren't there for the meetings, you weren't there for practice, you weren't there for the run defense, and neither was he.
Hey, I'm paying you for sacks, man. Right? But I hear what you're saying. Okay.
What a tour de force this is.
This is unbelievable. With the jacket too on top of it.
I said to Emily, I have a change of clothes in the car. Do I need to go down there and change? The Buffalo Bills agree with me here. Deion Walker, 6'7", 331 pounds.
You almost timed it so that a pick was made. That was your guy you were about to talk about.
About to, yeah. If I shouldn't have talked about the jacket. 7.5 sacks 2 years ago. When you're watching Kentucky, you saw this guy drop in the coverage. That shows the athletic ability that he has. Okay, this is someone who he moves well for his size. When he gets his arms out on you, he can create that space. He can chase for this size. But I think about Bill Parcells, that there are only so many people on earth who are this size and can move the way he does. And that's how I see Deion Walker. Goes to the Buffalo Bills. Player just taken by the Cincinnati Bengals. Barrett Carter. This is the linebacker from Clemson. Bo would like the orange to orange. Okay, easy to project. Okay, Tigers to Bengals.
Love that.
Easy to project. Okay, Barrett Carter. Watch this guy play football. That's what I'm saying. Just watch. Don't tell me about the measurements here. I know I talked about the measurements with some other players. Don't talk about the measurements here. Linebacker is about instincts. Barrett Carter has instincts out of the gym, out of the stadium. In this case, he runs sideline to sideline. Barrett Carter was a culture setter in that Clemson program, a team that made the conference or that made the college football playoff last year. So much so that in his final game last year, you know what they did? They wanted to give him an offensive touchdown. They wanted him on the field at fullback to reward someone who was a culture setter in that college football program. I felt in this seat last year. It was a two-man desk. It was probably a little over there last year. But I was actually, I think we had three people.
Yeah, Handsome Rich was here.
Yeah, I was pounding the table for Jeremiah Trotter Jr. Okay, and I'm saying that when I was watching Clemson, though, leading into that, I said, I like Trot Jr., a good blitzer. But this number 0, he's the better linebacker. Okay, I felt that about Barrett Carter then. I feel that about Barrett Carter now. Cincinnati Bengals are getting a good linebacker, better than the old guy from South Carolina that they drafted yesterday.
Yes.
Okay, cornerback.
Gunnar Helm goes off the board, the tight end from Texas who you talked about. Go ahead.
Benjamin Morrison from Notre Dame. Okay, hip injuries are nothing to. It's a serious injury, but when you watch him on the field, Benjamin Morrison just makes plays. This guy blankets you in coverage. This guy will make plays on the ball. He has what I look for in a cornerback. I kept reading. Now he went fairly high. I read this might be a guy like middle rounds, and I'm saying a talent like this in middle rounds. Good thing the NFL saw what I saw, because Benjamin Morrison is going to be a starting cornerback in the NFL beyond his first contract, as long as the hip is okay. Okay, Benjamin Morrison is a good player for Notre Dame. That Notre Dame defense was so much fun to watch, and he was one of the keys for watching it. Okay.
Okay. Close us out.
Close us out.
This is unbelievable.
Vic Fangio, Howie Roseman agreed with me on this one.
Yeah.
Andrew Mukuba from Clemson, from Texas. Before that, Clemson first came on my radar when he was a freshman at Clemson, starting for a good defense. And freshman All-American then, and jumped out then. Now, kind of went into a lull in the 2 years thereafter, wasn't as productive. He noticed that too. Said yesterday, he spoke about self-awareness. When you watched him at Texas this past year, a different player. Now, the history isn't kind to sub 190-pound safeties. So the size, I genuinely thought he was going to be available 4th round, 5th round in this draft because of the size. I thought that was going to be more of a concern to teams. Howie Roseman said yesterday, box safeties are a thing of the past. When I watch Andrew Mukuba play, he is around the ball. Okay, he showed more ball skills last year than he did those previous years. Yeah, I think he had 4 interceptions last season. Andrew Mukuba is someone who when he's every time. Here, I'll put it this way. When I went into our image search to find Andrew Mukuba photos, there were a bunch of Andrew Mukuba photos. And the photographers aren't going to the game to shoot Andrew Mukuba, number 4 on Texas. You know what they're doing? They're shooting the guy with the ball, okay? But he's always around the ball.
Allowing catches?
There are pages and pages of photos for Andrew Mukuba.
For Texas and Clemson, of course there are.
Because when there's a pass thrown to someone, he will chase you down. He will tackle. He'll try to tackle you. But he is.
I like this metric. We should add this to draft models.
In photos,
images, and
pictures per snap.
Yeah. He is a heat-seeking missile out there. If that's the term they use, he is all over the field. And so Andrew Mukuba is the safety. Now, if I knew he was going to be a 2nd-round pick, I would not have put him in this category. To be fair, I thought that was a little high.
He would not have been your safety 3.
No, he would not have been my safety 3. But I liked him more than Jonas Salker, for instance, from Virginia. I did not like him more than Kevin Winston Jr. I would have gone Kevin Winston Jr. over him. I did not like him more than Xavier Watts.
Yeah.
But he would have been my safety 5 in this class.
Gotcha.
Bravo. Wait,
well, thank you.
Fantastic.
At some point,
full
during
Gladstone.
Numerous people in the chat said that if James Gladstone were a podcaster, this would be it. The Steelers traded up at this point, at some point during this point, and I said, is this for Shedeur? And it was for Jack Sawyer, the pass rusher for which I think we're ahead of the broadcast. So
yes, let's run down some of the recent picks just to get them.
There's been like 10 picks since ZB started.
What a performance!
Unbelievable.
Jarquez Hunter, the Auburn running back, goes to the Rams.
They love drafting.
Billy Bowman goes to the Falcons, the undersized safety, who's a lot of fun to watch. Barrett Carter, your boy, Zach, goes to the Bengals. Gunnar Helm to the Titans, the Texas tight end. David Walker, the overage edge rusher from Central Arkansas, goes to the Bucks. Lathan Ransom, the Ohio State safety, goes to the Panthers. And you're telling us that Jack Sawyer is about to go to the Steelers.
Yeah. Oh, that was not a trade up with the Steelers. I for some reason thought that was a trade up. But yeah, it is going to be a Jack Sawyer.
Stuck and picked.
I know. Yeah, they stuck and pick, and it's going to be Jack Sawyer.
There you go. A lot of fun. Do you want to do yours, or is it going to take us all the way to the Eagles are 9 picks away right
you
now?
want to wait till after the Eagles pick?
We'll go after one more round to do. Yeah, so we've got who knows how long we're going. A lot of fun. We should have made that one of the segments.
It's fun to if you're passionate about something, you should pound the table for it. Yeah, I got to be careful with the PHLY. Yeah.
Scared all the boys.
How's Chris gonna drink?
There's only 96 calories on them. Yeah. Seriously.
That's true. Fantastic. A lot of the guys we talked about for that last pick at 111 still on the board.
Yeah.
Should we do another round? That way we can, we can claim credit for more people.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm just gonna take. I'll just take same players.
You go first. No, you still get the ones from before.
Oh, okay.
And now you get to add two more to it.
All right. I'm going to go with, they took a Nebraska Cornhusker with the last one. I haven't talked enough about how Tommy Hill's still on the board. The
your
corner
boy
from Nebraska. This is a guy that I think has the ability to be a starting corner in the NFL and like a solid starting quarterback, a corner in the NFL with high upside. So this is a player that missed the majority of this season with plantar fasciitis with the Cornhuskers. He came in, he was a former wide receiver at Arizona State, was catching passes from Jaden Daniels out there in the desert, and then transferred to Nebraska, played both ways up until this season, where now he became a full-fledged corner for the first time. His tape was really strong. He's a over 6 foot corner, over 200 pounds, so he's got legitimate size. He was on Bruce Feldman's freak list coming into the year and known for his speed. He would have been a guy that would have tested well had he been able to go through the full pre-draft process. Because of the injury, he was not able to. He got hurt midseason. They let him sit for a couple weeks. He went back into the lineup, tried to go out and gut it out, and just the tape wasn't great, and so they benched him for the rest of the year and told him to get healthy. Goes down to the Senior Bowl, was less than like 80% going down there. Didn't play well down there. So then finally they were like, yeah, like you got to take it easy. You can't force your way through this process. So to me, I see a ultra competitive ball hawk with NFL size to be an outside corner in the NFL. Like I loved Tommy Hill's tape. And honestly, to me, as I was watching him earlier in the season before the injury, I thought he had the ability to be a top 40, top 45 type selection. I wrote down Trayvon Diggs while I was watching. I wrote down Xavier Howard when I was watching. These were two corners that were day 2 picks that also played receiver earlier in their career and had those ball hawking traits that went in that area of the draft. I thought Tommy Hill was well deserving of that moniker.
Love that. I mean, he's going to be your
He's one of my
corner,
guys.
Right?
Yeah, he's one of my guys. Yeah, he's one of my guys.
That's a good one. You want to go second or you want to go third?
I'll go second this time.
Okay.
So this player did not go before from. Sorry, I had it up here.
Oh, good.
Yes. I apologize here.
I apologize for
someone we spoke about this. We've spoken about him on the show, but he did not go in this game, and that's Miles Frazier. Okay. Miles Frazier, the offensive lineman from LSU, who the scouts told me to look at from that way in Camden.
Nice, you got it.
Yeah, because from this seat here, I see 95, and so I know beyond 95. So Jahad Campbell says, "Hey, let's keep it in Camden. Let's keep it in this area here. Let's keep it in South Jersey. South Jersey's got good football. Go with Miles Frazier, someone who I also believe went down to IMG, similar to Jahad Campbell, right?
Yeah.
Not to say I don't think the same year,
right?
But similar South Jersey to IMG. So you're following that pipeline. Versatile player, I believe, on the offensive line. Would you say that he's played multiple spots? Yeah. So Miles Frazier, Eagles finally get an offensive lineman.
Yeah, he's played left tackle, left guard, right tackle over the course of his career. First at FIU, then at LSU.
Okay, very nice. I'm just going to go with Io Manor, who has not been drafted in this game, who we talked about, the Stanford wide receiver. I could see the Eagles doing that. And then let's do another round tonight. Let's do. They're not gonna go another defensive tackle, although that player would make sense. I will go here. I'll say Mitchell Evans, the Notre Dame tight end. He's the guy who I could see them talking themselves into as having starting upside because he can do a little bit of both well enough. But I'm starting. Do you feel like the longer this goes on, the more likely Goddard is to stay? Do you think we're going to get a Michael Mayer trade today with a 5th round pick or something like that?
My position on Goddard hasn't changed from the Eagles' perspective. My position on Goddard might be changing from Goddard's perspective because I don't know what Goddard's going to find out there that hasn't happened yet. Yeah. So, again, the reservation I'll take is that I want to look at the depth charts after the draft. One thing I haven't done yet is gone through team by team. But
it'll be a fun thing for us to do in the 6th round.
Yeah, but I don't know. I stand by what I said yesterday. This is the best football situation for Dallas Goedert, right? I don't know if this is the best financial. Like I don't know if whatever the Eagles would pay him this year is the most money he'll make this season. But from a football perspective, Dallas Goedert's not going to find a better opportunity than being the tight end for the Philadelphia Eagles this year.
All right, back over to you.
Yeah, so
Baron Sorrell, the edge from Texas, goes to the Green Bay Packers.
So the Eagles, one thing they've done in the past few years is take defensive players from the national championship team, or take players from the national championship team. So I'm going with Denzel Burke here, the cornerback from Ohio State. Someone who's been a productive player. I would just tell the Eagles, don't watch the game against Oregon, okay? But if you don't watch that game against Oregon, you see quality film from Denzel Burke.
Yeah, I mean, I was really high on him coming into the year, and I just didn't feel like he had a great year. I still had a starting grade on him coming in. I do think that he'll probably be more of like a frustrating starter, but I think starting ability, again, I was really high coming in. I just wish this season was a little bit better and more consistent. For my next one, let's go running back. I'm going to go with the guy that I mocked him to the Eagles in my 7-round mock. LaQuint Allen, the running back from Syracuse, another local guy from South Jersey,
over there.
right over there. I think he can do a lot of the same things that Kenny Gainwell offered this team from a pass catching standpoint, pass protection. I thought he was just okay, like downhill between the tackles, but he's a bigger back, good looking kid, big, broad frame, long arms, one of the better pass protectors, high upside. Talking with coaches on that in that building. Another team, or I've got some people in that building. They said when he first got there, they were like, hey, we think you could be a dynamite strong safety. And he was like, no, I believe that I can be a really good offensive player. And he turned into a good back over the course of his career.
How do you feel about Brashard Smith from SMU?
I like Brashard Smith. He's my highest rated running back.
back.
Yeah, he's my highest rated running back left. Was a 4-year player at receiver at Miami.
If you're telling me who can replace Kenny Gainwell, that sort of feels like somebody who could do that.
Yeah, I would say Gainwell's a more like polished runner, especially coming out, and even over the last few years, like he does a little bit more there. Where Brashard Smith, you want to keep him in space. He looks like a former receiver playing running back. When you're watching, you're like, yeah, I could definitely see it. But he gives you that pass game value for sure.
Okay. Closing in, 5 picks away, 6 picks away, depending on whether this Chargers pick is in or not. Very exciting.
Yeah. So the Browns are on the clock. So the Chargers.
Chargers have picked.
Yep.
Okay. Nobody said Shedeur. Could be Shedeur.
I mean, at some point
Keep
here,
the Shedeur open.
Like the value is just too strong at some point here.
Yeah.
Another running back off the board, Dylan Sampson going to the Cleveland Browns.
Dylan Sampson. You think there's a chance he goes entirely undrafted?
I mean, that would surprise me, but I guess you can't rule anything out. Like if you're the Colts, I mean, why not? Right?
I actually think it would the situations. Like I actually hope for Shedeur's sake that he goes to a place like the Eagles, as opposed to a place where like the door is open for him to start.
Sure. Okay.
I feel like almost like that would create a bigger controversy for that team.
Yeah, the Colts also, they do not have the infrastructure to handle
that's what I mean. Like
I mean, how about the Baltimore Ravens?
Yeah, I think I said that last night. I think the Ravens would be good.
Yes.
I think the Chiefs would be good.
Yep, I agree.
Now I would say the Rams could be good, and I think they would embrace that a little bit.
Yeah.
But like him in Hollywood, I could see them bristling about a little bit. Everywhere else, Buffalo could be interesting.
Sure.
Yeah.
You're thinking about guys who, unquestioned starters.
Right. I think that's the ideal spot for him now.
Yeah.
I mean, I need to think the place he wants to go is still Vegas.
In Pittsburgh.
Or Pittsburgh, right?
Or Pittsburgh, sure.
Yeah. Fascinating. It's a bit of a like a coordinated message from the league that don't make your dad your agent. Don't do all this stuff. Nobody's bigger than the Shield.
I mean, that's one way to frame it. Like if you also apply like take the NFL out of it, right? If you're applying for a job somewhere, right? There's a way you go about applying for a job, right? It's not like, hey, come hire me. It's
one way to go about it, but yeah.
It's like it's let me put my best foot forward here. So yeah, if you just look at it like, now I understand there's nothing normal about the NFL as a workplace, right? It's not a normal workplace. I totally get that, but just like the logic being that it's not respect the Shield. It's just there's an expression that NFL coaches use or that people use: the way you do anything is the way you do everything, right? If this is how
see a lot, see a little.
If this is how you're approaching this process, how are you going to approach, a Tuesday meeting, that kind of thing. So,
couple picks ahead of the broadcast right now. So on the broadcast, Chargers pick is in. That's going to be South Carolina pass rusher Kyle Kennard. Cleveland's up after that. That's Dylan Sampson.
Okay.
Then the Colts are up after that, and it's a player that we've talked about for the Eagles. That's going to be Jalen Travis, the tackle from Ohio State.
Okay.
He ends up with Indianapolis.
I mean, spoilers. The man is.
We're trying to get.
He's got everything going on.
This guy's great.
We're trying to get us up to speed here.
Fantastic. So that means the Eagles are 3 picks away.
3 picks away.
Jalen Travis. Who was the running back you said went?
Dylan Sampson.
Dylan Sampson. Oh, we talked about that. Okay.
A lot of these running backs still there.
Let's make one of these guys the ice cold pick for Ace Hardware Home Services. Who's a pick you don't like?
That's gone so far.
David Walker. Woody Marks.
Honestly,
when
I get to this point,
I know
in the
it's
draft,
hard to say.
It's tough
to
kill a pick.
I'm going to do it on Woody Marks.
I don't love the Woody
because
Marks.
the profile. He's so much older. Again, I'll go back to the yards per carry, and this is presented by Ace Hardware Home Services. Yards per carry compared to his teammates over the course of his career, which is an extremely long career. He's 24 years old. He is negative 0.6 yards compared to the rest of his teammates. He's got 608 carries over the course of his career. As a receiving back, that's what you like. But in a very deep part of the position right now, going to bat for him feels a little bit weak to me.
Not only that, they traded up for him.
Yeah.
I mean I would say that's a good one. I think that's fair for
our ice cold pick presented by Ace Hardware Home Service.
Just want to put this out there. Tom Pelissero from NFL Network said the Eagles are an unexpected team that might take a shot on Shedeur Sanders today.
Yes, that was before the draft this morning. He mentioned the Eagles. Yeah.
Have we talked about that on the show?
No, I don't think
okay.
So,
I got worried. Okay.
You're good. All right, let's take our second commercial break. Hear from some sponsors as we approach picking time for the Eagles at 1:30 overall. Ashley Home Furniture. Beautiful time to be looking for some upgrades in your home because just like it's blooming outside, the low prices are blooming at Ashley. So spring into savings by saving up to 50% off living rooms, bedrooms, and dining rooms and have it all delivered free. Plus, get long-term, no-interest financing. Save on top brand mattresses and get free delivery, setup, and removal. But don't wait. Spring into savings now at Ashley, South Jersey, and Philadelphia. Financing with approved credit. Minimum purchase required. Some exclusions may apply. See store for complete details. Hurry to Ashley. Visit ashleyfurniture.com for more information. If you guys are working on breaking something, I can just keep on going.
No, we were coordinating the reads. I'm going the third one here. Fran's going the second one.
All right. That's Empire Today.
All right. Let's go Empire Today. So, look, we're spending a lot of time talking about high floor versus high ceiling. And when we talk about high floor, you know what you're getting, right? You know what your expectations are. You're not worried about risk. If you're trying to fix the floors in your home, you don't want risk. You want reliable, and you're going to get reliable with our friends over at Empire Today. Just like your favorite team needs a home field advantage, your home needs a home floor advantage, and Empire Today can help you get it. They've got the flooring experts, dedicated flooring professionals who focus on flooring every single day. Empire Today, you go to those big box stores, you might be walking down the aisle, and somehow you start talking to somebody that maybe they were doing electricity, selling light bulbs yesterday, and tomorrow they'll be in the garden section. Well, now you're going to go and you're carrying all these materials home, you're putting all of it together. Now, you go over to Empire Today, and you're dealing with experts. All they do is flooring. So why is Empire Today your best bet for a new floor? They live and breathe flooring. This is what they will be with you every single step of the way. It's a whole different ball game. They're flooring experts. Bring the showroom right to your home. You could pick the right flooring and the right colors for your space. You could see how it looks with your furniture in your house. Schedule a free in-home estimate today because some things are just better at home. PHLY listeners can receive a $350 discount when using the promo code PHLY. Yes, you heard that right. That's $350. In this economy, you get that discount with code PHLY. Restrictions apply. Visit EmpireToday.com/PHLY for full details.
I'm going to do this next one quickly because the Eagles are coming up very soon here. And look, I get asked often what happens to you after the draft. And what happens to me after the draft is I reintroduce myself to my wife, and I'm going to have to reintroduce myself to my wife with something from Golden Nugget Jewelers, okay? Because for the past 30 years, Golden Nugget Jewelers has operated out of the very same location in the heart of Philadelphia. It's on 8th and Chestnut, and I will have to go there very soon because my wife is very interested in something from Golden Nugget Jewelers. She's going to be, or we are going to be parts of customers from across PA and New Jersey and even Baltimore and New York City that have come to Golden Jewelers, that come to Golden Nugget Jewelers to find the perfect engagement ring, wedding band, or even just maybe a watch, fashion jewelry, sparkling diamond necklace, bracelet, earrings. Not that Emily will get any ideas from this. Golden Nugget Jewelers has been family-owned and operated since 1987, as I said, on 8th and Chestnut in downtown Philly. You deserve an expert and the best price. Golden Nugget Jewelers, where Philly gets engaged. Visit goldennuggetjewelry.com to learn more.
All right. Closing in here. Seconds away from an Eagles pick.
Vince is not going to be happy with this pick here by Washington.
Ooh, are they taking his boy Marcus Yarns?
Nope.
Ooh, a different one of his boys.
Jalen Lane, wide receiver, Virginia Tech.
Oh, too bad. I like Jalen Lane.
I like Jalen Lane, too.
That would have been an interesting pick for the Eagles.
He is an immediate upgrade over Luke McCaffrey. Immediate upgrade. Right now. Better player.
Super explosive testing numbers.
Yep.
You talked about it on yesterday's show. He's got that inside-outside versatility. Played inside at Virginia Tech, but outside for Middle Tennessee State. Not as productive as you might like for a middle round pick, but I like the player.
That's a good pick. That's a good player.
All right, Ravens on the clock now. One more pick away from the Eagles.
Shedeur watch?
For the next couple? Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, let's get these numbers up, baby. Shedeur's already done, wonderful things for the All City Network in DNVR. Let's see him bring the views to Philadelphia.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, I think that DNVR Buff show, they will love the
take
PHLY
up permanent
Eagles
residency
show.
here.
Yeah, they'll love the PHLY Eagles show because they love themselves some Shedeur Sanders over there. And we'll see if the Eagles are one of those. We'll see if I keep going back to this, and I have some friends watching the show right now who disagree with me about Shedeur Sanders. They say they don't want that type of distraction, and I keep saying it's a value proposition.
Is so ridiculous.
Like the media is going to be talking about the Eagles no matter what, right? They're the defending Super Bowl champions.
Yeah, how long is the distraction going to last? He'll be the talk of training camp.
Yeah.
Once the season starts, who's going to care?
Yeah.
He's going to be the third quarterback. He's going to be inactive on game day.
Yeah. And again, like Jalen Hurts, Super Bowl MVP, time 100, most influential person of the year, on the Super Bowl team for a franchise that has consistently said backup quarterback, the 23rd most valuable player on a football team, behind the 22 starters. They did it with Vince Young. They did it with Tim Tebow. They did it with Michael Vick. They did it with Matt Barkley. Anytime you get that ability to buy the dip on a talented quarterback at the most important position in sports, they're going to take that.
Unfortunately, according to Mike Garafolo, the Eagles have traded out. The New York Jets moving up to number 130 overall. The Eagles moving back. Oh, Chris thinking that maybe the Jets take Shedeur. No, they won't do that.
Baltimore
Aaron
took Teddy
Glenn.
Buchanan, your boy.
Oh, I like Teddy Buchanan. Baltimore always is taking. Baltimore and Buffalo are the two teams that are always taking my shadow draft guys.
Yeah. All right, so they traded to where?
We don't know the terms
But
yet.
it was to the Jets.
To the Jets. So where were the Jets
were
picking?
they were not in round 4. So
So you wonder if there's a player involved or if there's a future pick involved. Those are the things. Is there a player that the Eagles could be acquiring?
Well, the Jets don't pick until 145 at the top of the 5th round. So that would be a move down of 15 spots for the Eagles. I mean, what the Eagles are telling us
they don't like this.
They don't like this
in
draft.
the way that they have handled the draft so far is that they just don't like this class very much.
Yep.
Which to me
I think is fine. I think honestly,
which is fine, but it is also why I remain surprised that they didn't trade up in round 2.
Yeah. So
by hook or by crook.
And Howie Roseman, to his credit, was honest about that. He said they had a list of guys they wanted to trade up. Like they were looking to trade up.
In round 2, he meant, not round 3 as well.
In round 2. I asked about round 2. He said, because I referenced how they've done this in the past. They've had guys who fall out of the first round. And he said, the context he gave was, he said, when you're drafting at 32, you're always thinking about the trade back scenario. So you have guys you're thinking early second round, right?
Yeah.
And so he said they started the day with a list, and he said there were players that they were willing to be very aggressive for.
Okay.
He said the price was too expensive, And what he said, and I think this is the interesting part, he said the future picks weren't appealing to those teams, right?
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, that he said these were teams that wanted to get better this year.
That's surprising.
And so it is surprising because teams drafting at the top should want. See, the Eagles' inventory right now is future picks.
Yeah.
And so the future picks, he said, weren't getting it done in those trades. And when you just look at what the Eagles have this year, they don't have enough to move up to like the top of the second round with just the picks this year, probably.
Yeah.
It would have to be future picks.
If they had done their own third, so if they had offered 64 and 96, by the trade charts, that would have got them to like the middle of the second round, like to 49-50 overall. I'm surprised they weren't willing to do that, but maybe that just wasn't on the table.
I mean, if you're looking
because they moved out of round 3 anyway.
Sure. And so that's the part of it that I found especially interesting. And if you're looking for context, and I wrote about this today, that the Eagles, and I spoke about this when we did our VOD yesterday, that the Eagles are feeling the effects of winning the Super Bowl in that it's hard to go up that high. And so if you look at 2018, the Eagles did not own their second round pick or their third round pick in 2018. Right, the second round pick they had traded in the Carson Wentz deal. The third round pick they had traded in the Ronald Darby deal. So they've never been in this situation where they were drafting 32 in both those rounds and were trying to move up. So I think what you're really seeing, when they traded up for Goddard, they traded up from the middle of the round to like higher up in the second round. When they did that, when they traded up for DeJean last year.
Details in the trade.
Yep.
So they'd moved down to 145. They trade pick 140 to the Jets for 145 and 207. So it's a seventh round.
So we're going to be here for a long time today.
Yes.
Let's go, baby.
We wanted that 7.
I'm going to jump out and jump on with PHNX since I got some time here.
Yeah.
You got it.
All right.
130 to 145.
Labor Day to President's Day.
Labor Day to President's Day, baby. But where is that in the 7th round? I want to know for our planning purposes, ZB. I got it. No. Well, I'll find it.
Here, let's update this trade. Eagles traded in pick number 30.
Oh, wait, they don't have.
Received.
What number?
The Eagles.
207. It's actually the back end of the 6th round. It's not the 7th round.
Okay, so still in the 6th round.
So there you go. Eagles now set up to have their first, their second, just the 4th on Ty Robinson, and then planning to attack the 5th and 6th round. They've got 4 5th-round picks and 2 6th-round picks. I would be surprised if they make all of those picks, right? They'll probably package some of those.
Me too. And you do wonder if you start to see a player deal. If they don't love this draft class, then I wonder if they had a list of players on rookie deals that they might be going after too to kind of fill some of these spots, right? Because you look at it from a cost perspective, not apples for apples, but relatively comparable in those cases. And if you're a team that added someone in the 3rd round today or the 4th round today, and it pushes similar to like Sidney Brown on the Eagles roster, a guy you might have taken in the 3rd round 2 years ago, and you drafted over that guy, then you might be looking to trade him, right? And so the Eagles could be looking for that type of player, and the cost is
Teams
probably
have had some regime changes.
Exactly. So,
are there specific positions you think would be interesting to the Eagles?
Tight end, clearly.
Yeah.
I don't know who those tight ends would be elsewhere. Michael Mayer's a name we've talked about.
Yeah.
But maybe corner. I don't know about corner, but maybe corner. I don't think wide receiver. I don't think running back. So it could be offensive line, right? Continue to scour offensive line.
Yeah. Linebacker, I think, would make sense.
Linebacker, sure.
Let Vic pick somebody to make a project, especially if Jahad Campbell's going to be spending some significant time on the edge. They still need some help there. And then I wouldn't even be surprised if you're thinking about just a dart throw on like a veteran safety.
Interesting.
I know you've got Makuba and Sidney Brown, but some extra backup there.
Okay.
Maybe another corner. I don't know.
And then as we talked about, they always like to trade in the future years. And there's the school of thought.
They have so many
picks, but it gives them flexibility. Number one, like to either move up next year to make a trade in training camp. They traded a 3rd round pick this year in training camp, to go get Jahan Dotson. So it gives you that flexibility in training camp. And also, it allows you next year to trade into the following year, right? And to continue to build that 2027 haul. And that's something that, Howie thinks long term. And he has, you're thinking when they made that trade with the Saints a few years ago, one of the benefits is what it did for you, not just the next year, but the year after that. And that's something that the Eagles will be thinking about. They were able to trade up for Cooper DeJean last year because they had that extra second-round pick.
Well said. You see the deal there that's up on the screen. Important to remember. $36 a year is the offer to become a diehard now. And what do you get as a diehard? I mean, you get more than the value in terms of the written content you're getting on allphly.com. Zach's got stories after every day of the draft. You get all of Fran's scouting reports on all of these players. You get all of that draft content all year long. You get Flyers coverage. You get Sixers coverage. You get Phillies coverage. You get amazing stuff on that front. And then you also get access to events. Like on May 6th, Fran is going to be breaking down the players the Eagles draft in another film session here at the PHLY studios. You can sidle up next to a pair of mice and watch Fran do some guys. It's going to be a lot of fun, but there are like 2 or 3 spots left here. So if you want to watch Fran break down Ty Robinson and Andrew Mukuba and Jahad Campbell, you got to get in on that now. And then there's also the golf event coming up on June 14th at Valley Brook Country Club. All kinds of stuff available for the diehards. Exciting times. We're also going to do a fun show, Zach, coming up.
Yep.
When the schedule release comes out,
it's gonna be fun.
May 14th, we're going to in prime time, presented by the good folks at Philly Sports Trips. It's going to be an exciting event.
It's going to be great. And one thing we'll be doing in addition to breaking down the schedule is, Bo and I have been to a lot of these places that they go to. So with Philly Sports Trips, we'll tell you, like, all right, if you want to sign up for a Philly Sports trip to Green Bay, this is what Green Bay is like, right? We can kind of add that to the show.
Lots of cheese curds.
Yeah, Los Angeles and see that stadium, right? That is a wonder for sure. So Tampa Bay, which is every year, we can tell you about that. So Philly Sports Trips runs these trips, and in conjunction with the schedule,
we might make a group trip to one of these places.
That's interesting. It's interesting. And then another year when there's a sibling wedding. So that schedule release.
What's our date?
The first thing that I'll have to do is just see what that weekend looks like, right? And so that's something that's going to be of particular interest.
What's the date?
To myself, and
gotta keep this in mind.
Yeah, it's mid-October.
Mid-October.
Yep.
All right.
Mid-October.
This is the wedding that's presented by Athletic Greens.
Yeah, Athletic Greens. I always enjoyed reading those ads. So call us back up, Athletic Greens.
What ads have you not enjoyed reading?
Oh,
I can think of one.
Yeah.
Okay, well that's fun. Good stuff. We're not quite at the end of the round here, but I think we can do our Parks Casino round recap for round 4, as it looks like the major story, Shedeur Sanders continues to go unselected so far here. Although Kansas City's coming up, I wouldn't be shocked if Kansas City pulled the trigger. But the big story from an Eagles standpoint is they just seem underwhelmed with this class. Yes, and that's why you hit it on the head. We talked about defensive tackle Howie's history has always been younger guys, upside guys. So for them to take a 24-year-old in Ty Robinson, which is a bit against type, and then trade out completely, as Chris has to shotgun a beer because the Maryland linebacker Ruben Hippolyte has gone off the board to the Chicago Bears. He's excited, man. He's very excited. Yes. That's your guy. There you go. Very exciting for Chris. All of that said, it's pretty clear the Eagles are telling us that from a draft standpoint, this is a big shrug from them. You're right. And that does stand out there. And what's interesting, too, is this is why you can never kind of plan too far ahead with draft classes, as there was a thought a year ago from the Eagles that this year's class might be a little better because of the downstream effect of NIL and transfers. What you're seeing, though, is more players continue to stay. And it's interesting to talk about this on day 3 of the draft, is that for some of these programs, what players are making, it's comparable to what they're going to be getting from their rookie contracts. That's not every player,
but and I know the quarterback contracts get a lot of attention, but there are offensive linemen and wide receivers who get paid in college, right? Edge rushers, that Tennessee defensive line was considered to be like a high-paid offensive line last year. And I bring that up because when you look at the underclassmen numbers, that always affects the draft class. So a year ago, the Eagles thought this class was going to be deeper because of the amount of players who came back. But I think what you're just seeing is more players keep returning to college.
Yeah, this is also the last class that got that extra COVID year.
Exactly.
So that's part of the reason that
Old.
just the prospect profiles are a little bit underwhelming. These are guys who have been around for a long time. That's how you get Demetrius Knight going in the second round. Interesting stuff. All right. Thank you to Parks Casino for giving us that round recap as the Eagles kind of tell you who cares. So we care. We're here. Yeah. We got 3 more rounds to go.
So you mentioned the Chiefs. They signed Gardner Minshew as their backup quarterback, but from the third quarterback perspective, they have Bailey Zappi and they have Chris Oladukin. Oladukin. So third quarterback is a spot there where Andy Reid has taken risks before. I wouldn't even call Shedeur Sanders like a risk. Like he's been unafraid to add high profile players before. We've used the example of Michael Vick at one point. Andy Reid knows how to navigate these situations. So yeah, I certainly wouldn't rule that out.
I can see that.
From an infrastructure perspective, that's also a good place for him to end up.
Quincy Riley, the cornerback from Louisville, went off the board as well to the New Orleans Saints as the 4th round ticks on. How you doing?
I'm well. I so enjoy doing these shows with you guys, right? Like this is fun. This is
great. It's the highlight of the offseason.
Yeah, there's an energy to it. If there's anything that I'm self-conscious about, it's the people in the chat talking about it. It's
Don't
not,
worry about the people in the chat.
It's not leather, by the way. I don't know why people think it's leather. It's definitely not leather.
It's very not leather.
I can't pull off a leather jacket.
What is it though? Is it suede?
Yeah, it's suede-ish.
Okay.
Suede-ish. Yeah, suede's a good material,
fine.
Right?
Totally
Thank
fine.
You.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, it's definitely not leather, but
it's what you mean. You can see it. It is the reflecting of the light on your left shoulder that makes it look whiter than it is.
But no, this show is always fun, and then it is. I don't want to say melancholy, but like this is the last pressure point of the football calendar. Like,
what about the schedule release?
Yeah,
that's a fun one.
No, it's a fun show, but I'm saying after this, you say
realistically, the Eagles are maybe going to make 1 or 2 more significant additions.
Exactly.
This is basically what you're going to camp with.
But even from like a coverage of the team perspective, you have 3 days of OTAs. You have 3 days of OTAs we can go to. You'll have 2 days of mini camp that we can go to, right? So there's 5 practices essentially that we can talk about. But the period post-draft to the start of training camp, it's the quiet time on the NFL calendar. And the teams will tell you that too. It's the quiet period. So the pace changes quite a bit. I mean, we haven't taken a breath since the offseason. I mean, you had, or your wife more specifically had a baby, but your family had a baby, and Fran's been going nonstop with this. But the Eagles have that extended season. They go to the Super Bowl. Literally 2 weeks later is the combine, right?
Crazy.
A week and a half later is the start of free agency.
Yeah.
Okay. Then you got the owners' meetings like right there. And then you pick up your head, you get back from the owners' meetings, it's April already, and the draft is 3 weeks away. So this has just been going nonstop.
Man, the league is nonstop.
Yep.
Kansas City Chiefs are not taking Shedeur Sanders. They're taking Jalen Royals, the Utah State wide receiver who we discussed a little bit. So there you go. Shedeur continues to wait. Why don't we check out some of the super chats that we have from the generous benefactor.
Thank you.
Listeners and viewers. Brandon from New Jersey says, Z-Berm, tight Dominican faded bro, always has legacy media is dead. Hashtag Team Shotgun.
So that was actually from the Discord. Was that in our Discord, and become a diehard member, please? Well,
I didn't even mention that. You get to be on the Discord if you're a diehard member.
So there were Discord members who were kind of upset, I think. They said they were joking, but they said like my legacy media stance of not drinking on the job. They wanted me to shotgun the beer the other night, and I said it was a work night, but I kind of stand by that, right? So I don't think there's anything wrong with that. And it's not like a legacy media thing too. It's that I'm on camera for X amount of hours, and then I'm talking to Howie Roseman, Nick Sirianni, and then I'm writing, right? I mean, being coherent is important for me in those situations.
That's why you need sleep.
Yeah, I definitely need sleep.
Brandon from New Jersey also says, Wepa Zach. I don't know what that means.
I don't know what that means either. But thank you for your subscription and for your comments. We need more super chats.
Do you guys know what that means? No?
I got no clue. Maybe like Wepa, I don't know. So like a
that could
thing?
be it.
I don't know.
Yeah. Dr. Prince. Zach looks like an undercover narc. Can we lay off my man,
That's okay.
please?
That's okay. I appreciate you watching and contributing.
Alex says, have you discussed Dylan Gabriel over Sanders? Yes. If you go to yesterday's show, open up a separate tab so you keep this one open. We want those long-term view numbers. There is a very funny moment. I mean, Fran breaks it. I believe Fran is the first one who had it nationally.
Yeah.
That the Saints were trading up for Dylan, not the Saints. Who was it? They traded up for Dylan Gabriel. The Browns. Traded up for Dylan Gabriel. And the way that he breaks that news, it is like he's breaking a death in the family. It's like just total somber. It's good television.
Exactly.
I would say. So go check that out. But yeah, I mean, it's wild. It's wild that Dylan Gabriel gets drafted over Shedeur. And then Roger E. Super Chat says, why the trade outs? How he likes the 2026 draft over the 2025 draft, ?
Yeah. I think as Bo said, it speaks to what this draft is, and it's something that I just can't emphasize enough. I put this up on Twitter about them getting more picks in 2026, and I keep hearing, well, they have too many picks. Like, next year's not the last draft. Number one, you don't have to draft at every one of those spots. Picks are just trade chips. They're inventory. It's money in your pocket, essentially, right? You can use those. I don't think the Eagles are going to draft 13 players next year. I'll put it that way, right? But
they don't have that many spots.
Yeah, but the more picks you have, you can trade up. You can trade for players, and then you can trade back the following years. The Eagles always want to be in position where they have more than their allotment of picks in a given year, because it just provides flexibility. Flexibility is if you speak to Howie Roseman about kind of team building, one of the things he'll say is that the NFL is designed so every team has the same amount of cap space. Every team has the same amount of draft picks, right? So what you're trying to do is gain an advantage. You try to gain an advantage with how you manipulate the cap, and then you gain an advantage with getting more draft picks and then using those draft picks as chips.
Q Robinson, the player that Fran was a little bit intrigued by, a backup at Alabama who offers a little bit of interest on the edge, goes off the board there. Here we go. Jack Sawyer was drafted, cleaning up my big board here. Marcus Bowe still available. That's an interesting one. And Io Manor is an interesting one. I'm surprised that both of those guys still on the board.
And yeah, the Eagles, it's
a little bit. Go ahead.
No, I'm saying when you see them on the screen, that's when you start to feel, all right, it's coming here.
Yes, yeah, the Eagles, they are approaching. So 135 is who it says is on the board now. The Eagles are at 145. It's a little bit like narratively, Howie is treating this draft like me throwing a tantrum, where he didn't get his guy in the third round. He's like, all right, I'm not dealing with this. I'm not drafting anybody.
Yes, yeah.
Fine, you do it.
I mean, look, I did notice last night Howie was it was different than a normal post-draft press conference. And what I mean by that is, first off, he got there, and I don't know if you caught this when you were watching at home, or if you didn't watch the press conference at midnight last night. But first thing he says is, he says, next year we're going to be working on Friday night, or on day 2, and that was a reference to the fact that they only made one pick.
Right.
Yesterday, and next year they have, going into the year, 4 potential picks
presumably
on day 2. But I can't imagine they come out of next year with just one day 2 pick. And then he didn't, usually he gives some type of opening statement where he kind of introduces something, and he didn't necessarily do that last night in terms of talking about the player. He went right to the questions, and he made multiple references to them trying the trade, and they weren't able to kind of make some of those deals. And so I do think that Howie, it's just been harder to navigate this draft than maybe it's been some other years.
Well, it's interesting. I mean, there are some people who are like upset that we're not loving up every pick, right? Or the way that they've gone. Like Howie deserves all the benefit of the doubt. Sure. But also we were here last year at this time saying this is the best navigation of the board Howie has ever done. It was clear then. And that's not looking at how the players turn out, just how he's playing the board. It was the best draft he'd ever had. And it turned out to be an unbelievable draft. Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean and Jalix Hunt. It's clear right now that it is not the best. And that's okay. That's fine. Yeah. It's still the defending Super Bowl champions. It's okay to say that. But yeah, I don't think that they wanted to enter this draft and come out with only Jahad Campbell and Andrew Makuba in the first 2 days.
I agree with you. I wrote it. I said it. Yesterday was not the ideal outcome or the desired outcome for day 2 of the draft. It was the outcome that was presented, right? Yeah. And so when they're so the criticism I would have about yesterday, because I do think they wanted to trade up, and I think Makuba was overdrafted, but that's just me saying it. Like from their perspective, that was the value.
By definition, every draft pick is overdrafted because you're the team that's highest on
sure.
it, right?
But the third round, I do wonder if they just got too cute for their own good in that a player, and I don't know their internal evaluation of Charles Grant, but when you just know the type of player that they look for, Charles Grant struck me as the type of offensive lineman that they look for, and he was sitting there on the board. They trade back 5 spots. They get that, or 4 spots. They get that pick next year, but then he's not on the board when you pick next. That's getting
somewhere. Tom Donahoe was turning down a fist pump. He's take the guy when you're there.
Mm-hmm. Now that worked out okay for the Eagles,
sure
right?
did.
Milton Williams it worked out well for the Lions too. I mean, McNeil's really good as well. But there's a thought, just always add inventory. But there's also a thought, take your guy. Like if there's an expression in drafts that it's better a round early than a pick late. In other words, like if there's someone that you like, then it's better to take them earlier than you think than not having a chance to take them at all. And so maybe they were indifferent on Charles Grant. Maybe they thought it was a risk worth taking. But I don't think the plan was to come out of yesterday's draft, to come out of yesterday with only one player.
I agree. One of the great names in the draft, Tonka Hemingway, goes off the board to the Las Vegas Raiders. And then the Tennessee Titans here taking your boy, Alec Iomanner. I like that pick for the Titans. So there you go. 2 picks left in the 4th round as the Eagles pick at 145 in the 5th round approaches. Who do you like better, Don Aponte or former Deputy Commissioner Russ Granick?
Don Aponte.
Okay.
Yeah.
I used to love the Russ Granick days.
Yes.
Like, hand over the 2nd round of the draft. Here we go.
Well, this is the thing.
Announcing the Maciek Lampe pick.
But David's a great reference. David Stern was so theatrical, right? Like Stern nailed the pick. I mean, Stern was my favorite commissioner with making announcements.
Okay. That's what I liked about Granick, is that he just looked like an accountant who got plucked, like the nerdiest guy they could find, and they're forcing him to get up there and announce the picks.
Like Stern played to the crowd, like
sure.
he knew when the Knicks were up.
Yeah, and the guy who does it now he's trying to be kind of cheesy and nice, but I miss the nerdy Melvin-y.
Is it Mark Tatum now?
I think that's right.
Yeah. So it starts off with Adam Silver, then Mark Tatum, but I mean, you see, this is Stern, was great at it. Goodell tried too hard to play off the crowd.
Huge difference,
Yeah.
Stern embraced the booze.
Exactly.
Like, he felt like he earned the booze. The booze were validation in themselves. Whereas Goodell is trying to pretend that he likes the booze, but you can tell that it really gets to him.
Yes, well said. That's exactly what it is. Like Goodell, it's like there's an image consultant who's like who told him to go like this, right?
Yeah. And you can tell it breaks his heart a little bit.
Exactly. Yeah. Stern lived it. Stern was like,
Stern's like, boom. who me? F you.
Exactly. Yes, exactly. That's why. Hey, I always felt like the NFL started bringing in these other people to announce it to kind of get Goodell off of there, right? We had so much fun in 2020, and you were, relatively speaking, right? doing the draft show.
Yeah.
But you were getting a kick out of Goodell sitting on that chair.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. You feel like
there's
like
relatable chair that he has in his TV room.
Yeah, like the image consultant, sit on this chair and look by the fireplace. Yeah.
Ridiculous.
But that always cracked me up.
Fun stuff.
The worst, by the way, Goodell is light years better than Rob Manfred. The MLB draft,
awful.
He looks like there's nowhere he'd rather.
The man hates baseball.
He is such
they named the commissioner the guy in the world who hates baseball the most. It's really fantastic.
You watch the MLB draft and it's like he'd rather be anywhere at that moment.
He's practicing his golf swing.
Exactly.
Swing pitch.
Yeah.
Awful. Yeah, very funny. All right. Patriots on the clock at 1:37, and then the Niners will close out the fourth round before the Eagles approach. I think it'd be funny if the Eagles keep trading down. Just don't take anybody. We're good. And maybe they just take like 12 seventh rounders.
What do you think Howie's going to say afterwards about this?
I think he's going to say we didn't love the class.
You think he'll put it like that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or he will frame it as like, to us, the class was pretty layered at this point, where there wasn't a difference between guys we had on the board and the next 40 players.
Yep.
And so we figured we would take more bites at the apple.
Almost by definition, they're showing you that. Howie doesn't say this verbatim, but kind of paraphrasing, over the years, one thing he said is that when we talked about trading is if you're on the board and there's not someone there that like really excites you, to trade out, right? Or if there's a cluster of players there and there's no one that really jumps out, trade out. And so that's the fact that they've traded has shown that there's no one sitting at the spots in this round that like really excite you.
And I can get excited about guys here, so I'm
okay.
I don't know. We'll see what they do. We got to cross off Alec. So a lot of the names that we've discussed still on the board. I think there's a lot of running backs to like. I think it would be fun for them to add a running back. Jalen Lane. Oh no, he did get picked. Yeah, and Isaiah Bond has an off-field thing going on. Torrey Horton hasn't gone yet. If you're looking for a wide receiver, my guy Ricky White, the third. Bunch of tight ends available. I do think that the trading down there and not taking a tight end, like if you were thinking they were just trying to address need, probably tells you that they don't feel that they need a guy from this class, at least, if it's not going to be a trade.
That's a good point.
Joshua Farmer, who we've discussed, goes off the board to the Patriots. I like that pick.
Good point. So I want to just give a quick shout out to Tony Roney's on Ridge Avenue.
How about that?
Yeah. So we're on Fast. If you have Xfinity, if you have a Samsung TV, if you have Roku TV, right? There's dedicated channels there. And so Tony Roney's on Ridge Avenue, their first screen, their only screen there.
Let's
you know what they're showing? The
Tony
PHLY Eagles
Roney's.
show. Yeah.
Tony Roney's.
Yeah, my son Reed is a big fan of Tony Roney's.
All right. What a fun name to say.
Yeah, so and I like Tony Roney's. Good tomato pie there at Tony Roney's. So Tony Roney's on Ridge. Thank you so much for having our screen on right now. Or our show on.
The official Tony of draft weekend, as far as I'm concerned.
Who's number 2 on that list?
Tony Reale.
Ah, okay. I like a Tony Reale.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who? Give me your top 5 Tonys.
Soprano.
Okay. You love a soprano?
I don't know if he's my number 1. Tony.
Kukoc?
Okay, yeah. That's a Toni.
That's okay.
Okay, yeah.
You can go Tony.
Okay. Well, then how about put an Andrew Tony there?
Okay,
Tony.
sure. Why not? Yeah.
Now we're going with all different types of Tonys. Tony Leonard from the Eagles.
Okay. Nice.
There you go. And
who is that for the people who have no idea?
He's the grounds crew. The vice president of grounds.
Yes.
I think
that's
believe.
right. Yeah.
He's
in charge of making the field.
Yes.
Better than MetLife Stadium and the Sodfather in Arizona.
Yeah. And I'm not gonna say Tony Romo on the PHLY Eagles show. I can't go that. Let's go with. Let me think here.
How about Tony Hawk?
Nah. Oh, I know who I'm going with. This one's high on my list. It's a man I have great respect for.
Tony Pauline.
Oh, I should say that. Yeah. I'm gonna knock off Tony Kukoc to put Tony Pauline, but
okay.
My number one is
number one. This is big.
Is gonna be Tony Bennett, the former head coach at the University of Virginia.
Love Tony Bennett.
Yeah, Tony Bennett is a good man, good character, and
left his team high and dry.
Well, he wanted to give his
for a guy with
high.
I mean,
he wanted to give Ron Sanchez a chance to.
So he chose his crony over his players.
Tony Bennett is a good coach and a good man.
I have a better number one Tony.
Okay.
And you're going to feel bad about this.
Yes.
Because my number one Tony, I hope he's watching. DFOP Tony Ascenda.
Oh, there you go. Yes. Number one Tony Ascenda.
No, you already went on the record. You went on the record. You like Tony Bennett more than our friend Tony Ascenda.
No.
I like Tony Ascenda more.
No.
I'm sorry that you've been
Tony Ascenda's
properly shown.
Tony Ascenda's my number one.
Even though some people here think that he is engaged to his sister, I still love Tony Ascenda.
Yeah, that was very embarrassing. Very embarrassing. Tony Ascenda's the man. Chad Powers is coming out this fall. Can't wait for the Chad Powers to come out. That's going to be on Hulu, I believe. Yeah, Tony Ascenda is awesome. Find players, watch players, American Vandals, right?
Yeah.
Dave, Jason Kelsey commercial for Buffalo Wild Wings. Yeah, Tony Ascenda is awesome. Friend of the show, friend of us, Tony Ascenda.
There you go. Jordan Watkins, who I liked a little bit, goes off the board there, and the last pick of the 4th round, and that means we've officially moved to round 5. Jordan Watkins going to the San Francisco 49ers. I kind of like the Niners draft so far. Michael Williams at the top was an interesting.
Yeah. Now, I saw Sunset Shaz tweet something out where Shanahan said they're addressing all their needs today, which all their needs in this draft, whereas you have said you always like Howie's framing device. That if you hit your needs, it's probably not a good draft.
If you've addressed all your needs in the draft, it's probably not a good draft, which I think is good framing because that means you're pushing people up the board, and that's not. I mean, just mathematically, that's not how it would work, right? Like that the best players all happen to be the needs that you have, but it's also it's kind of a mark against the Mukuba pick to some degree, but doesn't have to be.
Well, he did say, Howie said, talking about Mukuba, it was value meets need, which I thought was he doesn't usually use the term need when describing a pick. So that does show you that they wanted to get a safety in this draft.
Some love for Tony Gwynn and Tony Shalhoub in the chat, I see.
How do we feel about Anthony's?
Tony Braxton?
Because I'm not putting Anthony's with the Tonys.
Yeah, I wouldn't go. I mean, I don't think Cuz goes by Tony.
Yeah, and same thing with DeBundo. He doesn't go by Tony.
Yeah.
So
Tony Buns, though.
Tony Buns. Okay, well then he's high up on that list too.
Yeah.
He's probably tied with Ascenda at that point.
Man, you keep burying Ascenda.
Over Bennett. Oh, well, no, Tony Buns is a friend of the show.
He's a friend of the show, but he's never been on the show.
Well, let's rectify that.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Look, we have a lot of shows. We have a lot of shows in May, June. So yeah, we're gonna be I don't want. That's a wrong way of saying scraping the barrel. We're gonna be finding different topics.
Give us your favorite Tonys. We want Tony the Tiger.
Also in the chat,
Tony Morrison.
If there's a show topic that you want in May, in June, also someone here has well-deserved paternity coming up too. So
Congratulations, Andrew.
Yeah. I always say Bo is the best host in the city, but it's not just for like how good he is at being the traffic cop for the show and kind of steering the show, but also his framing devices are outstanding. Like he'll find ways to talk about a topic that's new, that's original. So there's going to be periods in May or June or July where it's going to be incumbent upon me to get those things together. And so I am going to make sure that I'm hitting what you want. So if there's a topic that you want to hit, let me know.
Tony Baselli. Tony Pepperoni. Tyrion Ingram-Dawkins goes off the board, the Georgia defensive tackle, first pick of the 5th round to the Minnesota Vikings. Eagles approaching 5 picks away. Very exciting. They're gonna announce that we don't want to draft anybody. We're using the pick, but we're not drafting anybody. That's how much we hate this draft.
That would be that would be a bold move right there. Tony Montana, you a Scarface guy?
Not really.
Okay.
This is an interesting trade. Per Adam Schefter, the Seahawks are trading Sam Howell to the Vikings.
Interesting. Okay. So
the Vikings, who were looking for a backup quarterback, flirted with Aaron Rodgers. Instead, they're taking Eagles killer Sam Howell.
Yeah. I found a kick out of the report. Sam Howell's available. No, really.
It's like,
yeah.
I feel like your comparison for that would be like walking into a bar and be like, "I'm available."
Yeah, actually, yes, yeah, yeah. So, but no, that makes sense. And look, if you're a backup quarterback, I think Minnesota's a good place to go. Kevin O'Connell's shown he can do a good job with development.
Cam Jackson, the nose tackle from Florida, who I thought if the Eagles were looking for a Jordan Davis backup, would have made some sense. He goes to the Carolina Panthers, and he gets to play, and bully to him gets to spend some time in the position meetings with your boy, Derek Brown. Good place for him to go.
Yeah, anytime you can spend time around Derek Brown, you want to take that if you're
you get smarter, you get more attractive.
I don't know about that, but it'll help you play defensive line. Derek Brown's a really good defensive lineman.
One of the 3 best players in football, I believe, as far as you're concerned.
Not one of the 3 best players in football, but certainly a potential building block guy.
All right. Ravens on the clock at 1:41. It'll go Ravens, Vikings, Dolphins, Seahawks,
and Eagles.
You got any more names? You want to play a little name game?
I can always do
this. Let's go 2 more.
So
you still get to control everyone you've already drafted in these games, and then we're going to get 2 more.
Sure.
I'll go first to give you a minute to look at the available options. I'm going to go, let's see. Fran already said Tommy Hill. I've already drafted Marcus Bowe. I'm going to say, they still haven't had anybody on the offensive line. There's not a lot of options. Jackson Slater, but he's probably just a center. You know what? I'm going to say Oregon tackle Ajani Cornelius.
Sure. That's a good one. Someone you had in your mock draft.
Yeah. This is, all the attention on Josh Connerly, but Cornelius transfers in from Rhode Island, I believe, and has a good year. Thought of as a very good run blocker, but a work in progress as a pass blocker. I think that could be a fine little right tackle project for Stout to take on. East Coast guy.
Absolutely.
I'll go Ajani Cornelius. How about you?
That's a good one there. So I talked about this guy in the My Guys, but let's put him in here, because if you're looking for versatile backup off offensive lineman, I know he has short arms, but he can do a lot worse than Jonah Monheim.
Okay, that's a good one. I will then go.
Still a good running back class.
Still a good running back class. I mentioned DJ Giddens, one of my guys. I think Brashard Smith would make some sense. Fran talked about LaQuint Allen, who they brought in. They brought in Jordan Blue, the ball carrier. Devin Neal still is available. Marcus Yarns, shout out to Vince, who loves him. Damian Martinez and Kal-El Mullings, if you're looking for big, heftier guys. I think they could still take a linebacker, if they do want to play. If they do want to play our friend Jahad Campbell on the edge a little bit more, maybe Chris Paul Jr. brings that speed that Howie would like. Kane Madrano is interesting. I'm going to go, though. I mean, you know what? I don't think we've drafted him yet, so I'm just going to say Elijah Roberts, the SMU defensive lineman who they brought in for a pre-draft visit, just to give myself a shot at a bucket here.
Well, there you go.
Carson Vinson, the offensive lineman from Alabama A&M, goes off the board.
So we've spoken a lot about Shedeur Sanders, but if you look at quarterbacks,
I was thinking about this.
So I'm not going to go with my guy Kyle McCord, friend of the show, or friend of PHLY, was on Anthony's show. If you're looking more for like the Eagles type, okay.
I wonder if we agree on this one.
Yeah. So this is another local guy. So this is the person who replaced Kyle McCord, and that's Will Howard.
I was going to go Quinn Ewers.
Okay. Yeah. Quinn Ewers doesn't move as well. I'm looking more from like the movement ability. I mean, of the guys I see on my list here, Will Howard and Riley Leonard are probably the more mobile of the two.
I mean, they drafted Tanner McKee. He doesn't move.
It's a good point. No, I agree. And Howie has said you kind of don't look stylistically, right?
Yeah.
You kind of look for the upside. But I think Will Howard, 6'4", 236, like I said, moves well. National championship quarterback. Him and Nick Sirianni were actually at a banquet together in March 2022. Jalen Hurts March 2023. Jalen Hurts was there as well. It was the Maxwell Awards. It was up in the Poconos, and that year they were
Poconos.
Yeah, Will Howard was the local player of the year. He was at Kansas State, but they gave it to like a player from the Philly area, and he was the local player of the year. So the people who were honored that night were Nick Sirianni, Jalen Hurts, Ryan Anderson. Or I'm sorry, not Ryan Anderson. Will Anderson.
Okay.
Caleb Williams and Will Howard.
There you go.
Right, and so they were all like in the VIP area together, and so Nick Sirianni had a chance to be around Will Howard then.
And it is Will Howard, not Howard Will.
It is definitely Will Howard.
Got it. I'm just going to read off some other names position by position because I see some people throwing some names in the chat, and please do that. Let us know who you want the Eagles to pick. Some of those guys have gone. Safety. Jalen Reed from Penn State, who the Eagles brought in for a pre-draft visit. Marcus Siegel, who we talked about from Kansas State. Dante Trader Jr., if you want Chris to keep on drinking. And Keaton Crawford and Maxon Hook, also available. At corner, Tommy Hill, Fran's boy. Denzel Burke, Zach's boy. Bilal Coney. Quincy Riley went. Mac McWilliams, Kobe Bryant, not that one. Brandon Adams, Jordan Hancock.
I appreciate you clarifying, not that one. I think there were people worried.
Linebacker Jeffrey Bassa from Oregon, still available. Chris Paul Jr., who is super speedy from Ole Miss, but a little bit undersized. Kane Madrano. Cody Lindenberg from Minnesota, big player, but a little bit lacking athletically, good coming downhill. Jamon Dumas-Johnson from Kentucky, and Tyreen Powell, who's got those long arms from Rutgers. Jordan Phillips at defensive tackle, also at defensive tackle. Ty Hamilton from Ohio State. Riley Mills from Notre Dame, who we like a little bit coming off an injury. And Aeneas Peebles, undersized from Virginia Tech, but a fun guy to watch. We talked about Braden Swinson, who still hasn't gone. Kamon Rucker from North Carolina on the edge. Elijah Roberts. Tyler Barron from Miami of Ohio, who the Eagles brought in for a pre-draft visit. Ahmed Hassanein, the Egyptian from Boise State, who the Eagles had a bit of contact with. I like him as a player. That's a fun one. Offensive line, Marcus Bo, we talked about. Jackson Slater from Sacramento State. Jalen Rivers from Miami of Ohio. Jonah Monheim, your boy. Drew Kendall, but that's just a center from Boston College. Miles Frazier. Cameron Williams would be interesting still. The league telling you that they don't think he has it, given the enormous size, but who better than Jeff Statland to get the most out of him? Tight end, Gavin Bartholomew from Pitt. Mitchell Evans from Notre Dame. Joshua Simon from South Carolina. Jake Briningstool from Clemson. Molokai Matavau from UCLA. And Fran's boy, Jackson Hawes from Georgia Tech at wide receiver. Torrey Horton from Colorado State. He's gone. Ricky White III, my guy from UNLV. Konata Mumfield from Pitt. Keandre Lambert-Smith from Auburn, who's got a little bit of speed. I see some love for Xavier Restrepo in the chat. Yeah. He is the undersized slot guy from Miami who Coach Flynn likes a lot. Did run that glacial 40 time, which has to tank his stock, but we'll see if he gets drafted. Bunch of running backs: DJ Giddens, Brashard Smith, Devin Neal, Jaden Blue, Marcus Yarns, Damian Martinez, Khalil Mullings, Jordan James, LaQuint Allen, Phil Mafaceup, and then the quarterbacks. Shedeur Sanders still sticking out like a sore thumb before you get to Quinn Ewers, Will Howard, Cam Miller, Riley Leonard, Kyle McCord. And there you go.
I don't know if we covered this. Ingram Dawkins went to the Vikings.
We did.
Okay, yeah. Okay, sorry.
Georgia defensive tackle.
Yep. Okay. So, The Eagles
Riley
are
Mills just went. He went to the Seahawks.
Yep, Eagles are 1 pick away.
Jordan Phillips goes off the board. Chris, he's got a lot of work to do. Oh, interesting. So the Browns just traded to go one spot ahead of the Eagles.
Interesting.
Ian Rappaport giving it the You would imagine
He's got some
he is
answer.
hinting that this is going to be Shedeur to the Browns, and they're trying to get him instead of the Eagles. He thinks the Eagles were going to draft Shedeur at 145. That is what he is implying.
That is what he's implying. Let me ask you this. If Joe Flacco, Kenny Pickett, Dylan Gabriel, and Shedeur Sanders are the 4 quarterbacks, which one doesn't make the team next year?
Maybe they trade
Trade
Flacco
Pickett.
or Pickett.
Yeah. Pickett gets moved again. Goes to New Orleans.
Yeah.
Yeah. Little arbitrage situation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I could see that. I mean, they could keep 4. It's not a crazy thing to
They
do.
could. Or they could. Or they can cut Shedeur,
Yeah.
Take him to cut him.
Put him on the practice squad.
Sure.
This is interesting.
This is
the inference here is absolutely that this is going to be Shedeur Sanders 1 pick ahead of the Eagles.
And then, because Schefter just put the same thing too. Browns just traded up to the Eagles pick.
Eagles pick at 144.
No, that's in front of the.
He's wrong about that.
He messed that up. And Albert Breer said the Browns just traded up, and here it comes. So this is like the group. I don't want to say the group text, but this is everyone kind of knows.
Yes.
This is Shedeur Sanders. But the interesting framing here is that Andrew Berry felt he had to jump in front of the Eagles to do it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, Fran, I'm glad you're coming in because this is going to be big here. The Browns have just traded in to 144, 1 spot ahead of the Eagles, and all the national guys are inferring, or implying rather, that this is going to be Shedeur, and the Browns wanted to get ahead of the Eagles to do it.
It's Shedeur.
It's Shedeur. He's got it. So the Browns, after slapping Shedeur Sanders across the face by trading up to draft Dylan Gabriel, are now
That's wild.
they're playing. They're really negging him completely, and now they're hoping it's going to work and they can have a successful partnership.
It's interesting that they traded ahead.
That's what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, as Zach says, Andrew Berry must have thought this is what Howie would do.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, now they can say it's just circumstantial. That's the pick they were able to get to. But Andrew Berry knows Howie is a value, is value oriented, right? And so that strikes me as intentional.
All right. Well, that means the Eagles are on the clock.
The Eagles are on the clock.
Very interesting
on my part.
Now, if the Eagles trade out of this,
again.
Yeah.
But also,
At some point, they got
if they wanted Shedeur, if they actually wanted him,
wanted
they
him.
should have
They
just
would-
taken him in the 4th round.
100% correct. Yeah. 100%
So they
correct.
can't be upset about this.
No, exactly.
No,
Exactly. Yeah, so
This could have been the Eagles, if they had just traded for Deshaun Watson. This could have been them.
The Eagles are on the clock.
Eagles are on the clock.
Let's see this here.
Pick is in.
Ba-da-ba-bum, ba-da-bum, Duffy. What do we think? You get 2 picks if you want.
It's a little late.
It's too late.
He knows.
Oh.
What do we have?
Rickett.
Central Florida cornerback Mac McWilliams.
Mac the Knife.
He was a player that I think I talked about last night in the
Yes,
video
you
that's
did.
up on our YouTube page. Yeah, as a potential Avonte Maddox pseudo replacement there. This is a guy that's played inside and outside over the course of his career with UCF. I thought he had one of the better weeks of practice of any corner down in Mobile at the Senior Bowl. Looked really good in one-on-ones, but a competitive corner. I'm going to go through my report on him really quick.
Before you do, we're going to make this the Shady Rays future is bright. The Eagles drafting UCF cornerback Mac McWilliams, a very similar profile to Avonte Maddox, as you mentioned it. Break it down for us, Mr. Duffy.
Yeah, 4-year starter at 2 different programs. Began his career, obviously finished at UCF, but began his career at UAB, transferred there after the 2022 season. Scrappy corner, compact frame. He's built more for the slot, but I do think that he has the
5'10", 191.
Yes, shorter arms as well. Built more for the slot, but I do think he has the mindset and the athleticism to handle perimeter duties in the right system as well. Very confident corner. He plays with an edge. I love the way he attacks the football downhill. He's able to hit pocket and read routes at the the intermediate area. When I say that, when I have that in my report, I've talked many times about how much I value those reps where guys have to face one-on-one coverage against routes that break at the intermediate area. So we're talking like deep dig routes, comeback routes, deep curl routes, because there you've got to gear up as if the receiver's going to run vertically like a go ball, but then you've got to gear back down. So that requires route instincts and then athleticism. I thought McWilliams was a player that had the ability to do that. There were some rough reps in the slot. I thought that he's got to get a little bit better there. But again, Avonte Maddox never played the slot at Pitt. At Pitt, he was an outside corner only, so that's fine in terms of making that projection. I thought that he could get in trouble letting receivers with a two-way go get on top of him. His ball skills, a little bit of a question mark. Again, that's a little bit less worrisome in the slot. His size is definitely a limitation at times in the run game, but there's a lot to like about the player. I would not rule him out in terms of finding starting work in the NFL. I did think it was more likely that he would be a flexible backup in the league.
What a breakdown.
Fantastic.
I like McWilliams. Team captain last year as well.
Ran a 4.41 40-yard dash at the combine. Didn't jump particularly well. He had a 34-inch vertical jump, but this is absolutely from the Avonte Maddox school, and I think this was an important thing for them to add, was a guy who gives them a little bit of backup flexibility for Cooper DeJean in the slot.
No, that's a good point. And some of the guys they brought in were of that ilk. Mac McWilliams, by going with like a UCF player who transfers from UAB. This is a scouts pick, right? This is a pick where the scouts kind of target a guy like that. You're looking for someone to fill that slot role. I've said consistently that I think long-term Cooper DeJean is going to be an outside corner for the Eagles. Now, I'm not saying Mac McWilliams is their eventual slot cornerback, right, but the theory is you can find slot corners this time of draft. It's harder to find starting outside corners, and that's why I thought Cooper DeJean would ultimately profile there. So I'm going to defer to Fran here totally. I haven't watched Mac McWilliams at all, but the profile makes sense, and it's also noteworthy here, 4 picks, 4 defensive players.
Yeah, it's crazy. I remembered that we talked about him last night because I forgot that at 1 a.m. we talked about how Mac McWilliams sounds like the name of a white 90s rapper.
Yeah, that's right. You looked into the camera.
Mac McWilliams.
Yeah, perfect.
There you go.
Yeah, the lasting image of Mac McWilliams draft day. I compared him to Miles Bryant. Miles Bryant was drafted out of Washington. I loved Miles Bryant when he was coming out, and he has stuck for a while. I think he went undrafted, Bryant, but he's been in the league since then as again, flexible inside, outside, safety. McWilliams is a good player. Small, but really competitive, really scrappy, instinctive. And again, I thought the Senior Bowl, he was one of the better corners down there.
How do you feel about the Shedeur thing? How that played out?
A little weird that they traded up for 2 different quarterbacks in the middle rounds, but
also to do it like from the Eagles' standpoint. You think they were going to do it there?
I mean, I think Andrew Berry, that was probably purposeful.
Certainly.
He thought it was possible. Man, look at this QB room. Deshaun Watson, Kenny Pickett, Joe Flacco, Dylan Gabriel, Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah, that's what we were saying before you came on here. So let's take Watson out of the equation here. Of those 4, who's not on the roster week 1?
I mean, Gabriel has to be on the roster.
You think so?
You traded up to take him in the 3rd round.
Yeah.
He has to.
They can't cut him.
Yeah, they can't cut him. So,
I mean, do the Saints try to trade for Pickett now to compete with Tyler?
Right.
Tyler, is that
That's not a bad idea.
Yeah.
Because you know now Derek Carr's injury. I'm curious. Because you're not going. I mean, you traded. Now you didn't trade a lot, but you traded for Pickett. Yeah, I don't think you're going to cut Pickett, are you? But you gave Flacco money.
I don't think they would pick. I don't think they would cut him. I think you're right. I think they would try to flip him for something.
Exactly. So Shedeur strikes me as the player who they would cut or put on practice squad.
Has a quarterback been traded 3 times in 2 years?
Who's that?
Teddy Bridgewater.
Teddy Bridgewater.
I mean, they could also just keep 4.
They could.
It's
Yeah.
not crazy.
Yeah.
But it's more about, frankly, like reps in training camp.
Exactly.
They're not going to have enough time to evaluate the 2 rookies, right?
Yeah. You want to make sure you get both of them.
I would imagine. I would imagine that they're going to try to flip Pickett to the Saints. I think that makes sense.
Yeah.
Zach, I think that's a good call.
I mean, and if you're Kellen Moore, it makes sense too. Is Kenny Pickett? Let me see here. He's 26 years old. Okay, he was born June 6, 1998. So he is a year and a half older than Tyler Shaw.
I like Tyler Shuck going to New Orleans just because like oysters, Shuck.
Okay, that's good.
I'm going to take a quick timeout to use the men's room real quick.
Okay.
Get some lunch too.
Oh, okay.
You gotta eat.
Okay, yeah.
I got plenty to talk about now.
I feel bad for Bo.
I got a lot of best host in the
You know
city.
what happens when you leave though to the chat?
You make fun of the jacket.
No, they say he's pooping.
Every time.
Not.
Every time.
1,000%. Promise you that.
All right.
What do you want to talk about?
Well, the Eagles have 3 picks in a 6-pick cluster coming up here in a little bit.
That'll be fun. Those are always fun.
Yeah, that'll be fun to see how they approach that. They're not.
I wasn't looking, Zach.
The first one is just at the scroll, so you can see. So right now we're at 146 on the clock, and the Eagles are up again at 161. But then they go hot and heavy: 161, 165, 168.
Yep.
I would like to see them make some picks.
What are we thinking here?
Well, you know what? I have not been more wrong about anything than saying I think the Eagles wanted to add some offense in this draft. We're 4 picks in; they haven't drafted a single offensive player.
Wasn't it a cluster last year where they pulled in both receivers back to back? Is that right?
They did. They did Anias in the 5th and Keegan in the 5th, and then they did Johnny Wilson and Dylan McMahon in the 6th.
Okay, so there were 2 different clusters, and they got it. Okay,
so
we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah.
You think about the structure of the offensive line and the backup. I mean, I think they would always be looking out for offensive linemen. But if you're not adding a starter, they did some backfilling. They added Kendall Lamb as a potential swing tackle.
Yep.
They added Matt Pryor, who can play guard and tackle. They've got Kenyon Green or Tyler Steen, whoever is not the starter. So and they've got Trevor Keegan from last year. So I think they feel okay about the depth of the room, and Darren Kennard as well, who was on the roster all season long. So I don't think they feel desperate, but I think they just always want to add to that group.
Mm-hmm.
Wide receiver, you're thinking about. I think you've got Dotson as the 3. Johnny Wilson will probably be on the team again, and then Anias Smith has a chance to make it. I think that they should add somebody there. You want somebody else to compete.
Terrace Marshall.
Tight end, again, if you're not looking for a starter, they did add 2 guys in free agency who helped fill out the roster. And if Dallas Goedert's still going to be here, you're probably fine.
Yeah, this is what they do, right? They do this in the lead up to the draft so that if this happens, that you feel good.
I think running back, you've got A.J. Dillon as the presumed number 3. You can't count on him staying healthy. I would be surprised if they make all 3 of those picks, if one of them's not a running back.
Yeah, I think that's fair, especially with the value on the board.
With the way that the board is.
I think that's right. Yeah, I think that running back is a position that there's probably some value there to be had. LaQuint Allen, we've talked about. Jaden Blue, we've talked about both guys. We're in on 30 visits over the course of this offseason. So that would be a position certainly to look at. I think receiver, we've talked about some of these names. I think that makes sense. Yeah, those are probably the positions that make the most sense, right?
Now, it sounds like, according to the chat, that Rappaport says that the Eagles were going to take Shedeur Sanders.
There we go.
Which, again, from a moving the board standpoint, they have so much ammunition. They had 4 fifth-round picks and 2 sixths. If they decided they wanted Shedeur Sanders, they should have just gone and got him.
But I don't think it's a situation of they want it there. It was if he falls to us, we're going to take him. But I don't think you want to say all right, we're gonna blow a pick to move up to try and go out of our way to take him.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
But I mean, to me, that's about it's a wonder. It's not a confirming. It's a he wonders if so. Which in the NFL insider ecosystem means that he thinks that
off the record.
Right.
He heard from one source that said they probably would do it. Yep.
Jordan James, the Oregon running back, goes to the San Francisco 49ers.
Big and physical. Oh, I didn't even see a Maryland guy went. Chris,
2 of them went.
2 of them went?
Yeah.
Oh, it's going to be a long night for Chris. It's still early, too.
I know. I got one ready. I'll do it once.
Yeah, how are you spacing these
out?
out?
You're doing a shotgun on air? Is that the... Whatever you feel comfortable with. I don't want to... We're not peer pressuring you.
I got to catch up on some of these picks here.
If you're just joining us, as the Eagles' cluster of 3 picks approaches, in the beginning of this round, they took McWilliams the cornerback from UCF. A bit of Avonte Maddox vibes. Let's catch up on the other picks. Riley Mills, the defensive tackle from Notre Dame, goes to Seattle. Jordan Phillips, the defensive tackle from Maryland, goes to Miami. Shedeur Sanders goes to Cleveland after the Browns trade up to select him after earlier trading up to select Dylan Gabriel. They thought the Eagles were going to take him. Braden Swinson finally went, the LSU edge, to the New England Patriots. And then Jordan James, the running back from Oregon, goes to the Niners.
The Cowboys just took a running back or taking a running back.
So we didn't even have the Rams pick.
Yeah.
Okay.
Jaden Blue.
Oh, ahead of the Eagles.
Yep, ahead of the Eagles. So Jaden Blue.
Zach's going to be upset about that one because that was a mock draft pick for him.
Al,
in both, yeah. You know what we should do? Let's go to the Turkeys to the Draft Kingdom.
Oh, yes.
And look at how things have played out so far.
This is the most important draft game.
No, Al, is the most.
I feel like you say it before everyone, and then when I say, "Oh yeah, this was that one," you're like, no,
well, this is the one where I'm the 4-time defending champion.
This is the one.
This is. It's not the most prestigious. It's just the one that reflects who knows the most about the Eagles.
Okay, got it.
The ones that have been decided so far.
Okay.
The first pick the Eagles make, will it be before 32, at 32, or after 32?
This one, the one we did last night.
The one we did last night.
First night. Yeah.
Zach and I both had 40 turkeys on before. You had 30. So that's an early lead for us there.
Yep.
The second pick, before 64, at 64, or after 64, I had 30 turkeys on 64, and you and Zach both had 35.
Yeah.
So that gives Zach an early 5-point lead on me, and I am 5 points ahead of you, turkeys wise.
To be honest, I didn't feel good about this game.
Total picks yet to be decided, but yet to be decided. Veteran trade coming or going. Not looking good so far, but could still happen before the end of the round.
Yeah.
If it doesn't happen, that will be to my advantage. I had the most turkeys on a no. First pick. Now, this is going to be tough because this may have to, unlike Duck Duck Juice, where you have both edge and linebacker, this is going to be tough. And I think we probably need to count it as linebacker.
I think so, too.
Given what we all considered Jahad Campbell. And if that would be the case, it's not a lot of turkeys. You would get a 1-point turkey advantage. You'd have 15 on me and Zach both having 14. Second pick, I'm going to pick up some turkeys here because they go safety, which was other, and I had 40 turkeys. You and Zach both had 25 turkeys. Eagles have not traded a 2026 pick yet. And that's a bit of a surprise.
Yeah.
More picks on offense or defense or tie. You're going to come out ahead if it does land defense. You have 50. Zach and I both around 35. And then tight end, not drafted yet. That is a little bit to my favor if they draft one, and if they don't, it's 20 turkeys. We've got Goddard traded, Georgia, Bama, Ohio State, and Notre Dame combined. Only one of those so far, but that's the over-under, 1.5. So that'll be interesting. And then finally, the whole thing could be swung by whether or not tonight, if Howie Roseman says the phrase "tools in his body."
Said it yesterday.
He said it yesterday?
Yes. Well, I want a ruling on this.
Okay. We said tools in his body or tools in the body.
Yes. So the exact phrase, I meant to say this on our air yesterday. Okay. And I appreciated Howie being tired because when you're tired, you revert to
there you go.
What you know. So this should count. And that was really what he says, the tools that he has in his body. That has to count.
That counts.
The tools that he has in his body.
Counts.
I think that counts, unfortunately.
Yeah. He said, we considered moving back, but we really liked Andrew and his play temperament and his play style and the tools that he has in his body.
That counts.
Yeah.
And then the next thing he said,
that does count.
and then he repeated it. He said, I just think at the end of the day, you watch the tape, you see the tools that he has in his body.
That counts.
Okay.
That's too bad. Good for him, though.
Depends on your
keep it up.
point of view.
Keep it up. Good for him. All right. Well, that's going to be that makes it much closer. That makes Zach looking like the early leader. But did you see that Jaden Blue, the ball carrier, is going to the Dallas Cowboys?
Jaden Blue, the ball carrier.
Are you excited for that?
It's good if he gets to stay in the division.
Right.
Yeah.
So you get to get that.
I'm just happy you put is in there. Anyways,
again, it's got to be a flag, but
what?
it just I can't imagine it's legal.
Oh.
I bet Mark Murphy.
You were clever.
Putting in a rule proposal to make sure that's not allowed.
Yeah, Jaden Blue. I really like Jaden Blue. Honestly, I mean, I talked about this with Fran the other day. You watch that playoff game, man. I mean, he was running away. He was running away from them, 78 yards. I think that he's a good situational back, a good guy to have in your backfield. The Cowboys have added now, some guys that I really like going in. And they took your boy Tyler Booker. They took Donovan Ezaraku in the second round. Jaden Blue. Mm-hmm. Here, I got to go.
They got Siobhan Revel too.
Siobhan Revel. Yeah, so they've hit on guys that we all like.
2 of my top 15 players went to Dallas.
Ty Hamilton, the Ohio State defensive tackle, also has gone recently.
Off my mock draft.
There you go. All right, I need to pee now.
Okay.
I'll let you guys.
While you're doing that, I'll do my guys.
Oh, I want to hear you.
Oh, you want to hear my guys?
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Good point.
I'll go quickly.
No, take your time. Have some pizza.
Yeah.
There's pretzels out there.
Yeah. So.
Should we do it like an NFC East roundup?
I like that. Here, I'm going to read the names to you.
Okay.
Okay, because then you'll break down the players.
Got
So
it.
that is the way we will frame this. So pulling this up here, NFL Draft Tracker teams. First, we will go with the second place team last year. We'll go with the Washington Commanders. We'll go that way. Their first pick. Here, I'll just read their 3 picks to you. Josh Connerly Jr.
Yep.
in the first round. Trey Amos in the second round. Jalen Lane in the 4th round.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. The pick that I love most is Jalen Lane. I think when you're looking at Lane and what he can be in the NFL, he reminded me of the receiver in Green Bay, their number 1 receiver, slot guy. They move around.
Jalen Reed.
Jalen Reed. Yeah, I thought that he had a lot of very similar characteristics to Reed in terms of his usage. Can be that gadget type, screens, shallow crosses, and then I'm watching and I'm like, all right, let me dig a little bit deeper into the profile, because typically there are some players where I'm like, all right, I do all the bio info first. I put it in the sheet. Then others where I'm like, all right, let me watch him first, and then I'll go and I'll dig back through. He was a player that I just started watching first, and then I'll dig back through the profile. And so I go in and I'm like, okay, he's been at Virginia Tech 2 years, and it was all slot stuff. But before that, he was at Middle Tennessee State, and there he was an outside receiver only, vertical threat. So I'm like, all right, so he's got that in his game too, where he can be that outside the numbers, downfield guy. He can do all the underneath stuff. He played all special teams, return man, but then also coverage units. He's a good blocker, gives a lot of effort. He was an Eagles type to me. I could see Nick Sirianni liking a player of that profile. I thought he had a solid Senior Bowl week. I really liked that player. So I thought that was probably my favorite. I liked Amos, though. I mean, Amos is who their second-round pick was. Yep. I would have been fine if they took him in the first round. I thought he was a first-round viable corner, instinctive. The speed was a little bit of a question on film, but good size, really got better in his final year, but has been on my radar for a few years, going back to his days at Louisiana. And then Josh Connerly, I like the athleticism, but we've talked about him. Yeah. I worry about the play strength. I think this is a guy that if he's got to play early on, I think there will be some trouble spots dealing with power in the NFL.
The Dallas Cowboys here, and we mentioned these. They hit on guys we all liked. First round, number 12 overall, Tyler Booker. Second round, Donovan Ezaraku. Third round, Siobhan Revel Jr. Fifth round, Jaden Blue.
Yeah, Jaden Blue, electric playmaker, space guy. I mean, you want to get him out into the open field as much as possible. I didn't love him in a crowd, but if you're able to kind of move him around, I guess, reminisce that one play I wrote down was Theo Riddick. Remember Riddick?
Yes, of course.
Dame?
And was productive with the Lions.
Yeah, he had some good years there. So I think Blue's got some similarities there. I think they were hoping for a little bit more from him. He was a big-time recruit. He never really quite hit his ceiling, but that's a guy, again, get him the ball in space, and he can make big plays. And then, Revel was a top 15 player for me. I waxed poetic enough about him over the course of this spring here on the show, but a guy with size, speed, ball skills, competitive toughness. I loved everything about his tape. When I went on with DLLS yesterday, Clarence Hill stopped me. He was like, Fran, take a breath. I can tell how much you love this player. And he was like, what are the negatives? And I said, look, honestly, the negative is the profile. He's an older corner from a lower level of competition at ECU who didn't play a ton, because he started at the junior college level, then transferred to ECU. So only 2 years there. So I loved a lot of what he brought to the table. And ironically enough, the Dallas Cowboys just made another pick. Florida linebacker Shamar James going there.
Guy Bo liked.
Yeah, that's right. So he's an athletic, rangy, sideline to sideline linebacker. Shamar James went to the Senior Bowl. I thought he was solid. if you squint, you could see like a Deion Jones type of presence, who was a Pro Bowl linebacker for the Atlanta Falcons, former second-round pick. I just didn't love his instincts. I think that he was more of like a run-around, run-and-chase type linebacker. Not surprised that he went in the 5th round when I did his film, back in January. And then let's go to their first-round pick, Tyler Booker. I loved Tyler Booker. He is. I'm excited for the matchups between he and Jalen Carter moving forward. This guy is powerful. He is strong. A great leader, one of the toughest guys in this draft. I really loved that pick for Dallas as well.
And before we get to the Giants, the Colts just took DJ Giddens, who was a running back that Bo and I both liked when we did our running back show.
Yep. And Giddens, I was a little lower on Giddens, but I thought he would be a nice change of pace option out of the backfield. Obviously, they don't need a guy to be a starter when you've got that backfield already. But Giddens makes some sense here in the 5th round.
So the final NFC East team before you do my guys is the New York Giants here. Polarizing draft on the set. 1st round Abdul Carter, 1st round Jackson Dart, 3rd round Darius Alexander, 4th round Cam Skattebo.
Terrible draft.
Yeah, I would say of the 3, this is the weaker of the 3. Obviously, they got the best player in Abdul Carter. I don't love the trade up for Jackson Dart. I just have my doubts about the profile, about the upside. I'm shocked that he went in the 1st round. I am. I thought that there would be a lot of smoke there. A lot of scouts that I talked with didn't quite buy into that as well. So he ends up going in the 1st round. I didn't love that. Darius Alexander, look, taking him early 3rd round, I can kind of like grit my teeth and swallow that, but I was not super high on the profile. Honestly, when I did him on film, I gave him a backup grade, and then I saw him up close and saw him at the Senior Bowl, and I was like, whoa, all right, I'm too low here. And then I go back and I watch more, and then I get all by that point, the season was over right after the Senior Bowl, so I go through all the numbers, and I'm like, man, this guy just wasn't productive in the MAC. Wasn't productive. He was productive against Mississippi State, and then he goes up against Buffalo and Eastern Michigan and Kent State, and you're just like, where is this dominant level of play? Well, the guy that I saw at the Senior Bowl, this is not what I'm seeing on film. For an older player, I'd question the overall upside there. So that one was a tough one. And then Skattebo, I like that. I like that pick there for the Giants there on day 3.
Shamar James, a linebacker from Florida, going off the board to the Cowboys. All right, we're going to take a quick break. On the other side, the Eagles have 3 picks in 8 spots, and we're going to get Fran's guys. Should be a lot of fun on the other side. Now, if you're at Tony Roney's, you're watching us, you got a great situation. If you're at home and you're watching us, you know what? Maybe you could do better. That's why you should enter the Ashley Fan Cave Sweepstakes. Imagine your fan cave with a bold new centerpiece, the Mod Max sectional from Ashley, and now imagine getting it for free. We have teamed up with Ashley to give one lucky winner the chance to bring home this flexible, ultra comfortable sectional plus a $1,000 gift card to bring your dream fan cave to life. The Mod Max sectional is spacious, and it's built for the most diehard sports fan, whether you are hosting movie night, kicking back with the fam, or most importantly, watching the PHLY Draft Day show. This sectional is the upgrade your space needs. Entering is easy. Just head to allphly.com/Ashley to learn about the contest. See if you're eligible, fill out your info, and you are in the running. But don't wait. These sweepstakes won't last forever. Get your entry in now, and you could be watching the next big game on a brand new Mod Max sectional, courtesy of Ashley. The Mod Max modular sectional by Ashley, your choice of color, blue or gray, and configuration, up to 5 pieces, must reside within our local delivery area to qualify for the Fan Cave giveaway. Again, visit allphly.com/Ashley for the full contest information and eligibility requirements. Terms and conditions apply.
You all right back there? Okay.
The shotgun.
Too many terps off the board.
I have some bad news for everyone looking for something to do tonight. If you're hoping to see Gary Owen at the Excite Center at Parks Casino, it's sold out. That's how popular it is. But I got good news for you. Tickets are still available on Friday, May 16th for Larry the Cable Guy. You can see him at the Excite Center at Parks Casino. If that doesn't excite you, I don't know what does, because the Excite Center at Parks Casino is one of many things to love about my casino of choice and my grandfather's casino of choice as well. Parks Casino is Pennsylvania's #1 casino, and it's so close to Philadelphia. It's located in Bensalem. Just take Street Road exit off of I-95. So 95's that way. You go left that way. You get off at the Street Road exit and at the PA Turnpike. That's where Parks Casino is. The Excite Center is the state-of-the-art entertainment venue. It's located inside Parks Casino. It's named one of the best places to see the country's best comedians and music headliners. I'm looking at, they got Larry the Cable Guy on May 16th, a Parks Casino residency with Joey Diaz with his effed up friends on May 17th. That's sold out. But Ashley McBride on May 30th, you can get tickets for that. Teresa Caputo on June 7th is sold out. They got some good people coming. But June 14th, you can see Clutch. That's Clutch. Trevor Wallace on June 27th. I mean, this is there's Tyler Henry's coming on August 1st. Andy Grammer is coming on August 22nd. And then you want to see that Parks Casino residency with Joey Diaz. Just go Saturday, August 23rd. Ben Schwartz and Friends on September 5th. I can keep going on. Fun. So make sure you check that out at Parks Casino. Visit parkscasino.com to buy tickets for all the shows. Pre-game the shows at their amazing beer garden. Play some pop culture slots, roulette, cards, and other table games you love while you wait. Parks Casino, this is how you win. You must be 21 and over. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
We'll now hear from our friends at TrueMark Financial, because right now it's still April, which means that it is still Financial Literacy Month. And I've got something that's going to help you off the field, teaching your kids how to handle their money. If you are a TrueMark Financial member, you've got a fantastic opportunity to help your kids and teenagers learn to earn, to save, and to spend wisely with a free Greenlight account. Now, Greenlight is not just an app. It is a game changer for your kids. Whether you're setting savings goals, learning how to track their spending, or even getting their allowance, it's all right there at their fingertips. And get this is very cool. Each kid gets their own debit card. That's right. They can make purchases, they can learn how to budget, and build real-world money skills while you stay in control from your phone. So you get the peace of mind. They get the chance to make smart, responsible choices with their money. So if you're looking for a way to teach your kids some financial plays in this Financial Literacy Month, I cannot recommend this enough. It's like training for life's biggest game. Head over to TrueMark.com/Greenlight to get all the details and sign up today. Don't miss the chance to set up your kids for financial success.
The big three of office food that's brought in, for you yourself, how do you stack rank your weakness to soft pretzels, bagels, and donuts?
The problem is the shelf life with the donut. They just start to go.
Yeah.
It's not, so, I mean, you can say the same thing about a soft pretzel, though. Honestly, soft pretzel 1.
I cannot pass up a soft pretzel.
Soft pretzel 1, donut 2, bagel 3.
I think I would agree. Now, I love a bagel, but I feel like the office bagel is not the ideal version of the bagel. I'm more willing to just go get a bagel.
Right. I agree.
How about you, Zach?
Yeah, so I would probably go bagel 1, pretzel 2, donut 3. I'm trying to cut back on the donuts. So that's why I would go donut 3, and all things being equal, donut would be 1. I like a pretzel, but the thing is I want to have mustard on the pretzel, and I feel like that's a little dirty in the office setting, right? Now, the bagel, I need the bagel pre-sliced, you know, because you don't have the knife to slice it here. And I don't like...
Well, here specifically, but
that's what I'm saying.
A general office standpoint.
Oh, I'm talking... Well, respect... I mean, I don't say respectful. Like, honestly, this is the only office I've ever worked in.
Okay.
In my time, I am...
When you were in the Acquire, you didn't go into the office there?
I went in for my expenses. I've never gone in every day to an office.
Got it.
If you... The office on my GPS is the Eagles facility. If I go to Google Maps and I put in work, it takes me to the Eagles facility. I've never gone into an office every day until I took this job. So like the water cooler talk type thing, I've never been able to associate with that. Oh. Yeah. So this is new to me.
Now on the donut front, how do you feel about like the most popular chain donut? You know, that which is much more of a light sort of snacky donut versus like a higher quality cakey donut. I prefer the better donut, but in the office setting, give me the light version that's not going to weigh me down. I can go on my day.
Yeah, I'm an equal opportunity donut eater.
Yeah, donuts just sit on me now, though. Like they're great the moment you have it, but then it drains you of the energy for the next 2 hours or so. It doesn't have the desired effect.
What do you think the stack rank is for the mice?
Probably donut one. Yeah, it's so sweet. One. Yeah.
Donut 1, pretzel 2.
Yeah.
Then bagel 3.
Okay, probably right.
Yeah.
All right. We are approaching the Eagles' cluster of 3 picks, but before that, we got to get to the main event here. Tough act for you to follow after Zach's pounding the table. It's good we've given it a nice long runway.
I feel like enough time has passed for hopefully that's worn off on people.
Let's hear about Fran's guys.
Yeah. All right, so this is the list of players that I feel like I'm a little bit higher on than everybody else. To me, I'm going to go quarterback, Riley Leonard. And the reason why, honestly, when I got into the backup quarterback cluster, which started pretty early for me, it was, I had my top 4 players at the top, and then it was basically everybody else. I just feel best about when I look at backup quarterback skill set. Riley Leonard is a guy that checks a lot of those boxes. I do think he's going to go here coming up pretty soon in this draft. And so Riley Leonard from Notre Dame, I feel good about the athleticism, the character, the work ethic. He can get a little bit better as a passer. But honestly, when I'm looking at backup quarterback, there are a lot of guys that have stuck in the league for a while that have had some of the limitations that he has had as a pure passer. So
poor Chris, another Maryland player has been drafted, Dante Schrader Jr.
I don't know about poor Chris. This excites him.
He's already spilling Celsius back there. So yeah, it's gonna go. All right, let's go to my next one. This guy's off the board. Bashal Tutin from Virginia Tech.
He's doing what?
He's Tutin. When I look
you love that joke.
When I watched Tutin, honestly, he was a freak list guy, so I knew the athleticism, what the testing. Oh no, he wasn't a freak list guy. You know what it was? Is when I went through the bio, I saw that he was a decorated track athlete and that he was like a 4.3 guy and ran a bunch of impressive times when he was in high school. So I knew that was in his background. But I watched him. I wasn't all that I wasn't overall blown away by the speed and the game breaking ability. It was more like the tackle breaking and the patience and what he could do on third down. I liked Bashal Tutin on film, and then he goes to the combine and he goes nuts, and then everybody's like, Bashal Tutin. So I liked the profile. I liked the player. I think he's going to find a role as a backup complementary piece. Jalen Lane from Virginia Tech was my guy at wide receiver. I just talked about him, a few minutes ago, talking about the Washington Commanders. I talked about all the reasons why I like this player. He can be used in a lot of different ways. High character kid. Talked to one of the coaches there at Virginia Tech about him, and he spoke very, very highly about what he brings off the field, the competitiveness, the toughness. He's a very selfless player. And then, again, the film. I really like the film. Reminded me of Jaden Reed with the Green Bay Packers. Go next to tight end, Jackson Hawes from Georgia
throughout the
Tech.
process.
Yeah, I like Jackson Hawes because to me he is an elite blocker. Is going to be an outstanding point of attack presence for an NFL team at this position. And you might say, Fran, why does that matter? Well, there are players at this. When I look at him, I see a Josh Oliver, who came out of San Jose State as a 4th or 5th round pick and became an elite blocker in the NFL. I look at the player the San Francisco 49ers just paid, coming from Jacksonville, former Ohio State tight end, whose name is escaping me because I got a million names in my head. Yes. The 49ers just paid him over $8 million a year to be a blocking specialist, right? So when I look at it, the NFL values players that have this elite skill set, and to me, Jackson Hawes has that elite skill set. He's not going to give you a ton as a pass catcher, reliable underneath, pass game threat. This was his best year as a pass catcher at Georgia Tech. He was in the Ivy League at Yale before this, and was a minimal pass catcher. But when I look at what this kid brings, I think he has the ability to be a dominant blocker at the tight end position. Next up, offensive tackle. I'm going to go Jalen Rivers from Miami. He actually just went off the board recently in the last few picks.
Yes.
He's got versatility to play up and down the line of scrimmage. He's played some center. He's played guard. He's played tackle. He's played left side. He's played right side. To me, I like that all day. He had a solid week at the Senior Bowl, some ups and downs, but I like the traits. If he was a little bit more consistent, he probably goes yesterday. Instead, he ends up falling to the early stages of day 3. Next up for interior offensive line, I got to go with my guy, Willie Lampkin, the sawed-off, undersized. He played guard at North Carolina. He started his career at Coastal Carolina. I think he's going to be a center only in the NFL. I mean, we're talking about a player who's 5'10". He came in at the Senior Bowl at 270 pounds. I thought it was a typo when I first saw the height, weight, and the measurables. He goes to his pro day. He wasn't invited to the combine. He tested at the pro day and didn't test all that great. So very small, didn't test well. wasn't invited to the combine.
But he competes.
But his film is so good. It really is impressive what he's able to do. He is a leverage monster, as our friend Brandon Thorne put it on the show a few weeks ago. I love watching this kid play. He gets after it. I never once saw him overwhelmed by play strength in the ACC. This is not a guy playing at a lower level of competition in the ACC, going up against some quality defensive lines. I never once thought, oh man, like this is going to be a big issue. Look, there were times like Josh Farmer got the best of him one time on a goal line play. Like there were some ugly reps here or there, but in every game he held up well. And I go again at the Senior Bowl. He was a late addition that week. I didn't have height weight on him before that. I see it come across. I'm like, all right, that has to be wrong. And then I see him on the field. I'm like, oh my God, this is going to be so ugly. Guys, he was awesome all week. He was one of my favorite offensive linemen down there in Mobile. I was really, really impressed with this kid on film. Ashton Gelati from Louisville. Custard, water ice, custard, as Zach put it yesterday. Yes. This is a skilled player. Kind of a weird body, squatty, a little bit short arms. He's not, when you see him, you're like, oh, like this guy's going to be a day 2 pass rusher. He is so skilled. He plays 1,000,000 miles an hour. He can defend the run. I liked Ashton Gelati to come in and probably more of a third defensive end as opposed to like an ideal 3-down starter. But I like Gelati a lot moving forward into the NFL. Joshua Farmer from Florida State. This is a player that is big. He's broad. I mentioned he was the only guy that gave Willie Lampkin issues, so there's something to that as well. But I think that there's some juice there athletically for a guy that size. And again, in a defensive tackle class that was very, very crowded, he's a guy that I think was slipping through the cracks, and he's got that ability. I actually sent this in not knowing he was going to fall. I thought that he might be a guy that could go in the latter stages of day 2. But Farmer is a player that has certainly caught my eye. UCLA linebacker, Kane Medrano.
Still available.
Still out there. He's a lean athlete at the position. Reminds me of Drew Tranquill when Drew Tranquill was at Notre Dame. And Tranquill came out. He was an early day 3 pick by the LA Chargers, grew into like a quality backup special teamer, goes to the Kansas City Chiefs, takes over as a starter, and gets paid as one of the better starters in the NFL. And so I think when you're looking at Kane Medrano, absolutely that's within the range of outcomes. Very athletic, high character, get a little bit better in terms of finishing as a tackler. Like that strength is an area where he's just got to get a little bit better. But I like Medrano on film. Tommy Hill, I talked about him earlier. I'm not going to go through the full thing. He's the best player on the board right now for me. I think he's a starting corner in the league. And then Jonas Sanker from Virginia. He was a guy that I was definitely higher on. I was higher on him than I was on Andrew Makuba. Makuba, faster, like more explosive. Probably played with a little bit more edge to him, but I thought Sanker was just more well-rounded, a more consistent tackler, more consistent instincts. I like Jonas Sanker. He looked like a solid NFL starter all day.
Good work.
Fantastic.
There we go.
I mean, the guy knows ball. What can you say?
I don't know about that, but
how many players could you do like 30 seconds on? I was talking to Reed about this today. Just like like the bare, not 3 minutes, but just 30 seconds. Like you just give the skinny, if you will.
350.
No, maybe not 350 because I wrote up 240 or 235. So those were like full reports.
Okay.
Probably like 275, close to 300.
What is remarkable to me, even beyond having done that many guys, is the recall of it. Because I'll cram for our position preview shows, and then a week later I'll forget the things that I thought about some of these guys. Like I can't believe you remember it all.
Well, you got to remember, I spent 2 hours with them. Watching all that tape. I think that's why I don't remember like when I say like, oh yeah, the Ohio State tight end that the Jaguars.
Right. There's only so
these
much
names
space
go in.
in your brain.
Something's got to go out. But yeah, no, this is what I do. What can I say?
Eagles are one pick away.
Incredibly
One
impressive.
pick away.
I have some process questions for Fran later about the retaining the information.
Yeah, let's
but
get to it.
The Eagles are 1 pick away, and
1 pick away from their first of 3 and 8.
And do you want to go over some of the guys who came off because some players we talked about came off the board in the past 10 picks here since we spoke.
He mentioned Jalen Rivers, Marcus Bowe, the offensive lineman from Purdue. The explosive offensive lineman goes to the Giants. Dante Trader Jr., the Maryland safety, goes to the Miami Dolphins. Jeffrey Bossa, who we talked about as a linebacker option from Oregon, he goes to the Chiefs. Elijah Roberts, one of the players that I think we would have earmarked for one of these picks given the pre-draft visit to the Eagles, the defensive lineman from SMU, goes to the Bucks. And then Keandre Lambert-Smith, the speedy wide receiver from Auburn, goes to the Chargers. So, we've talked about a lot of these names.
Yeah.
I think one of these picks will be a running back, just because that's where the strength of it is. They still haven't drafted an offensive lineman. I think that would be a surprise to the Eagles.
Or an offensive player.
Or any offensive player. So, yeah.
I got the pick.
You got it.
Got it. It's going to be a Georgia player. Linebacker. Smael.
I like it.
Yeah, Smael Mondon. He's a good player, a versatile skill set. A lot of people saw him as a strong side linebacker. He's got the ability to line up down on the ball, but he's more of a, honestly, it's similar to the profile for Jahad Campbell. Now, he's got more experience as a pure off-ball guy. I'm just going to pull up my report on him really fast.
Please do.
6'2 1/4, 224 pounds, so a leaner frame. The first guy who actually put me onto him was Quay Walker, former Georgia linebacker, and then Nolan Smith went on Chris Long's podcast and was like, yeah, this is going to be a guy to watch down the line. This was after Nolan got drafted. History as a core 4 starter on special teams, but this is a 3-year starter for Kirby Smart in the middle of that 3-4 defense. Versatile off-ball piece with the flexibility to walk out in coverage or become a part of the pressure package up front. Long, rangy player with solid overall athleticism and play strength. He can match up in man against most combo body types, like a hybrid tight end or running back, and be effective. There's some blitzing value as well. I feel that he might be a little bit tapped on the defensively at that end. I don't know that he's going to be an every down type of player, but I think a specialty role would be important for him. Not sure that I see a player that can handle the instinct. I wanted to see a little bit more instincts overall. I thought he had tunnel vision in the box, didn't always read everything out perfectly. Obviously, Vic Fangio gives his stamp of approval here. I worried about the lack of physicality consistently in tight quarters as well. May just be a special teamer and a specialty sub piece, but the upside, there are tools there to be more than that.
6'2 1/2", 224, ran a 4.58, 130-inch broad jump, which is pretty good. So you're talking about those tools. 3-year starter, which in Georgia will matter to the Eagles. Do you think that this tells us anything different about Jahad Campbell?
Good question. I chuckled because my comp for him was Oren Burks.
Wow, interesting. Okay.
Smael Mondon.
Yeah.
This is a guy that you want to take a road trip with, baby.
Well, it'll make you smile, right? But no, this is someone who came up throughout the draft process as an intriguing linebacker. I think
it's like 2 on the nose, right?
Yeah. Bob McGinn, his scouts had him as I think the number 2 linebacker.
Whoa.
I'm about to pull that up here.
Interesting.
Someone that
the scouts must not be in positions of power. If this, he's like the 15th linebacker drafted.
Yeah, let me make sure that is accurate here. But he's someone who, when I remember reading that, and I was like, oh wow. So pulling this up here, the number 1 linebacker was Jahad Campbell. Yeah, the number 2 linebacker was Smael Mondon, who the projected range from these scouts was 2nd, 3rd round. They said. This is now Fran's talking to a lot of scouts too, and Fran is a scout in his own right? But just Bob McGinn's respected in this area. Led linebackers in the broad jump and the bench press. Quote, not as good as Quay Walker, but a good football player, said one scout. Georgia's done a good job producing linebackers. 2nd and 3rd round, he's gone, which obviously isn't the case. Yep. Really good run and chase player, good interior blitzer, needs to clean up some things going on behind him in coverage, but he's really good in first level coverage, being able to read and react. When you hear that profile, it's kind of similar to Nakobe Dean. Do you see similarities there?
Yeah, I thought Nakobe was better in the box, personally. I think Nakobe was
not quite as explosive physically.
Not quite as explosive. I think he is more similar. He's more similar to Quay Walker, honestly. He's not quite as big and long and rangy. But I thought that Quay, he was more traits than instincts and toughness and physicality. I thought this guy was more of like a finesse linebacker, more of like your run and chase type. He can cover, he can do something, but he was kind of like, to me, almost like a little bit of a tweener, where I was like, I don't know where I feel best about him. He would be like a true strong side linebacker for me. But I know that there were some that did have like a higher grade on him. I just kind of struggled with how to place him. I watched him his first year as a starter, and then I watched him. I didn't watch him last year in 2023, but then I watched him again, obviously, in 2024. I didn't see like huge jumps in his game, from 2022 to 2024. So I was hoping that he'd get a little bit better, and he didn't quite get there.
That broad jump, that 130-inch broad jump in the elite sample of linebackers, that's towards the very top. It's 3rd, tied with Vic Beasley, just behind Bobby Wagner and Jamie Collins. So you see the explosiveness there. That speaks to the conversation we had about Howie Roseman on day 3 looking for carryable traits as potential starters. But to your point, a 3-year starter who didn't make super leaps, maybe that's a little bit of a disappointment, but that's why he's on the board in the 5th round.
Correct. Yeah. And look, at the end of the day,
where do you think he plays in this defense stylistically?
I think he, to me, I viewed him as an Oren Burks. Okay. So I view him as a pure stack linebacker. I do think that's the best role. Burks, when he was coming out of Vanderbilt, he had some of those same traits. He could match up in space, but I just feel like he's more of your run and chase, off the ball type of guy. I think he's more a cut from that mold.
There you go. Now it is, according to the Beast, pronounced Smael.
Yes.
Smael.
So there you go.
That's why I made the smile joke.
People in the chat just wanting to clarify. Smael Mondon. It's like you got a Mondo smile. You're smiling big.
Autocorrect corrected me to small Mondon. I apologize to Smael if you're watching right now, which I imagine you're celebrating with your family.
It's pretty busy.
But, yeah. But
do you think the Eagles have locked out Kevin Patullo from the draft room?
It's funny because that was one of the questions. Do
you think Vic Fangio has stuffed him into a locker?
Yeah, one of the questions in the pre-draft press conference was about Kevin Patullo's type of player, right?
Yeah.
Kevin Patullo is just enjoying being OC right now, right? I mean, he's
it's kind of crazy.
It is.
That's one of the joke I'm sure he would make would be I was just watching all of AJ Brown's targets from last year and all of Saquon Barkley's explosive runs.
That's exactly right.
Yeah, that's the joke he would make.
All right, 2 more picks coming up for the Eagles. They're on the board shortly. What's that?
Tommy Hill still on the board. At some point, Cameron Williams, the tackle from Texas, I'd imagine is going to go. Miles Frazier still out there, the versatile offensive lineman. Got to think we're almost getting to the point where offensive line would make some sense here.
Yeah. I'd be willing to sign up for the Cameron Williams experience.
Yes,
when you were gone, I mentioned Johnny Cornelius as a player who I think might make sense for the Eagles.
Yeah. I didn't love him on film.
Running backs, again, wide receivers still available. Bring me Ricky White III, man.
Torrey Horton, Colorado State still out there.
I believe Horton went, didn't he? Am I wrong there?
I thought
I missed it.
I may have missed it.
Maybe not. Sorry, it could just be someone we talked about so many times.
Right.
He has not been drafted.
He's not been drafted. Man, not my finest.
There's a million guys going.
Yeah.
Give yourself some grace. Francisco Mauigoa.
Nice.
Who I thought was interesting coming off the board, the linebacker from the U by way of Washington State.
Yeah, one of a handful of linebackers that were at their Shrine Bowl where you were there, and it was he's going to get drafted. That group at the Shrine Bowl at linebacker was a strong group that they put together this year.
You're going to hear a lot about his brother coming up, right? Yeah.
Yes. He's a guy that certainly we're going to be talking about in the next couple of years.
Francis, the offensive lineman.
Yes.
Yep.
There you go.
Left tackle.
All right. Here we go. 2 more picks to go.
Credit to Fran too, man. Breaking things.
I know.
Fran. We need to break out the Fran chant. Yeah.
I mean, this is what a star performance over the course of the weekend from the Duff man. Yeah, I mean, if you missed it last night, the ability of those mice to turn the corner, the explosiveness,
the run the hoop,
bend the edge.
There was the circles over and over.
That
and
was
over again.
disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. What would you have done if you were here for the mice, Zach? How would you have reacted?
After the show, pretty pissed off, right? I mean, during the show, I probably would have been trying to keep calm. But
pissed in what way? Like, were you going to go out?
Or no, I shouldn't say pissed off. I'd be like, what's going on?
The working
here?
conditions.
Yeah, seriously. I mean, especially our outstanding, producers and social media. Yeah. There's mouse droppings over there where Julia works every day. I feel for it. I mean, come on.
Dire straits.
Yeah,
Well, that's the thing.
We're a professional.
That's the thing. If there are 2 mice brazen enough to just be running around in front of us, how many actual mice are here?
That's not good.
In the thousands.
That's not good.
By the way, quick Smael Mondon note here. This is from our friend Dane Brugler's The Beast.
Yep.
Okay. So we talked about his name and the pronunciation. Do you know what the name was supposed to be?
Frown.
No. His name was supposed to be Ismael, but it was misprinted in his documentation.
Oh.
Yeah. He's named after his father, whose name was supposed to be Ismael. So
his father?
His father was supposed to be.
The Eagles traded out.
Oh.
Yeah,
Eagles traded out at 165 with the Chargers.
Okay.
How far down are the Chargers?
Eagles hate this draft class.
They really do. The Chargers aren't. They might have traded out of the round.
Picked up a Kit Kat.
They picked up mousetraps.
Probably a future pick because they don't care about this draft.
The Chargers are the 5th pick in the next round at 181, so it's possible that's what the move was.
Yeah.
Do we want them to get into this?
Good for the Eagles and Chargers getting this trade call into the league as opposed to when they were on the board at 22 before.
Do we want them to get in the 7th round? Or
Actually,
I do.
They moved further than that, it looks like. Hold on. 168?
Oh, Mitchell Evans goes off the board, the Notre Dame tight end, to the Carolina Panthers.
Perhaps that was the, or I don't want to say that was the impetus.
They traded them. Hold on, I'm catching up.
Oh, no, were they?
Yeah, 181. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so they moved back to the early stages of round 6.
Okay, so they now have 3 in the 6th.
Right.
And we'll see.
Wait, so they traded out of 168, you mean?
Or I believe
they traded out of 165.
Oh, yeah.
But they're still 168 they still own.
Oh, okay,
we're still up 3 picks from now.
So they're still at 168.
Yes.
Yeah. No specifics yet. Let's see if the team put something out.
Was there a finish to the Call Me Ishmael, Call Me Smael?
Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, it was misprinted in the documentation in 1990.
For his dad, not for him.
Yeah, and his parents immigrated to the United States from Ivory Coast for better opportunities.
Oh.
They found we lived in New York City for more than 10 years, followed by a short stint in Boston. The Mondons then put down roots outside of Atlanta shortly before Smael Mondon Jr. was born.
Dane's awesome.
Fantastic.
So,
I like the way you emphasize Boston.
Boston.
That's good. It's good stuff. That's the second.
So I'm curious about something.
Let's hear it.
Just kind of speaking out loud here. What do you think of this?
That's all we can do.
I wouldn't do this, but I'm just curious what you think. Okay, because we're working next to Fran Duffy, who's getting like information right away. Okay, and and so if I'm putting some of that information out there, right? I don't know if everyone is as plugged in as Fran Duffy is here. What if I were to put false information out on like a tweet that I delete 2 minutes later just to see if someone picks it up and puts that out there, right? Would that? I mean, that'd be disingenuous.
Because I know the fish you are trying to catch, I think you should do it.
Oh, I want to know who the fish you're trying to catch.
I wouldn't do it just because, like,
you would not do that because you know that is against journalistic ethics.
but like because
so you're telling me I should be tweeting this stuff out instead of saying it on the show.
Well, no, I mean, you say it first.
Or other people trying to
tell the people.
Other people are trying to take credit for it.
Yeah, well, yeah. So, but people aren't like citing it. People are doing
names.
It like,
what's going on here? Can you send me a text message or something? I'm gonna call people out.
I will mention it. No, don't call it out. I will mention the name.
Hey,
I mean, it's incredibly dirty behavior.
I am not against calling people out publicly or privately.
No, don't. Well, because look, people might know people who know. So I don't want to question it, but
maybe
when the exact same people that Fran keeps getting. Like,
when it happens at a high enough volume, yeah. So I've just this has happened for a few days. So I wondered, you put out stuff just to kind of see if they're following your scent, a little like the top 30 subterfuge.
You know what you should do?
What's that?
Is you should present it as news, but then at the bottom of the tweet put something that makes it clear that it's not, and see if it still gets picked up.
Okay, yeah, but
I mean, outrageous behavior.
Interesting.
So 181, 280, and 209, like we said.
There we go.
Yep. It's 209. What round's 209?
That sounds like 7 to me. 1 sec. Actually, that sounds like late 6. That might be a 6.
Yeah, the 7th round starts at 217.
There we go. So that's a 6th round compensatory.
And the reason I am following this, I said this on the show 2 nights ago. If you've watched every hour of every show, I can't tell you how much I appreciate it. Howie has not been a 7th round guy recently.
Right.
And I'm pulling up the numbers here. Early in his tenure, he was like all about the 7ths. Recently, I don't know if he sees the same. I think he kind of views that as like undrafted players. So he tries to kind of package those, move up. Bo made the point how well Howie's picked in the 7th. I mean, relatively speaking, Jordan Mailata, Bo Allen, Jalen Mills,
Bryce
Brown, exactly. So Howie, in his first 4 draft classes, he had 9 7th-round picks. In the last 3 draft classes, he's only taken 1 player in the 7th round. Like 1 player the last 3 years in the 7th round. His first 4 years, 9.
Who was the one? Last 3 years, let me think.
Ojama was 6th, right? Yep.
No, Ojama was 7th.
Ojama was 7th?
Yep.
Well, there you go. More to the point.
Yeah, 249. Right. Good point.
What a good pick.
Yeah.
All right, Eagles coming up again. 168.
The Eagles are selecting Will Bofa.
Phil Boface up. Steelers on the clock at 164.
Y.A. Black, the defensive tackle from Iowa, going to the Steelers. Yeah.
Zach liked him a little bit.
I did.
Fun pronunciation.
One of my.
And that's a great That's their second Iowa guy. The black and white, the black and yellow to the black and yellow. The easy prognostication. Iowa to Pittsburgh. Fantastic job by them.
One of my favorite nuggets from a player talking about a teammate this spring.
Okay.
Iowa linebacker Jay Higgins. We were talking about like the green dot because the green dot was new for the college football this year.
Okay.
So defensive players, you have one guy who can wear the helmet, and so Jay Higgins was the player that did that for Iowa. And I was asking him about his teammates, and we're talking. And I said, "Tell me about Y.A. Black," and he talks about on the field, big, strong, nose tackle. And he's like, "But honestly, if anybody else was going to wear the green dot defensively, the guy who knows the scheme the best is Y.A. Black." And I was like, "Wow!" I was like, "That's cool. Like that's a cool anecdote from Jay Higgins."
And you like the aesthetics of a defensive tackle with no gloves, right? Like the Reggie White sort of like I'm just more of a man than you.
Yeah,
I'm gonna toss you around.
I was just a little underwhelmed from the film, to be honest. Like it was just there was flash moments. I just thought the whole wasn't greater than some of the parts kind of situation there.
There we go. All right, who do you want? Let us know in the chat. 168 coming up. I see some love for Will Howard
in the chat.
Will they take an offensive player? That is
never
the
again. Can the Eagles build a team forever?
Yeah.
Oh, your boy, Aronde Gadsden Jr. off the board, Zach, the tight end, who will catch everything within a 3-yard radius.
Yeah, Harbaugh knows what he's doing with tight ends. Harbaugh's a good tight end guy. But what's interesting, too, I don't think the Chargers don't trade for Mark Andrews because of Aronde Gadsden Jr. Like, at this point, it doesn't affect that. But it is interesting because the Chargers have been thought of as a Mark Andrews potential destination.
All right, the Eagles selection is in. We've got Boston College center Drew Kendall.
Oh, interesting.
Drew Kendall, the son of Pete Kendall, is the pick here for the Eagles.
A shot across Dylan McMahon's bow once again. This is a center-only player from Boston College who was your, let's find out, Fran, where he was on your list.
I'll take it through my journey of studying...
Well, you know what? I'll give you the specifics, and then you give us the breakdown.
Yeah,
the Eagles are drafting their first offensive player of the weekend, Boston College offensive lineman Drew Kendall, 23 years old, 6'4", 308, a 3-year starter at Boston College at center the entire time. Ran a 5.05 40, 1.78 split. He's got short arms, 31 3/4, but that's okay. He's playing center. But to the Dylan McMahon experience, this is probably a one-position player. Is that fair?
Yes. Has only really played center in college. My guess is that he could probably be pretty limited to that moving forward in the NFL. Under 32-inch arms. And again, has been a 4-year starter at center, but has only played center. Now, redshirt junior, so wasn't sure that he was going to come out or not. And I studied Boston College's offensive linemen late in the fall, and I focused on 2 of the other draftable players in that group. And I didn't do Kendall. Well, those guys went to the Shrine Bowl. I didn't love either player. And Kendall was a late addition because I was like, oh, he's going to come out. He's not going to stay in school. So I didn't get to Kendall. So I get down to the Shrine Bowl, and I see him go through warm-ups. I'm like, okay, this kid, he looks the part. And you see him go through drills. I'm like, he moves pretty well. And he held up well in one-on-ones. I was like, I'm excited to watch this kid. And he's a good player. He's strong. I wouldn't say he's like a plus athlete. I like his anchor. I thought he was really smart. He handled post-snap movement really, really well. His eyes are really reactive, always seem to be in the right place. He's tough, looking for work. I had a higher grade on him than I did on the Michigan kid they took last year.
Trevor
Keegan. Yeah,
okay.
I had a higher grade on him than I had on Keegan. I thought he was very technically sound, but I do view him as more of a backup center. I believe
Similar to McMahon last year.
Yeah, I think McMahon was just that he was the better athlete. This kid's the better player.
Sure.
That's kind of how I would group it that way. Here's my final summary on him. 3-year starter at center, an extremely run-heavy offense that used both zone and gap schemes with pro verbiage. He's a sawed-off prospect with solid athleticism. He gets by with good hand usage and an understanding of angles, leverage, and timing. He lacks power. He lacks explosiveness. He lacks range at the position, but I like his anchor well enough. He can hold up versus NFL power inside, and he might be able to get you out of a game in a pinch, but I don't see a long-term starter. Backup center only for a zone blocking team. He has the makeup to potentially rise to starting quality, but the lack of top-end tools tell me that it's a safer bet that he's more of a backup long-term. Now, when I'm watching this, obviously I have not talked to him. I don't know what the mental side of it is. He's the son of a former first-round pick. Pete Kendall played in the NFL for a long time. He was with Seattle, the Jets, eventually Washington. I think when you're looking at him, there's a good chance that it was he blew people away in the interview process, and that's what kind of sold him to on the Eagles here to select him in this range.
Offense exists, Zach.
Offense exists, and a question I had going into the draft was, are they going to look for a backup center, right? And Drew Kendall fits that. That's what he is. Much more center than there's some guys who are center guard versatile. You're looking at a backup center here. That's what jumps out. Offense does exist. I can see Stoutland liking a Drew Kendall, but this is it's still not a skill guy. But
are you surprised that they wanted a true backup center, given what we saw from Landon Dickerson being able to step in for Cam Jurgens when he needed to?
Yes and no. I don't want to say I'm surprised by it, but because I know how much they value versatility, but I think ideally you don't want Landon Dickerson moving over. You would rather someone who can kind of step in and be that type of center. Now, Drew Kendall is bigger than what Dylan McMahon was last year. So even so, I'll defer to Fran, but perhaps if he is a game day backup and something were to happen to your right guard, he can play at right guard in a pinch. That wasn't happening with Dylan McMahon.
One aspect of this that's very interesting. So our friend Josh Norris, shout out to him and to Underdog. Since 2010, this is a big thing that Josh has harped on.
He loves the short shuttle.
He loves the short shuttle for offensive linemen.
This is part of why I like Dylan McMahon.
Yeah, well, so Drew Kendall just missed his mark. So the mark is, I'll give you the full numbers. This is from Josh. Since 2010, just 36 offensive linemen recorded a 4.47 short shuttle or better at the combine. 31 of those 36 linemen were drafted, and of those 31, they went to start 80% of their total NFL games. So it was basically guarantee this guy, if he gets drafted with that time, he's going to become a starter. The number, again, was 4.47. Kendall just missed it at 4.51. He had one of the best short shuttle times of any offensive lineman in this class. None of the offensive linemen in this class hit that number, but he was one of the better ones. And so, it speaks to his lateral agility and some of the initial quickness there for Drew Kendall.
Drew Kendall, finally, an offensive player. I like that one. That's a fun pick.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Tough to bet against Stout.
Right, exactly.
There you go. All right. Za Frazier going off the board, the cornerback, as
Chicago.
As the Eagles now await 3 picks in the 6th round after having moved down from one of their 5th round picks. We're looking at numbers. Let's pull it up here quickly.
They have 181, 191, 207,
and 209. So they have 4 6th round picks to come, and we are at 169. So we're about 12 picks away from the next Eagles pick. The next of 4-6. There's not enough roster spots for all these guys, Zach.
Well, I mean,
I like the national media voice.
Yeah, yeah. That's just a combination of
sure.
Yes. A little Kirk Cousins
should be fun
in there.
All right, Drew Kendall. If you're just joining us, you have no idea what's been going on all weekend. Here's what happened. In the 1st round, the Eagles moved up 1 spot after trying to trade up to 22 and getting rebuffed by the league. Instead, they get Jahad Campbell the Alabama linebacker / edge. Still to be decided what position he plays. In the second round, they stood at 64 and took Texas safety Andrew Mukuba. The third safety off the board. He was sort of consensus, more the 5, 6, 7 safety in the class, but Vic Fangio likes the player. Howie Roseman takes him. They traded out of the third round after trading down in the third round, and instead they only take one fourth-round pick, Nebraska defensive tackle Ty Robinson, a little bit older but very explosive testing numbers, a player who Fran thinks profiles as sort of a poor man's Milton Williams in terms of playing on first and second down, maybe not quite as much third down upside.
Yeah, I would say so.
Very poor man's. In the fifth round, 3 picks for the Eagles. McWilliams, the UCF cornerback. Think of it as Avonte Maddox vibes for him. Linebacker Smael Mondon Jr. from Georgia. The Eagles could not exit draft weekend without a Georgia defensive player. And then finally, the 6th pick of their draft, they finally addressed the offense. Drew Kendall, the Boston College cornerback, who also describes how what's the show?
Last of Us.
No.
Severance.
The Roys.
Game
Kendall
of Thrones.
Roy.
Oh.
Succession.
How a Succession fan spends their drawing time. Drew Kendall.
That's your Kendall association?
Good. Yeah.
That's the best I could do.
What if he wins Offensive Rookie of the Year? He would be the Kendall Roy.
That's right.
So you think that over Kendall Gill over?
Yes, I will admit that Kendall Gill is not the first Kendall who comes to mind. How about Jason Kendall?
Okay, yeah, catcher, Pirates. Kendall Wright, the former first-round pick out of Baylor for the Titans.
Yeah. Speaking of Josh Norris, he loved Kendall Wright.
Did he? How did that one go? Unfortunately. Sorry, Josh.
Shots fired.
I like Josh.
You pop Josh up, Zach knocks him
No,
down.
I'm a big Josh Norris fan. Listen, and very good to the show.
Josh is awesome.
Kendall Lamb.
And underdogs.
This is the second Kendall the Eagles have.
It's true.
They got a Kendall and a Kendall.
Drew
That's
Kendall
true.
Lamb.
Interesting.
That's true.
Okay.
Everyone loves Miles Frazier. The chat loves Miles Frazier.
Oh, he's from right over there.
Just past Bree.
By the way, from a
that
competitive
way.
perspective, I want to let the people I know who are helping me out with picks say they got to accelerate these because Fran's people are helping out. So I don't know if the people who are helping me out are watching, but if you're watching, my call, please. I'm trying to beat Fran here. Okay, I don't want. Fran will be the NFL draft man here and the Eagles insider all at once. So I need to accelerate this. So personal challenge.
It's okay. Nobody's.
I'm joking.
We're happy. We're happy you're here.
I'm joking.
Also, no one inside the Eagles building. No one inside the Eagles building. I'm good.
You don't have to give anything away. It could be Howie. It's allowed to. Let's keep the mystery alive. It could be Jeffrey.
Could be. Watching from abroad. He's not in the building.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it's definitely not Kevin Patullo.
So this just now our friend Brandon Lee Galton just tweeted this out because we don't have the audio on. Ian Rappaport said the Eagles would like to keep Dallas Goedert, and so it's interesting because maybe their narrative, or as Bo's called this all along, maybe they had a pre-draft approach publicly to make it seem a certain way, and now maybe their behind the scenes push will change, or their talking points will change. Right? The draft came. We saw how the draft went. We saw how the other rosters are, and let's try to work this out now.
And especially now, coming out without any additions to the offense until pick 168, it would be very hard for me to believe that a team with Super Bowl aspirations is going to take pennies on the dollar for their third option in the passing game, who is the entire reason that Saquon Barkley is a good running back, according to Denez. They're going to just trade that guy away because they don't love the value of the contract yet. He's not even guaranteed beyond this year, and they're going to do that without a true replacement. Like, they're going to take that, even if it's Michael Mayer, they're going to take that downgrade.
Yeah, it's a fair point.
Without having added anything else to the offense. It just doesn't make sense to me.
Who will call whose bluff?
Well, what's the bluff, though? Like, if Dallas Goedert wants a new contract and the Eagles just say no,
No, but it's not even.
He's gonna hold out.
It's not even a new contract. The Eagles don't want him on the books for what he's due this year, right? I think the Eagles. I
That's
could be
true.
wrong. I think the Eagles would sooner cut him than have him play.
I think that's what they say.
Okay, fair.
I think
You're
that's
right.
their bargaining position.
Fair.
I don't believe, given the structure of the team right now, that they would be willing to just cut him.
I think
That's
agree.
true.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, that's fair. So you think Dallas would say, if you don't want me, cut me. I'll go sign somewhere else, right? And the Eagles would say, all right, fine. We'll pay you your $14 million. And, come back this year. You're free agent after the year. Could be that.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Could be that. It could, the resolution we have sort of expected he comes back on less money, but 2026 is guaranteed, potentially, or partially guaranteed, something like that. But yeah, this is not an up and coming team. This is a team defending a Super Bowl title.
Exactly.
They haven't added anything else to offense. They're gonna just take away their number 3 weapon.
And look, I understand it's easier to spend someone else's money, right? But you look at it from a cash perspective. Is the delta in cash between what they'd be willing to pay him and the $14 million, or probably I shouldn't say willing, what they're interested in paying him, and the $14 million enough at this point for the downgrade? Seeing how the draft went, seeing how you don't have, like you said, there's no tight end comparable to Dallas Goedert walking through that door right now.
And think about what happened at safety. They trade away C.J. Gardner-Johnson because of the cash, and then they have to use a second-round pick to replace him.
Yeah.
Right?
Right.
They've done no such thing at tight end.
And maybe they thought, Howard Fannin Jr. is there in the 3rd round.
Yeah.
You take him, and it gives you a little more either leverage or confidence. But the fact that
I think if they had drafted Harold Fannin Jr., then yes, this would be a much different conversation.
Exactly. But now you're in a spot where you haven't taken a tight end. Are you really going to go into the season? Well, I get they have contingencies. When we sat here this time a year ago, we could have been talking about how they didn't draft a tackle and then they add Mekhi Becton. But even when we look at the list of free agents, there's no one near. There's no one. Mekhi Becton was their swing tackle when they signed him, right? There's no one close to having the impact on the offense available via free agency or even trade of Dallas Goedert.
Yeah. That is for the chat as Miles Frazier goes off the board to the Detroit Lions. All right. Bree, will you send us a Zoom link?
Yeah.
We're going to have Les Bowen join us.
Oh.
I got it. I'm going to send that over to Les now. It's in. And send that to Les.
Beautiful.
And that will be, if it works. There's I don't want to say a lull, but a potential lull between picks 191 and 207.
Well, if he's available now, we could get him on before 181,
Okay.
right? Well, I guess it depends. Depends when he wants to come on.
Yeah.
The Aggies jerseys. There you go. What do you think, chat? Dallas Goedert here to stay? Who knows? Let's take a quick break, settle ourselves, steal ourselves for 4 picks in the 6th round, and hear from some sponsors. The first sponsor is PHLY, because we've talked about it. First of all, we're competing with Dallas. We want to get the most diehards over the course of this draft week. We're in the lead, but we need to close it out. Okay, we got to run through the finish line. $36 over the course of a whole year. You get all the great written content from Les Bowen, from Zach Berman, from Fran Duffy, from all the people covering the Flyers, from all the people covering the Sixers and the Phillies. Fantastic stuff. You also get access to the Discord, and you get a foot in the door at these fun events like the golf outing that we're going to have on June 14th. Valley Brook Country Club, 2 o'clock, a shotgun start. Are you better than Fran Duffy at golf?
Probably.
Are you better than Zach Berman at golf?
Definitely. Never golfed in my life.
That's not true. You made a shot last year at...
Yeah, but that was a putt. So I've mini golfed in my life. I've never shot like a drive. I've never driven before in golf. Yeah.
I think when you say I've never shot a drive, it makes that clear. This is a 4-person scramble that includes a limited edition PHLY golf tee gift, prizes, and a post-round dinner and draft beer, along with a great raffle, including Philly memorabilia. So join us for the 2nd annual PHLY Liberty Open and Valley Brook Country Club on June 14th.
And now we'll hear from our friends at Ace Hardware Home Service. And I got to tell you, now that draft season is basically in the rearview mirror, I've got a list of jobs that I have to get done around the house. And I know what my limitations are. There are some things I can do. There are some things I'm not going to cross that line. So there are some of these projects where I am going to have to get on the phone, see if I can get somebody from Ace Hardware Home Service. Because if I've got a leaky pipe, I'm not messing with any plumbing. Get out of here.
Pipes,
what am I doing? What am I going to do with plumbing? Well, the Ace Hardware Home Services, they're around the block with everything I need to fix it, including the person to do the fixing. If I've got an air conditioning issue, it's starting to get warm outside, I'm not fixing HVAC. I'm not an HVAC guy. Guess what? They've got a person for that. Outside light that I said that I would fix last summer, this is part of the ad read. I could tell you it's real life. I'm not doing electric. But guess what? Ace Hardware, they've got someone that can come out and help because they are not just the helpful hardware folks. They are also the helpful home service and repair folks. From plumbing and electrical to heating and cooling, they have the trusted pros to keep your home humming all year long. Ace Hardware Home Services, they are bringing helpful home, the helpful you love, from the store now to your front door. Visit Ace Hardware Home Services online at www.acehardwarehomeservices.com to get you started on your next project.
All right. We are back to the action here on the PHLY Draft Show. You know what? This is kind of flying by. 3.5 hours in, we're already in the 6th round.
The whole draft has flown by, to be honest.
Well, it goes by quickly when you're with your friends, right? We're having fun.
How about that?
Just hanging out. You know, when I was out in Colorado and I'm on that panel with Sheil Kapadia and Lindsey Jones, I said the advice Sheil gave me when I started podcasting is people want to hang out with you, right? Like you can have.
Sorry, Jackson Haas has been drafted. But go ahead, Zach.
No problem. And so that I think that's the fun part of this. It's just three draft nerds hanging out, talking draft, and mouse
of mice and men, baby.
Thousands of our friends
with thousands and thousands and thousands. The numbers have been awesome.
Yeah.
Comments, super chats. Let's raise the super chats.
Yeah.
It's been a quiet day for super chats here. Come on.
We got a couple good ones though. I saw coming through, so we'll get to those.
Yeah. Why don't we circle back to the super chats? What do we got from the people? Sean. Well, no, it's okay. It's okay. Ryan says, "Thank you guys. Please give a shout out to my brother Kevin that showed me Birds with Friends back in 2017. Nice. Love you guys. A diehard from LA."
Thank you.
Shout out to Kevin and Ryan. Who's your favorite Kevin? Costner?
My brother-in-law, Kevin. Yeah.
Okay. How about family excluded?
Family excluded. Kevin Garnett.
Kevin Jones, former running back.
Running back. Cardinal O'Hara.
Come on.
I like Kevin. You loved Kevin White.
Yeah, Kevin White was a good one.
You loved Kevin White.
Another local guy, somewhat local guy.
E. Roses says, "Is there some amount of under no circumstances are we trading with Howie Roseman among general managers in the league, or are they just tired of the media drooling over every move?"
I don't think that last part can be motivation to not do a deal.
No.
Personally.
And listen, I mean, Howie has lost plenty of trades too.
Right.
But I would imagine there is some trepidation from some people if they have been pantsed before.
Sure. I mean, well, so Todd McShay, I think the impetus of this is Todd McShay said that he's heard from a GM who joked that they're going to block the 215 number in that building. I mean, I don't think that's the case as much for like these draft day trades. These draft day trades outside of that Atlanta one are pretty much like there's a formula involved in them.
Paste.
Exactly. You see it more with whether it's acquiring players who are available via trade, who maybe people don't know about, or down the road picks is something that the Eagles do.
I think that's well said. Tyler says, "What's up, fellas? What up, TN? How are we feeling about Jared Ivey out of Ole Miss?"
Big, sturdy edge rusher, has the ability to kick inside. Some people really liked him and thought that he'd be like a day 2 type of player. I was a little bit lower. I thought he would be more this range of the draft. I liked him, but I didn't love him. Talked with one of his coaches that recruited him to Georgia Tech. Wow. He started his career at Georgia Tech and then transferred to Ole Miss. And spoke very highly of Ivy. This is a big body, long, good run defender. I've spoken with a couple of his teammates as well at Ole Miss, and they all rave about him and said, like, this guy's a pro's pro. He like does his own meal planning and like really takes care of his body and just goes about his business the right way. I like Jared Ivey, but I didn't love him. This part of the draft, I think that's a fine swing.
Okay. As Denzel Burke, the Ohio State corner, goes off the board to JG and the Arizona Cardinals.
Another Ohio State guy.
Jack Royer. Thoughts on none of our picks having a top 30 visit? Do you think this was intentional, Zach? Do you think they were trying to zag after having been predictable on this front?
I've seen on like Eagles Twitter people speculating that maybe they were using it this year to blow off to get people off their scent. I don't think that's the case. First off, they haven't had a volume of picks, and I think it's been more circumstantial thus far.
We think they were going to draft Charles Grant.
Sure, exactly.
I mean, you don't know.
And so. Like they took one guy on day 2, right? And if you just look at the top 30 visits, how many of those guys were second, third round range, right?
Yeah.
So that factors into it. So no,
the thing you mentioned about a guy like Jahad Campbell, if you are a prospect who considers yourself a top 15, top 20 pick, you don't even want to go to the Eagles because you don't want to put it out there that you could go in that range.
Exactly. You don't want that. You don't want people to think like the league to think you're going in that range, and B, you're just prioritizing your time or your agent is, and it's like, I'm not. He can be at any one of these other 15 teams. Why is he? I'm not going to have him. I'm not having him go there for a day.
Polar Jam, ZB. Keep your eye out for mice.
Yeah, I'm low to the ground, so I can probably see it a little easier.
There's a great ZB one coming up here.
We're about there. Shay, ZB, do you take anything to be so regular? Poop emoji. Shay, I mean, the man talked to you about Bean Girl out in Denver. Why you got to give him?
No, I just got to tell you, like, I have an aversion to public bathrooms, so that's what I'm very disciplined about not going in public bathrooms. And I would consider even a workplace a public bathroom. So that's kind of, it's probably more information than I need to share.
This begs the question, like, what do you do?
Oh, this is
question. What do you do to make sure that you're always in the same schedule when you're home?
I wouldn't even say the same schedule. It's just, you hold it till you get home. Yeah.
When's the last time that you were forced into having to play an away game?
What about when you were stuck in the Denver airport, right?
No.
Weren't you there for like 18 hours?
Yeah, but definitely not. No.
What?
Yeah. No.
How long's the flight?
How long's the flight?
Yeah, so it's 18
Flight's
hours
4
plus
hours.
the flight. So it's 22 hours?
Yeah.
You were in the Denver airport for 18 hours?
Oh, yeah, we didn't cover this?
I didn't hear this.
Oh, God. I can tell you this story.
But I thought you were getting on an earlier flight, but then it was
canceled.
But
then it was pushed back to the following morning. I slept on a bench.
Oh, you poor
I went
guy.
from terminal to terminal to try to find a comfortable place to sleep.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I can give you the whole rundown. It was
that's terrible.
It's funny now after the fact. No, there was a time when probably like a few months ago where it was like a hotel lobby.
Okay.
The best place.
That's the best place to go. Yeah.
Yeah. I was in a different city, and I
walk in like you stay there, even though you don't.
Wow,
yeah, exactly. Yeah. But no, otherwise, that's it.
Wow.
It's a name, says % chance of dealing Dallas Goedert, given how the first 5 rounds have gone. We did have a similar discussion to this. I think it has gone way down.
Yeah.
I'm saying percentage. I'm putting turkeys on a deal. 25.
Maybe less.
Yeah, I'm leaning more and more toward the conversation we just had that the Eagles. I don't want to say do an about face, but maybe I'm gonna give Bo credit. He has good senses about this stuff. Maybe everything they were doing before the draft was posturing. Was that to create the impression that he wasn't coming back, and that the draft was this pressure point. If the draft didn't fall a certain way, it's like, all right, fine, you're back.
Now, it is also, if they were going to trade him, it was probably going to be post June 1st for cap purposes. But given the state of the roster, I would be surprised at this point. Sean Wolford. Fran, what's your opinion on Luke Lachey? Love an Iowa tight end and a member of 98 Degrees.
Right. He was a solid player across the board. Good route runner. Average blocker. Was hoping for a little bit more there from him personally. Not going to blow you away as an athlete, but again, the route running I thought was pretty good. Solid hands catcher. Just in this tight end class, just kind of slipped through the cracks. I do think he's got a shot to go here in the next 2 rounds, but I saw him as a late round possibility here in this draft. Honestly, had one of the best individual reps of any player at an All-Star game. He ran a filthy stick nod, like double move route against Shedeur Sanders at the Shrine Bowl. Just like dusted Shedeur Sanders in the middle of the field.
The tight end from Alabama, Robbie Ousts,
Yes,
with a nice mustache that is good, but not as good as Andrews, goes to the Seattle Seahawks. And then Tyler Barron, who did take a pre-draft visit to the Eagles, the edge rusher from Miami, goes to the Jets. Steve Vaughn with a super chat says, do you think the Eagles keep trading back because the guy they want is getting drafted ahead of them?
Well, I think that was the case last night, speculating with the Charles Grant situation. Today, we won't know with Shedeur Sanders. My friend Jeff McClain said he didn't. He was under the impression the Eagles weren't going Sanders at that spot. That could have just been Andrew Berry trying to protect himself, because Andrew probably knows the value thinking that the Eagles have. But often that's the case. Often, as I said, you have a cluster of players or you have a group of players, and if you're not happy with that group, then you trade back.
Again, as the 6th round kicks off now, the Eagles prepared to go at 181, 191, 203. No, I got that wrong. 207 and 209. So 4 picks in the 6th round. We'll see if they make them all. That would be a surprise. But we know what we do have to do now that the 5th round is officially over. The Bet Parks round recap of the 5th round. 3 picks made in the 5th round for the Eagles. Finally, a player on offense, Drew Kendall from Boston College, Georgia linebacker Smael Mondon, and, of course, we all remember the first pick of the round, McWilliams, the UCF cornerback. Who was your favorite of those 3 picks, Fran?
McWilliams. I really enjoyed studying him on film. Hyper-competitive corner, good Senior Bowl. Undersized, solid athlete. It's very similar to the Avonte Maddox profile. I really enjoyed studying him on film. I thought that he'd be more of like a 4th corner than an ideal 3rd corner, but if you told me he's going to turn into a starting slot, I would not be surprised.
Zach, how do you feel about those 3? Do you have a favorite? Would you go Mac as well?
Honestly, I would probably go Mondon. Like I've watched Mondon the most there. I haven't watched McWilliams, so I'm trusting Fran's judgment there. And then Drew Kendall, I have seen Drew Kendall play, but I would be being disingenuous if I said I had a strong evaluation of Drew Kendall.
And of course, the big news of the 5th round, Shedeur Sanders finally gets drafted as the Cleveland Browns trade 1 spot ahead of the Eagles to take him, and the indications being that the Eagles were going to draft Shedeur Sanders if the Browns had not. Would have been interesting, and I think it's fair to say that the 5th round is kind of a nice demarcation in we're willing to just cut this guy. I mean, it's what they did with Clayton Thorson, right? And so maybe that was the impetus for okay, now we'll finally do it.
Sure. That's a good point.
Yeah.
Okay, there you go. That's the round recap of the 5th round, courtesy of Bet Parks. Let's go back to the Super Chats. Got a few left to get to. Andrew Mang says, has Howie broken the all-time trade record yet?
Oh,
maybe
no.
The career record, maybe?
No, I mean, Howie's... there have been... like last year, they just kept trading back, right? So I would have to look at the numbers, but I doubt that they're there yet. They did 3 in the first 3 days. I'm sorry, first 2 days, rather.
Correct.
And then they've done, 2 today?
Well, I wonder if Andrew is saying like the lifetime career trades.
Oh, I thought he meant just in terms of 1 draft.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I perceived it that way.
That would be interesting. I bet maybe he has.
Probably.
Google hasn't turned up anything fast for me there, so I got nothing.
Rohit with the Super Chat says, do you think they are trading down to save money?
No.
This is one where I would say
very marginal. Yeah.
Yeah, and the reality too is these are it actually benefits you to take, if you're trying to save money, take more players on rookie deals, right?
Yeah.
And get
but they are accumulating picks.
Sure.
But that's true. Belligerent Octopus, great name.
Great name.
B.O. Why doesn't Andrew Berry get any criticism? Deshaun Watson contract, bad drafts, traded up for Dylan Gabriel, and is coming off a 3-14 season.
Yeah, I'll let you go first.
Ownership. Right.
I don't think he doesn't get criticized for Deshaun Watson because everybody believes and understands that was a Jimmy Haslam decision.
And Haslam basically owned it at the owners' meetings this spring. So
yeah, exactly. I think
it's fair. The fair point is like he doesn't have a great track record.
No, but I think
I would disagree with that.
It's been okay, but the problem is they don't have a great draft record because
they don't first round picks.
Yeah, they haven't had a lot of picks.
But I mean, I look at some Greg Newsome and JOK. Those were that's the only time he had first and seconds consecutively. Anthony Schwartz didn't work out.
You would be a believer because we're talking like process of results. I think you would be a big believer in their process. Like they draft heavy dose of underclassmen from big schools, athletic traits. Like they typically they stay in that lane. They just obviously they haven't hit on every pick, but I would say. And
the Dylan Gabriel thing, we can.
Yeah. Did you see there's I think Warren Sharp tweeted out that they went into the Cleveland draft room after the Shedeur pick.
Yeah,
and it looked like Andrew Berry and the coaching staff and the scouting staff, it was like a hostage video. Like they didn't look happy.
That was a Haslam
It was just
pick?
a bad, it didn't look so. Yeah, I mean, and I know like Haslam was interested in Shedeur before the draft coming in. Like that was the whole idea was that they were going to take Travis Hunter at 2 and then Shedeur Sanders later in the round. And obviously that changed when they didn't get Travis Hunter. So that would be my guess.
Says Bo, Fran, and Pitbull. Great draft coverage, guys.
I saw that one earlier. That was outstanding. That's a good one.
Okay. I don't know
about the jacket.
Yeah, but let me Google Pitbull.
Mr. Worldwide.
I don't know if you're going to see a jacket right away if you just Google Pitbull.
Tyler Nakama says, can I get a temperature check on how you feel about our draft so far?
Yeah, underwhelmed, I would say. Your impact players typically come the first 2 days, and they took 2 guys the first 2 days. They took 2 players the first 2 days, and I thought their second round pick, I liked the player, but I didn't love the value of it. And then they don't draft again in the 3rd round. I mean, Campbell, I really like Campbell, and I thought they started off well, but I mean, look, compared to last year, and again, we'll see how this plays out. But last year, I thought they came out of the first 2 days with 2 clear first round picks, and then I thought they navigated day 3 really well. I don't feel that way right now about this draft.
Yeah, again, we said it in real time last year that it felt like the best job Howie had ever done moving around the board. It does not feel that way this year. Coming out of the draft with probably 2 players they're expecting to realistically contribute this year. Maybe Ty Robinson becomes the 4th defensive tackle, but Makuba, you put your trust in Vic Fangio that this is the guy he wanted at safety, but value-wise, it strays from the consensus board a little bit. Jahad Campbell should be awesome, and if he's healthy, which there are like a lot of teams in the league that had him off their board, but if he's healthy, fits everything that they want personality-wise and can do a lot of things, maybe that's a huge impact. Part of it is the strength of the draft. Part of it is having to pick 32nd in every round. Part of it is just bad luck. But I think it's okay to be underwhelmed with the process and the results so far. Doesn't mean it won't turn out well. But in real time evaluating it, I think it's okay to be a little bit underwhelmed.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think that at the end of the day, like I like the Jahad Campbell pick. I think that they got good value there. Obviously, there's the injury, the durability questions. Makuba, probably a little bit richer than I would have liked. I wasn't as high on him as some of the other safeties on the board, but again, like you're giving essentially Vic Fangio and that staff carte blanche to say like, who's the safety you like from this cluster? They clearly targeted Makuba, so I guess you just trust the evaluation from that standpoint. I mean,
realistically, if Jahad Campbell is healthy and awesome,
then
it doesn't matter.
Yes,
you know what?
Correct.
Everybody else, as long as like 3 guys make the roster and are part of some depth, and you got 1 impact player, that's totally fine.
Yep.
And so I think what the truth about this is that this draft is probably going to hinge on Jahad Campbell's future.
You're absolutely right. Yeah.
I mean, you think about the 2020 draft, which was a terrible draft, but they happened to draft the Super Bowl MVP quarterback in the second round.
Exactly. And it changes the franchise.
Right.
You're right.
S. Blunt, thoughts on Xavier Restrepo ahead of Anaya Smith? You like Restrepo. I mean, the 40 is tough.
Really, really tough. He ran 4.85 at the pro day for a small, like a shorter squatty or wide receiver. Honestly, that's an undrafted number where, like, if you thought that was possible, like, you probably shouldn't have run. But I like the film. He looks like your prototypical, like, undersized possession slot receiver.
So I have a quick question for you.
Okay.
And this is for both of you.
Eagles close to being on the clock here.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So I'm going to give you 2 trades that the Eagles made that affected this weekend. Seeing how those trades materialized, seeing how the draft materialized, which do you think they would want to do these? Do you think they're happy with the result of the trade? Okay. 2 years ago, the Eagles traded a 2025 4th-round pick and then a swap of 7ths to get DeAndre Swift. So that was your 4th rounder this year. Mm-hmm. Do you think they're happy with how that trade turned out? And then I'll just give you the second one too.
I think they probably are happy with how that turned out.
I think so.
And then the second one, the Eagles traded a 3rd-round pick and 2 7th-round picks to the Commanders for Jahan Dotson and the 5th-round pick.
I think they are unhappy with how that trade turned out. But he helped them win a Super Bowl.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, probably we're hoping for more.
Yeah. He's one of the least productive receivers in the league last year on a per route basis. And he's got 1 year left. Yeah. Now, part of it was like that was a surplus value thing. Like, exactly. To have a top 3 receiver on a rookie contract for 2 years is valuable. But I would imagine they were expecting more from that. But those are good questions.
I forgot the Swift trade was this year.
Yeah. And I think that turned out totally fine.
Yeah, absolutely.
He was a starting running back.
Pro Bowl running back.
They didn't love him, but
yeah,
that worked out well. Shay says he's sorry for the poop question, Zach, but he does have your back if you're ever stranded again in Dallas.
Thank you.
Denver.
In Denver. Amazing airport.
Really? I don't like that.
Well, that's why I feel like that's
like a notoriously bad airport, right? Like the check-in or the
I should say,
and it's like very far from the city.
That's true. I'm saying if you're going to be stuck in an airport. If you're stranded in an airport.
It's a good place to be stranded once you get there.
Because it's a huge airport.
Okay.
Okay. But I'll give you the quick story. I know the Eagles are coming up, so please interject, and I'll interject if I get the text, but you're probably going to get it first. So the plane gets pushed back from 6 to 8, 8 to 10, 10 to 1 a.m., then 1 a.m. to 7:30 the next morning. It's like, oh, God. So they offer you a hotel voucher to 21 miles away. And so you're not going to go 21 miles away.
Oh, man.
Okay.
Quarterback Kyle McCord is a Philadelphia Eagle.
Wow. Oh, we got to get Cuz on.
Cuz is going to be so
We got to
happy.
get Cuz on.
Wow.
Kyle McCord, Zach Berman, the Syracuse man. The Eagles add to the quarterback room. A shot across Dorian Thompson-Robinson's bow. But listen, a 6th-round pick in the past turned into Tanner McKee, a starting caliber quarterback. Kyle McCord, the Ohio State transfer who stuck with it and had an impressive season with Syracuse. Sell us on your boy, Zach.
Yeah, if you watch Kyle McCord this year, led the country in passing, was throwing the ball all over the yard. Was if you watched him at Ohio State the year before, you're like, he's playing with Marvin Harrison Jr. He's playing with these top guys, and we all saw Hard Knocks where they were interviewing Marvin Harrison Jr. and he wasn't throwing his quarterback under the bus, but there were these wayward throws, right? He goes to Syracuse. He's not playing with top receivers, and his numbers are terrific. You read different stories about him. He kind of reinvented himself. He found his confidence working with, whether it's Jeff Nixon, their OC, Capinelli, the quarterback's coach who just went to the Jags, really kind of fixed himself up, and I think now Fran and I can disagree with him, but I think he has juice in terms of the way he throws the ball. He's like he's known for like his leadership ability, but processes things quickly. I was watching the recruiting QB camp, only gives you a glimpse of it, but you see like the processing ability there. He doesn't have like a Josh Allen arm, but I think he can throw the deep ball. You saw that was a big part of the Syracuse offense, was the vertical part of it. So if you're talking about this point in the draft, I like Will Howard's mobility, but no issue with Kyle McCord.
61 touchdowns to 20 interceptions over the course of his college career. Much better in the last year, 34 and 12. Bringing a little bit less athletically than some of the other similar players. Didn't test athletically in the pre-draft process. But what are the upsides of Kyle McCord?
I like his touch. I like the ability to be able to navigate the pocket. I think that when you watch him throw, like watching him warm up at the Shrine Bowl, I remember getting down there first practice and just getting up close to him and just watching him throw. You see, this guy looks the part. Absolutely, you got to understand why he had that pedigree coming out of high school. The film wasn't perfect, obviously, right? This is a guy that had some clunkers in terms of multi-interception games, but obviously it was extremely productive this season, throwing for that offense. Knows some people on that coaching staff. Obviously, this is a guy that is well familiar with the Eagles and has had a nice run as a starting quarterback. I like the fact that he faced that adversity at Ohio State, transfers, and then finds all that success at Syracuse. I did view him in that same cluster as a bunch of these other quarterbacks that have gone. Honestly, to me personally, I don't think there's a huge leap between Jackson Dart and Kyle McCord.
Wow.
Me personally, I don't think there's a huge leap there. Now, I would not have taken Jackson Dart where I took him, but I think that to me, to see Jackson Dart go round 1 and to see Kyle McCord go round 5, I much rather would take Kyle McCord at this spot than where the Giants got Jackson Dart.
Where's he from, Zach?
South Jersey, Philly area. He's from right over there. Went to high school this way, this way, and this way.
You brought up DeAndre Swift. We had another St. Joe's prep guy.
Yes, yeah. St. Joe. There's Alameda Zacchaeus was a St. Joe's prep guy. Jeremiah Trotter Jr. was his high school.
Yeah, this is the real breeding ground.
Yeah.
Throw Georgia away. It's St. Joe's prep.
Jeremiah Trotter Jr. was his high school teammate. So Kyle McCord was a big time recruit, huge recruit. He was Marvin Harrison Jr.'s high school teammate. They were, I don't want to say a package deal, but they go to Ohio State together. McCord replaces C.J. Stroud at Ohio State. I didn't think he was bad at Ohio State, but he was kind of viewed as the scapegoat, right?
I agree with that.
Michigan wins the national, Michigan beats Ohio State. They win the national championship. And the view was they needed to blame somebody. Who did they blame? They blamed the quarterback, Kyle McCord. They won the national championship this year. But if you watch Will Howard,
but you respect the pick yourself up off the mat.
And that's exactly what happened, right? And then Fran Brown, a local guy from over there in South Jersey, first year Syracuse coach, he goes to Columbus, Ohio, sits down with Kyle McCord in Kyle McCord's apartment there, sells Kyle McCord on Syracuse, and I think a pretty good NIL deal too to be the starting quarterback there. Kyle McCord goes there, and to your point, rebuilds himself. Was huge for that program this year, and going into the year, you're probably not talking about Kyle McCord at this round in the draft, and he became a draftable player based on the way he played.
There were some people that were really big fans of him.
Exactly.
Around the league, in the draft space, there were people that were really big fans of Kyle McCord, and I do understand it. I always thought this was the area of the draft where I feel like he was best served to go, and he goes to a great spot. I think this is a great spot for him to go. You learn behind Jalen Hurts and Tanner McKee. I think this is a great spot for him to land.
Now, I do think it's a fair question to ask, which is being asked in the chat. If you were willing to draft a quarterback, why not just draft Shedeur earlier?
That's fair. I like Shedeur Sanders more than Kyle McCord.
Yep.
And they had a number of picks to do so. It's a totally fair question, and I don't have a good answer for you other than perhaps there's a few things here. The Eagles might not have done a lot of work on Shedeur Sanders, number one, right? They might have been under the impression he was going in the first 2 rounds. They might have done work on late day 3 quarterbacks.
Yeah.
It could be that. It could be all the other stuff we're talking about, like the circus. But I honestly don't know. You do work on everybody, but I don't know how much work they were doing on Shedeur Sanders. I could be wrong there.
Extra work, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Did the QB coach meet with him at the combine?
Exactly.
Those kind of things, yes.
And if you're going to, and maybe there's a point when you're willing to do it without having done the work, but a little bit earlier, probably not. Very interesting. Does this make you think that the clock is ticking on Tanner McKee?
No, I think this has nothing to do with Tanner McKee.
What about Jalen Hurts?
Definitely
what about
not.
Dorian Thompson-Robinson?
Well, it's look. I don't think McCord's guaranteed a roster spot, right? He's a 6th round pick. It's gonna be him and gonna be him and Thompson Robinson. And DTR visited here, right? And was really productive at UCLA too. So I'm curious to see. I
agree.
It's going to be a fun training camp battle to follow, but totally different types of quarterbacks.
For sure.
So that factors into it as well.
Oh man, Cuz must be fired up.
Oh,
Yeah.
sure, yeah.
It's a cool story. It's like, they had Kenny Pickett last year. Kenny Pickett was more Central Jersey, but Eagles fan. He was a Jersey Shore guy. It's a cool story.
What do you think is the best food place in Mount Laurel? If you're gonna what's the chicken vodka wrap for Kyle McCord?
NFL Films Cafeteria.
There you go. No, there's got to be like a Primo's around there that we'll give a shout out to. I mean, I know they're big supporters of Anthony.
Yep.
Chicken and the Egg was around there. We had the Sixers show there.
Chegg.
Yeah, so I'm gonna be a show for people who sponsor our shows.
Okay, I like that. There you have it.
Oh, our first kicker off the board, the
I
Patriots.
saw that.
You have to. Anytime you can draft a kicker when you're a rebuilding team, you gotta do it.
Andres Borregales, 2-time all ACC kicker.
One like 2 years ago.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
Well,
What are we doing?
all right, Kyle McCord. That's a little bit of juice. It's a little bit of fun in the 6th round.
2 Shrine Bowl guys back to back.
3 more 6th-round picks to go for the Eagles, at least on the schedule. And then after the Eagles pick at 191, that is when we will bring on our friend Les Bowen to talk about his thoughts on the draft thus far. A defense-heavy draft, but Kyle McCord's still here. That's fun. Is it raining? Is that sound? Pouring? Old man snoring?
So Monday's Anthony Gargano show. Do you think he leads with Andrew Makuba or Kyle McCord?
I don't think he leads with Kyle McCord, but I think we got a nice long Kyle McCord segment. Yeah. And he must be fired up.
Absolutely.
Fantastic. Good stuff. Good for the brand.
Well, I mean, look, if you're it is going to be the headline from today. Like if I was the beat writer at the Inquirer, right? You're playing up a quarterback. Like quarterbacks always sell more than nickels.
Well, you're certainly playing up the Shedeur thing, given the way it played out. Like this is the guy they got, but they were maybe willing to take Shedeur earlier.
But unwilling, maybe. I mean, that's the.
But the reporting is that they were going to take him if the Browns didn't trade up.
Oh, that is from.
That's the inference from.
Oh yeah, well,
the implication.
I'm saying McLean was saying they weren't, but yeah.
But of course they're going to say that.
Sure, exactly.
You know.
Yeah, but no, it's a fair point.
It's interesting.
Yeah.
All right, more picks off the board recently. Marcus Harris, the cornerback from California, going to the Tennessee Titans. Ollie Gordon, the running back from Oklahoma State, went to the Miami Dolphins. Bilal Coney, the cornerback from Western Michigan, went to the Ravens. And J.J. Pegues, the defensive tackle from Ole Miss, went to the Las Vegas Raiders. Exciting stuff. Some running backs still available. Some wide receivers still available. I'd like to see the Eagles draft any skill position player other than a quarterback, but that's okay. Linebacker thinning out a little bit. Same for corner and safety. Although Jalen Reed still hasn't been picked. That's an interesting one.
Yeah, that is a good one.
I mean,
do you think so?
Hard to pick him at this point.
I got to think a skill position player at some point here, though, right?
I would hope so.
Yeah.
Maybe Vince. Maybe now that Cuz got Kyle McCord, Vince will get Marcus Yarns.
That's true. That's true. I mean, I'm gonna be watching. I watch Anthony's show a lot, but I'm eager to see Monday what it's like.
Now you did say Kyle McCord wasn't working with the best cast of wide receivers. Are you by doing that throwing Arondé Gadsden Jr. under the bus?
Well, I mean, Arondé Gadsden's catch radius was tested. I'll put it that way. But no, I mean, Trevor Pena, he's getting good NIL. He's getting good NIL money transferring. But it wasn't.
I mean, listen, last time the Eagles drafted a quarterback from Syracuse, Zach.
That's true. The last time they drafted a player from Syracuse. Yeah. Last time they drafted a player from Syracuse.
5 will always love you. Will they let him wear 5?
5 will always love you.
What was McCord's college number?
Kyle McCord's college number was 6.
6 is taken. Devontae Smith.
Yeah.
Probably not going to get that one.
No.
Maybe 16 is McKee, right?
16 is McKee. Yeah. That's there have been some number changes that I saw.
Devin Neal, my friend, the running back from Kansas, goes to the New Orleans Saints. Oh yeah, what's the reporting about Jahan Dotson moving him to the single digits?
He's 2,
okay,
and then Ringo's 7.
Okay.
And I think there were some tours of the Eagles locker room.
Okay.
And they saw the placards.
Yes.
I would credit who put it out, but I didn't see the initial tweets.
So 8 is available?
Unless someone else picked that up, but yeah, 8 would be available. No, they're not giving 9 out.
They're not giving 9 out?
Yeah. They're not giving 9, 12, 13 would be available if Dotson moved that.
14?
14. And then 18 and 19.
Okay, let's think about that.
But I think Marcus I think Avery Williams got
your quarterback?
I think Avery Williams got out one of them.
Okay. What number do you think Kyle McCord should be?
2.
I think 2 is taken.
Yeah, I believe
Jahan Dotson is
I believe Dotson's moving to 2 and Ringo's moving to 7.
He feels like a 2. That was my.
I'm gonna go 13 unless there's a player who took 13.
Yeah,
I can see that.
What's DTR?
I don't. Yeah,
DTR feels like a 13.
Maybe a 19 or an 18. 18.
Yeah, I like a high teens for McCord.
For McCord?
Yeah, I like a high teens.
Okay.
Someone in the chat says Adoree Jackson has 8.
Okay.
Which has not been announced yet. So there you go. All right.
Your boy Devin Neal off the board.
Not enough likes in the video today. We've been going for so long. Let's get over 1,000 likes. We're only at like 550 right now.
Another quarterback off the board. Will Howard going to the Steelers.
Oh, the Steelers finally taking a quarterback.
They waited for Shedeur to go off.
Yeah, that's funny.
People
sleeping on Cam Miller. Camilla. Quinn Ewers hasn't been drafted either.
No. He should have gone. He should have transferred.
Or Riley Leonard. Yeah, why did he come out?
I don't know.
Yeah, that's tough.
It's weird because, well, no, we don't need to get into that.
191 approaching. My guy Devin Neal went to the Saints.
Yes.
Can we get a running back? Can we get a wide receiver, please?
Still plenty of guys. Both spots.
I like Brashard Smith. He's still your highest rated running back available.
He is.
And I could see
Damien Martinez still there.
Yeah, I don't mind Damien Martinez. No, that's a big, hulky.
That's a big back.
It's an A.J. Dillon competitor.
Yeah.
I could be sold on Khalil Mullings.
Yeah.
Convert to running back. If you're thinking about upside, because he plays running back like someone who has no idea what he's doing.
My guy at Michigan loves Khalil Mullings.
Okay.
Like, as a guy, I was one of the people in that locker room, just like loves Khalil Mullings.
I think that'd be fun. Mm-hmm. The wide receivers we talked now. Isaiah Bond has some kind of off-field accusation thing going on right now.
Yeah, I think that's part of the reason. I would imagine most of the reason why he's still there.
But my guy Ricky White III and Konata Mumfield from Pitt still available. Anybody else at wide receiver interesting to you?
At wideout, yeah, there are.
You
a
like
few
Tez
guys.
Johnson? I mean, he's like Xavier Restrepo, except a little bit faster.
Yeah, it's honestly it's like the kid from last year. It's like a Anais Smith.
Yeah,
he's undersized but not dynamic.
Yeah,
I like DeQuan Felton. To me, he's like Johnny Wilson. He's big. He's a really good blocker.
I think he went.
No, I don't think so.
No?
Ty Felton went.
Oh, Ty Felton.
From Maryland.
No, I was thinking of Dante Thornton.
Yes.
They're always confused.
Yeah. Dante Thornton was the guy who's he's 6'5" and ran the 4.3 at the combine.
Yeah.
DeQuan Felton is big and slow.
Okay.
But he's a really good blocker. He's a good route runner, good hands. I like DeQuan Felton.
And then there's some tight ends I kind of like still.
Jake Browning's still out there.
Browning's still out there.
You
Gavin?
like Matavao.
I like Matavao. I like Gavin Bartholomew too.
Oh yeah, your boy. And Josh Simon.
And my guy, Josh Simon.
Nebraska guy? How's Fedone?
Fedone's still out there too, yeah. Brant Keithy. Don't forget.
Well, I will forget. I'd like to forget. Trying to sell me on an 85-year-old. Johnny Cornelius, I'm going to mention again. Cam Williams still out there. Got to be something going on there. Your boy Jonah Monheim's still out there.
That is true. But I need to think they're going to go skill player at some point here.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like there's
3 picks coming up. I mean,
yeah.
Willie Lampkin.
Will they make 3 more picks?
Damn it. The Drew Kendall pick. I just realized the number one reason not to like it is they're not taking Willie Lampkin now.
Ah. The
Tommy Hill
Lampkin is never full.
So according to our lads, their depth chart, they filled in some of these numbers. Okay.
Oh.
So Dorian Thompson-Robinson's apparently 14. Avery Williams is apparently 18.
No.
And so, yeah, Ringo 7. And again, I don't know if this
I
is
don't know
official.
that I like that for Ringo.
I don't know if I like 14 for
22
DTR,
is a good number.
Dotson 2.
7. I mean, I love the number 7. That's my number. But for a corner?
Was that your number?
Yeah.
10 was my number.
So, yeah, so I'm trying to think of what number. I guess 19 is all that's real. Yeah. 19 seems to be what's available.
These pretzels are still good.
13?
13 is 13's available. So 19 and 13.
I think I'd go 13.
Yeah, probably so.
As McCord.
Yeah.
Who's the 13 you think of for the Eagles? There's one guy immediately jumps.
Nelson Aguilar.
No, not it for me.
That's the one part of my brain that is Eagles wise not completely dominated. I can forget Eagles numbers.
Damaris Johnson.
Damaris Johnson. That's a good one.
Yeah.
You know, I always struggle during training camp with.
I can do it in the moment, like with this year's team as I'm watching, but like remembering it is a little bit.
In training camp, when you're still like familiarizing yourself with it, I always just associate the player who wore it last year.
Sure.
Right. So that always happens.
Well, and there's fun ones when like it's like a similar body type.
Yes, exactly.
When you get a 53 who looks like Moses Foku, I'm just going to assume it's Moses Foku. 186 on the board. That means we're 5 away from the second of 4 scheduled 6th round picks for the Eagles. If they make all 4 picks in the 6th round and don't have any 7ths, what's our plan? You're going to leave.
Yes. I'm gonna leave.
I think you can go if you want to go to the presser.
We'll see. I don't.
Yeah.
You know. I also don't think if they've made all of these picks, I don't know that we need to keep it going too long.
I would agree. That's like our undrafted free agency period, right? Is
Yeah.
you know when after in the 7th round they're on the phone is what I'm saying.
I understand.
Right. So yeah. So we
can do some VODs.
Yes.
It is Will Howard, not Howard Will, right? Josh Huff, 13. That's a good one.
Yeah, that's a good one. Philly's finest.
Yeah. All right. 191 approaching. Will they make this pick? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Yes. This is how he was just waiting for the 6th round, right?
Talking about like
this is where we thought this draft was strong. Was the 6th round?
6th round. Yeah.
The strength of this class is the 6th round.
Then you see a think piece somewhere. Yeah. This summer the Eagles found
outsmarted it again.
They found the new market inefficiency. The 6th round. That was my favorite. Was when Chip was making the big deal about the college captains, and then it's like the Eagles cracked the code.
We got Cuz.
Oh, look at
Let's
this!
get the Kyle McCord breakdown. Oh, you're gonna send it to him. Got it. He's not here just yet. We're gonna get Cuz. Oh, we got guest central here. We'll do Cuz. We'll do the 191 pick. We'll get less.
Yeah.
We're firing on all cylinders here in the 6th round of the PHLY draft show.
Talking about jersey numbers. One thing I do when I'm cooking, okay? Let's say I'm cooking something. It's like, leave it on the stove for 12 minutes. I'll look at the clock. I don't set timers.
Yeah.
I'm like, all right, like it's 5:38.
Right.
So 5:50. Who's the first 50 that comes to my mind? And that's how I'm like, all right. And that's
Interesting.
literally how I do it. So then I look at the clock and I'm like,
that's usually how I do it. Is just not setting a timer, trying to remember, but I often just forget.
Yeah. So I'll do it like, I gotta take this off a stove at 5:43. All right, Darren Sproles. So Darren Sproles, I gotta take this off.
That's how I remember numbers too.
Really?
But are you always looking at the clock?
because I'm usually like multitasking, so I'm like, all right, I'll watch this pod while I'm
Catch
doing
the
that.
scrolls out of the corner of your eye.
Yeah, right.
Okay. That's good.
Yeah.
Got him? Yeah, we're a second kicker off the board.
Tyler Loop.
All right. We got it. We got to imagine outside of the McCord family, nobody is more excited about this sixth-round pick than Anthony Gargano. Cuz, are you with us?
I got thrilled that Kyle's an Eagle. I love it.
Tell us why. Zach gave us the breakdown. Fran gave us the breakdown. But you're in the camp. So give us what you love about Kyle
forgive
McCord.
me. I'm in the dugout right now. We just got done our tournament game. So
nice.
Well, did we win?
Yeah, we won. We won.
Let's go.
So yeah, we won. Now, meanwhile, I was more worried about the draft that was going on than the game itself. So as you can see, all right, there we go. Listen, I think this is a perfect spot for Kyle.
Yep.
It's a spot where he just could sit and learn, right? Like, just sit, learn the position, no pressure, right? McKee is the backup. Jalen, obviously, the starter. And he just sits for 2-3 years and develops. And maybe Howie can work him, maybe they could develop him into a quarterback. And now you got currency, right? So I think it's like the best for both worlds. We always talk about quarterback factory. Well, the Eagles know how to develop quarterbacks. I mean, look at McKee and where McKee was and where he is now, right? So I think it's a great spot for both. Like, the Eagles take a shot. You might have a guy that's worth something down the line, and Kyle gets to learn the position. We got a St. Joe's Prep local kid here.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about. Everybody's, all the national people say, oh, Georgia. The Eagles are picking out Georgia. All their players are Georgia. In Philly, we know the real breeding ground for Eagles now is St. Joe's Prep.
Yeah, man. I love the fact we got two local kids, between Jihad and Kyle. I mean, it's great. But now it's another testimony, guys, as to how good the football is around here. Like, I'm on the front lines of it. I love our local kids and local programs. There is so much talent here, and it's just getting more and more and more. The development is really special.
Anthony, I knew the Giants, Jets, Saints, Steelers were teams that brought Kyle in leading up to the draft. Was there any sense that Kyle thought a homecoming was possible going into the weekend?
No, actually, I think he was thinking the Rams. I think the Rams were a team. The Steelers were a team, but then I heard the Steelers liked Howard, who they wound up taking, right? So that was something else. I don't think I know that there were, you're antsy, right? The way the quarterbacks fell in this draft, it was wild. So obviously, Shedeur being the number one story. I did my Fox show this morning, and it was all about Shedeur, right? And, these quarterbacks, there just wasn't value here.
What would you have made because of the possibility of Shedeur being the pick at quarterback for the Eagles? Some reporting that the Browns moved up to get in front of the Eagles, and maybe the Eagles would have pulled the trigger there in the 5th round.
No, I heard that was not true.
Okay.
In fact, I checked this morning because I was wondering, because that is something Howie would do, right? Like, that's
100%.
Right? Like, you look at it, a value, what he does. So I checked this morning, and I was told no. So I don't know. I saw the same report. I don't think that's true. I don't think they were going to take him there.
Gotcha. Go ahead.
Cuz, what do you think of the draft class overall? I would love to get your thoughts on you got Jihad Campbell and everybody.
I got to tell you, I love this draft. The Nebraska kid. In fact, Matt Rule will join us Monday or Tuesday next week.
Love it.
He's got a nasty streak. I love this. I got to tell you, I think they hit a home run. I think this is a great draft, man.
Well, really quickly, we have the newest Eagle is in. The pick is in here for the Eagles. They have selected offensive lineman Miles Hinton from Michigan. Talented player, known for his physical gifts, high upside play here. Hasn't been viewed as a guy that has hit his ceiling. This is a guy that I haven't done like a full report on, but went to the combine. I was impressed with the physical workout, the position-specific workout. But again, he is viewed as a player. NFL bloodlines. His dad played in the league. His brother, Chris Hinton, he was actually a guy that was in for an Eagles 30 visit a few years back
played
as
for
a
the
defensive
Colts.
tackle. So yeah, this is a guy that they're taking an upside swing here along the offensive line.
6'7", 323, 34 and an eighth inch arms. 23 years old, has played right tackle and left tackle at Stanford and Michigan. Somebody for Stout to work with, cuz.
Yeah, listen, that's exactly what give Stout size, right? And he'll mold you into a player. You got bloodlines. You mentioned it, Franny. Chris Hinton was played for the Colts. It was a good player. I love it. Every one of these picks makes sense to me. So I'm really I love this draft. I have to tell you, generally speaking, I want to get your guys' opinion on this because I think this entire draft was about O-line and D-line. Everybody wanted to make it about Shedeur and the lack of quarterbacks. But I went through the draft. I think a lot of these teams played it smart. They built through the trenches. A lot of the picks I thought made sense to me.
Yeah.
No, I think that's right. And I think that's why, for instance, in the second round, when the Eagles stay there at 64 and they take Mukuba, I think they probably would have preferred the board to work out a little differently and an offensive lineman or defensive lineman to be the pick there. But to your point, that's what everybody was picking around the league in the early second round. And so instead they took the safety that they liked there.
Yeah, and by the way, I mean, listen, it's amazing what Mukuba is, right? Like, he is a CJ comp. I mean, it's actually great. It's perfect. But what I love, the way this draft, the Eagles put this draft kind of how they do things, and I think a lot of these teams followed suit. They watched the Eagles dominate in the trenches, and you saw that first round. All those O linemen went, right? All those D linemen went, and all the secondary guys went in the second round. Like, this was a draft for the trenches, and I think the league got smarter. There weren't a lot of reaches in it, and that's why the quarterbacks fell. Everybody wanted to make it a story about the quarterbacks, right? But look, there weren't franchise quarterbacks there. Shedeur isn't a franchise quarterback. I mean, nobody was going to waste a pick like that.
Yeah, we'll see how this shakes out. I don't have the same type of optimism about this class so far, mainly because of day two. I don't think day two shook out kind of the ideal way for the Eagles, only ending up with one player there. I thought they were going to address O-line before the fifth round, right? But the reality is, and we were talking about this, if Jahad Campbell can be a difference maker, and it certainly seems like that's the case, that he's a potential, top 15 pick who slipped. And if Mukuba can start for them, then it doesn't matter kind of where, it doesn't matter if he might be overdrafted. That's a good outcome. Then that works out. I would have liked to see a little bit more in that 2-3 range than what they got. And I thought they were going to address O-line a little bit earlier than they did.
Listen, that's fair. I think you're right about that. I think it's fair. I just think it's the way the board fell, and the fact that what I was talking about, where so many teams were looking at the trenches. I mean, you saw there weren't a lot of, in that spot where the Eagles were, there wasn't a lot of opportunity for them to address O-line in that spot.
All right, cuz, thank you so much. We'll let you get back to family time. What do we got coming up on the show Monday at 9 o'clock?
Oh, it's all draft. It's Baldy. We're going to have Matt Rule stop by. We'll probably have, Kyle, all kinds of stuff. So awesome. we got you covered. You guys are slaying it. Thanks, boys.
All right, thank you, cuz. Appreciate it. All right, so you got it for us. The Eagles drafting Myles Hinton, the offensive lineman from Michigan. Very exciting. 2 more picks to go. Why don't we take break number 5 here, and then we'll come back, hopefully get Les Bowen, talk a little bit more big picture right after this. Bet365 has 90 million users worldwide, and they live stream over 780,000 events each year with early payout offers across the NBA and NHL. Bet365 pioneered live in-game betting, and today they offer the widest range of games and markets available for live in-game betting across 78 sports. New customers now get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose. Sign up, use the code PHLY365, deposit $10, and place a bet for $5 to get that $150 in bonus bets. Again, win or lose. Bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, player props, futures, and more. Whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Must be 21 or older and physically located in Pennsylvania. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem and wants help, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Let me tell you about Glatt Hair, because they've been restoring and defending hairlines for over 30 years. So it's no wonder that they have the reputation they do. Their proven results and experienced teams are only a few of the reasons why Glatt Hair's name has stood the test of time. Glatt Hair by Morgenstern Medical isn't just about restoration, okay? It's about innovation. Their breakthrough specialized Glatt Hair techniques really dramatically changes lives, and they change hairlines. The Glatt Hair technique consists of one-on-one care, a 100% personalized hair restoration plan of action just for you and your specific hair loss. They have follow-up care, and they have cutting-edge hair loss prevention treatments. Glatt Hair can help you keep the hair you already have or help bring back what you've already lost. If you'd like more information and are ready to defend your hairline, visit glatthairmm.com, or you can call or text 610-980-4000.
All right. Pleased to be joined now by our friend Les Bowen. Les, Eagles going defense heavy in this draft. The most important question we have for you is, having lived the life that you have, what's your best advice for getting rid of mice? There he is. Can you hear us, Les? We see you, Les. Can you hear us?
You got us, Les?
Everybody wave to Les.
Hi, Les.
Les, I think you might be muted, or you have us muted.
I'm sorry. I hear you now. Can you
Oh,
hear me?
yes.
There you go.
What's your best advice for getting rid of mice, Les?
Those little traps they have at the hardware store. Many years ago, our
Can't build a
first
better
house,
mousetrap.
we had mice. It was quite an experience. Hard to get rid of those little fellows.
Yeah.
I
Gross
understand
little guys.
Howie's trading back to draft some of the mice in the
That's going to be all that's
round.
left on the board
Yeah.
if he keeps moving back. What do you make so far of the draft that we've seen the Eagles have, Les, going so defense heavy?
Yeah, I'm not shocked at that. I don't think anybody is. I was really disappointed that they traded out of the third round last night, just because for a casual like me, that pretty much ended the cache of players I knew anything about.
Yeah.
But I keep reading. They keep drafting the sons of former NFL players, which is interesting. They drafted a quarterback. I guess at this point, the guy that they got for Kenny Pickett, they just did that to get rid of Kenny Pickett. It seems like I
They
don't
got a
know.
pick. Yeah.
But it's you have to think with all the trade backs that they aren't real enthusiastic about this draft after the first few rounds. I can't blame them, I guess. I have no idea, but I've heard that said from people going into the draft that it's not a great draft, and I think we're seeing that reflected in their approach to it, frankly.
I was about to say Howie. Les, in knowing Howie the way you do and covering him for a long time, you heard his comments after they drafted Jihad Campbell. What did you make of that? Are you expecting Jihad Campbell to be more of an edge rusher based on the way Howie was selling that part of it? You're someone who did a few of those Jerry Robinson stories. Do you see a shift philosophically, and this is going to be an off-ball linebacker, and Howie's trying to sell the pass rush part of it, or do you buy Howie at with the edge rushing part of his game as a big part of this pick?
Yeah, I have to think Howie was telling the truth there, but it's Vic Fangio's defense. It's not Howie's, We'll see what Vic wants to do. I think Campbell's really good in coverage from what, I don't know, but the few clips I've seen, he looks like he can cover people. I think it'd be a shame to kind of lose that part of his. I think you can move him back and forth, I guess is what I'm saying. I know E.J. Smith made a point after watching quite a few of the clips that, he's not really ready to be a full-time edge rusher at 235 pounds right now, just as Nolan Smith wasn't ready when he was first drafted to fill that role effectively in the NFL. I don't know what they're going to do with him, but if he was really an edge rusher, I think, people would have caught on to that quite a bit earlier than they did, but we'll just see what they do. It'll be real interesting to see. I think Fangio has an interesting concept for his linebackers. We saw Zach Berman rush the passer some, so I'm not sure exactly what they'll do, but I think it'll be I think he's definitely going to have a huge role going forward.
Yeah, it's interesting. We talked about it's going to be it's hard for him to really fully do both, right? That's just not how time works and how those positions work.
Right.
And if he's going to major in one, it sort of has to be linebacker. You can't just hoof it at linebacker after spending most of the week preparing to be an edge. You also have to change your body a little bit. But that said, I'm sure that Vic has a specific plan for him, and they went through all of that. I do like the idea, as I joked, that Vic, in order to get him drafted, convinced Howie he was going to use him as an edge, and then he plans to only play him at linebacker.
That's pretty funny. Well, I would think also if you're going to do a little bit of both, it would be easier to learn linebacker then do an occasional pass rush, here and there than it would do the other way. You're not going to just drop into being a linebacker after practicing with the defensive ends for several months.
Go ahead.
A few weeks ago, it's all kind of blending together for me now. You had a column about Dallas Goedert, where you said it was,
which you can only read if you're a diehard on allphly.com.
Yeah, and you didn't think it made sense for the Eagles to move on from Dallas Goedert, and I had been under the impression they weren't going to bring Goedert back based on everything I had been hearing. But we also know too that the Eagles know how to kind of negotiate behind the scenes sometimes, and the draft is often where the truth comes out, right? There hasn't been a trade yet. The Eagles haven't drafted a tight end yet. And I agree with the premise of what you had there is it's not like there's someone walking through that door who's comparable to Dallas Goedert. Right. So from your perspective, what do you think they do here? Do you think this is more of a negotiating ploy on their part and they bring Goedert back? Do you think they're serious about moving on from Goedert? What's your read?
Well, they certainly didn't draft his successor, did they? I was looking for that, frankly. I was looking for Mason Taylor or one of those guys, the guy Fannin, the guy from Bowling Green, or somebody. They didn't. So I don't know what their plan is. I really think the best. I heard you talking about this earlier, Zach, and I agree. Looking at this from Dallas's perspective, what is he getting out there? Is the league that excited about getting Dallas Goedert and giving him another big contract at this point at age 30 with his injury history? He misses at least a quarter of every season, it seems like. I don't know. If I were his agent, I guess it's still Chase Callahan. I don't really follow these things that closely anymore. If I were his agent, I want to have a good handle on exactly what's out there and how that juxtaposes with what's available from the Eagles. Assuming the Eagles, I can't believe the Eagles don't want him back at all. That just makes no sense to me. I'd love to know what their offer is, what they have in mind. A couple years at less money than $14 million a year, probably, but how much less money? And what are the specifics? I guess we'll never know, but or at least we won't know until this is resolved somehow. But that's the best outcome for both sides right now, anyway. I just don't see how they're going to be better unless they trade for that Raiders guy that everybody talks about. I don't see how they're going to be any good at tight end and get rid of him. And I don't know what they're going to get for him at this point. The draft is, for all intents and purposes, just about over. Are there teams that didn't get tight ends that are really, really interested in Dallas Goedert? I guess we'll find out.
I totally agree with that, Les. What's your, as we just take a step back, you're reminiscing on covering drafts of years past. What's your favorite, covering the draft story or memory?
Oh, I have several. I always remember that Wentz draft and being in Chicago and the excitement around that, which, didn't turn out to be what we thought it was going to be. Um, I remember being in Nashville and Andre Dillard dropping to the Eagles, and Andre telling me about how it was hard to focus on what was going on. They had these like big portable tents set up. It was a huge thunderstorm during the draft, 2019 draft in Nashville. And Andre was having a hard time focusing because rain was dripping on him during the draft while his name was being called, which might have been a foreshadowing, actually. But yeah, a lot of stuff like that. I think we all remember the late Daniel Teo Nesheim.
Looking up at the ceiling.
When we asked him what he was doing, and he was just lying on the bed looking up at the ceiling, actually, he said. R.I.P. Daniel. But there have been some really memorable draft moments over the years, that's for sure.
All right. There we go. Les Bowen, thank you so much for spending some time with us on a beautiful Saturday.
It's good. And, good luck with those mice. And maybe you can teach them to sing or sew or something like in the Disney movies. That would be fun.
Do you have a favorite fictional mouse? Do you go Mickey? Do you go Stuart Little? You go Fievel?
Oh, I like Ratatouille. Yeah.
Oh,
wow.
Going
Nice
off the
pull.
board.
Nice.
Yeah.
Now, do you think there's beef between mice and rats? Do you think they would take umbrage at being lumped in with the other?
Now, there was actually a Disney movie when one of my sons was a kid, The Great Mouse Detective. I don't know if you ever saw that.
Oh, yeah, sure.
And the villain of the piece, voiced by Vincent Price, I believe, is a rat who wants everybody to think he's a mouse, and you can't. His name is Ratigan, which is kind of a tip-off.
Yeah,
but
come on.
he doesn't want to be known as a rat. You have to refer to him as a mouse, and you're in big trouble if you acknowledge that he's a rat. He gets very angry over this. So,
of course.
Yeah. So I have to say, based on that
scientific
scientific appraisal, that there is beef between rats and mice.
All right. Now that's the insight that we were hoping that you would bring today, Les. We appreciate that.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. We'll talk to you soon. And we'll check it out, what you write on allphly.com. All right. Eagles got 2 picks left the whole weekend, unless they continue to move back and accumulate picks. We're talking 208 and 210?
Yeah, right up, almost back to back.
207 and 209. So close. Who's your favorite fictional mouse?
You got to go Mickey.
Mickey?
Yeah, you got to go Mickey.
Yeah.
It's boring, but low-hanging fruit.
Yeah.
How about you, Zach?
Probably Fievel. Fievel goes west. I remember watching that with my grandfather. Yeah, when he wasn't at the casino.
American Tail.
Yeah, when he wasn't at the casino. Yeah, Fievel goes west.
Okay. Yeah, you know what? I don't love a Stuart Little. I'm okay on a Stuart Little, but
get the little car.
Yeah, I would go Fievel and Mickey and Minnie ahead of Stu Pod.
Yeah.
Any other fictional? I feel like there are a lot of fictional mice. Maybe it's because people are so scared of them, they're trying to humanize them.
Trying to look it up here. Jerry?
Jerry, of course. Yeah, no, Jerry. Yeah, Rapscallion, that guy.
Speedy Gonzalez is technically
Speedy Gonzalez. That's a good one.
Is he Itchy or Scratchy from The Simpsons?
Itchy, I think.
Itchy is the mouse, right?
I think so.
Yeah.
Pinky?
Oh, Pinky in the Brain.
That's a good one.
He's trying to take over the world. They don't want that. That's already been done by somebody.
Narf.
Chuck E. Cheese. That's a good one.
Pikachu.
Pikachu is a mouse?
According to this website. According to this website.
No.
Nope.
I'll get Casey on the phone. We are not counting Pikachu as a
bring
mouse.
Casey on right now.
Absolutely does not count.
No way.
The Rescuers.
Good one. Rescuers. The Rescuers
Why are
Down
there
Under.
so many fictional mice?
You know what?
Is there any other species that has this many fictional characters?
32 on this
Dogs,
list.
I guess.
32 on this list is mouse from If You Give a Mouse a Cookie, which I read that book to Reed and Sloan hundreds of times. I could probably recite it.
Let's hear it.
I don't need to recite it, but
you offer it up. That's you can't do that.
You can't say you're flexing, say you're doing it.
In these stories, I would always editorialize, and I would be the mouse at the end to my kids because I love cookies. right? Because the end is if you give a mouse a cookie, he would eat it. Or, they would eat it, right? And I would say, and I'm the mouse, right? And Sloan would.
That's the end? Is I'm the mouse?
No. I would add that. And Sloan would crack up because I love cookies, right? Okay. So that, yeah.
Do you change the voices? Do you do voices?
Oh, yeah, big time. Okay. Big time. Now they're at the point where they're reading to me.
Right.
So
that's great.
Yeah.
Francis just started. It's phenomenal.
It's exciting.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
I am not accepting Pikachu as a mouse.
No, it's not. Absolutely not.
No way.
Some interesting players have gone off the board since Miles Hinton.
Who cares? I'm talking mice. Yeah, go ahead.
Bryce Cabledew from Kansas, offensive lineman.
The bill is due, guys. We got to get this, otherwise they're going to shut it off.
Yeah, might be doing us a favor. Bryce Cabledew, athletic, physical specimen, tested really well at the pro day, and that caught a lot of attention. Figured he was going to get drafted based off that. Taj Brooks, longtime starter at running back for Texas Tech. He goes to the Cincinnati Bengals. Just a rock solid, evenly keeled across the board running back. Jalen McLeod, linebacker from Auburn, versatile player, goes to the Jacksonville Jaguars. He was viewed as a guy that can do a bunch of different things in the front, can line up on the line of scrimmage or off. Luke Newman, another Shrine Bowl offensive lineman from Michigan State, played guard for the Spartans, but I view him as a center only moving into the NFL. I liked his athleticism, fits really well in his zone scheme. Honestly, him going to Chicago to be the backup for Drew Dahlman, I think makes a lot of sense. They just signed Drew Dahlman in free agency. And then Ahmed Hassanin, another Shrine Bowler from Boise State, one of the better stories in this draft. I mean, grew up in Egypt, learned how to play football there, and then came to the States. His brother, really kind of encouraged him to get into the sport. A great kid to talk to, great story. He gets drafted by the Detroit Lions.
That was great. Like, you ran that down, man. It is awesome having Fran on set.
I'm putting in a request to ask my son if Pikachu is a mouse.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Because people in the chat are very vociferous. And
Oh,
I don't even
are they
care.
really?
I don't care if he is the mouse Pokemon.
That does not care.
He
He's not
doesn't
a mouse.
present as a mouse.
No, he's not. And he's not. He's not.
He's
a
a
mouse.
Pikachu.
He's a Pokemon.
Well, I mean, no, there are different, there's the turtle Pokemon and the whale Pokemon.
Sure, but
they're in a different world, you're saying?
yeah, it's like is a whale shark a whale? No, it's a freaking shark.
Okay, so are you saying squirrel is not a turtle?
Correct. Yeah, he's a Squirtle.
Now that's a different conversation than the one I'm having. Was Pikachu doesn't look like a mouse to me. He's his own thing. How many yellow mice have you ever seen?
I didn't get a. There might be one in one of the walls here. I wouldn't rule it out. Yeah, he's not a mouse.
As far as I'm concerned, he's not a mouse. And this is a hill. I mean, look at him. Come on, he's shooting thunderbolts.
It is under the Pokemon.com website. Pikachu under category says mouse.
I don't care. He doesn't look anything like a mouse. So Mighty Mouse. We didn't even talk about Mighty Mouse.
It's true.
That is true.
So the Eagles have drafted 8 players. And I'm curious. I didn't mean to change the subject.
Please. That's okay.
And they have 2 picks left. So 8 was the number we talked about coming into it. That on the, we were talking over, under. Do you think they get to 10? Do you think they
make both of these picks?
Yeah, or like, do you think there's a trade back? They add a future pick and a 7th rounder this year, or do you think they try to get out of one of these? 10's a big haul. Howie hasn't had a 10-man class in quite a while. His early classes were 10-man classes, but they've had 9-man classes, but 10's pushing it.
Wasn't that 11, the 2011 class? That really rough one. That was
his 13 players.
That was a big range.
Yeah, his first 2 years. His first 2 years were loaded. So 10. Well, in 2010 was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Then his 11 class was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Wow.
And then since then, I only think the 2020 class was the only time he pushed it. 2020, they were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So they had a 10-man class in 20. And then, and so that's the only other time he had a 10-man class was in 2020. And in that year, they did not keep Prince Tega Winogo. Casey Tuhill, they let go right before week 1, right?
Got to bring that up.
And then
No, it wasn't. It was during the season.
It was during the season.
No, because that was the whole thing.
Oh, okay.
Is that they signaled to the league he was good enough to make the roster
Yes, that's
as
true.
a 7th-round pick,
Yeah.
and then they cut him 4 weeks into the season.
That's true. That's what it was.
It was that was the whole problem with that was the order of operations.
Yeah. But no, he hasn't been as big on volume.
Right.
Last year was a 9-man class. But
At this point, I think you make the picks.
just make the picks, yeah.
Um,
But the reason, so I am not of the they don't have enough roster spots but what is true.
but you're taking bets.
But I'm saying what is true now though is every pick is one fewer undrafted rookie that you sign, unless you're cutting guys on future deals. Unless you're cutting guys on future deals, but it's just something that they think about as they get late. Would you rather trade one of these picks for a future pick and then have a wider undrafted rookie market?
Also, well, I mean, I guess this is the case anyway, but I think of like a player like Anais Smith. If you bring in a bunch of rookies, that's another player that's like competing for a roster spot where like they're less inclined to keep you if you have a disappointing camp. Sure. After a lackluster rookie year where you don't make much of an impact, for a player like that, like he should be concerned, I would think.
That's a good point. And so just from a roster spot perspective, there's going to be some guys cut in the next few weeks to add undrafted rookies. Brandon Graham will be carried on the Eagles roster until June 1st. All right, as you saw that with Kelsey and Cox last year, right? So the retirement will officially process June 1st for bookkeeping reasons. So if you go on the Eagles website right now, he's still listed on the roster. I think they had 18 spots, include 18 spots available going into the weekend. But I would imagine they're going to cut some guys.
Some of that, yeah.
Exactly. So,
but it also means that you don't necessarily have to fill out the full undrafted class.
Yeah.
Sign guys just to fill out spots if you have extra draft picks.
And if you recall, last year they specifically went with a lighter undrafted class. They didn't feel it was a strong undrafted class.
Right. They made the whole point of using the futures deals as their undrafted class.
Any word from Case?
Anybody you want? He's out of the house at the moment, but I'm gonna get word when he comes home.
Francis said absolutely not.
Yeah, I mean, all right. We got a super chat from Patrick Wall, who is our resident Pokemon man. He says, enjoying this show, fellas. Given the results of this draft, are there any veteran free agents you'd take a look at after this weekend? P.S. Pikachu is a mouse. I think Pikachu as a mouse is an adult take. You're familiar with all the Pokemon lore. Nobody looks at Pokemon and thinks he's a mouse.
I just wholeheartedly disagree with this whole premise that they are animal. They are like the animals that they represent. So
I don't know enough about this to entertain to be involved in the conversation. So I'll defer to you guys. I'll trust what Casey said.
Let's answer the actual question though that P-Wall has, which is veteran free agent. So is there a Mekhi Becton type who the draft didn't work out exactly as they were hoping, and so they will maybe backfill after the draft? The problem is, like, the one who was the obvious one was probably Justin Simmons, and then you use the 2nd-round pick on Andrew Makuba, so you're not going to do that. Is there anybody else who is attractive to you?
Yeah, so I was going to say Simmons. The position that they really haven't hit is tight end, and if you look at the tight end market right now, I don't know if Gerald Everett's signed somewhere.
I don't think so.
Yeah, so Gerald Everett is the guy. I mean, I don't know if you get really excited about Gerald Everett. They added a tackle. They added an interior player. They added a slot corner. Edge, in theory, they've already signed 2 edge rushers. I don't think they need to go out and sign an edge. Running back, they already signed A.J. Dillon. So, yeah.
Any interest in Amari Cooper? Keenan Allen?
Well, Keenan Allen's a Sirianni favorite. But I've been hearing he's going to go back to the Chargers. Okay. Now, would you rather Keenan Allen at this stage of his career or Jahan Dotson?
You'd probably keep Dotson, but you're just adding a guy. What about linebacker if Jahad Campbell's going to be an edge?
Yeah, that's a good one here. Let me look at at the linebacker list. Eric Hendricks is out there.
Kaiser White.
Kaiser White's out there.
I tend to believe that Kaiser White doesn't have it anymore if Arizona's letting him walk out because him and Rallis are so tight.
Yep. Devondre Campbell, but he like left the team last year, right?
Kamu Grugier-Hill.
He'll be the will. He'll be the will.
Duke Riley out there.
Kamu Grugier-Hill.
Duke
Raywan
Riley.
Lane made a pre-draft visit to the Eagles. The safety from Navy. He's going to the Jags.
I'm looking through the free agent linebacker list.
Yeah.
All
Kamu
former Eagles.
Grugier-Hill, Duke Riley, Eric Kendricks, Joe Bashi, Cameron Brown, bunch of
bunch of
former
ex-Eagles.
Eagles in there. Shaq Quarterman, he's in there.
Love that. Super chat from Jesus Zoidberg says it's been a very tough April for me. If you know, you know. We love you, Jesus. And these 3 days of watching you guys has been the first time I have felt normal and laughed. Thank you so much. Fantastic job. Much love for all of you. EB.
that.
Thank you very much, Jesus.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, first off, I wish you the best. But that's honestly, that's the coolest thing of this job is like the sense of community that, and how people feel like we're part of their lives. How we are a part of their lives is awesome. And so messages like that never gets old. And I'm truly grateful for that sentiment.
Amen. Jesus. Vincent Pellegrini. He says, Hill and Yarns, and this is a home run of a draft. Although HR could stand for Howie Roseman or Human Resources.
Am I too down on this draft?
I mean, I'm more with you.
Am I anchored to what I was thinking when I came here this morning? Like, I mean, I didn't think anything that they did today was really going to change the way I thought about the draft.
Yeah, I don't think it should. Really.
I was underwhelmed by yesterday, and again, that's I think you outlined the point well. Like 2020, they got their friend. Like the pick that hit in 2020 was Jalen Hurts, and you look back at that and you say it's terrific, right? If Jahad Campbell is a Pro Bowl, All Pro caliber player, then that's huge, right? But typically, and correct me if I'm wrong, you're hoping to get like 3 starters out of a draft, right?
That would be fantastic.
I saw someone say that in the media recently,
and that
is absurd to say. Like, of course that's the goal. That is a huge draft. If you get 3 starters out of a draft like that, you did a great job. Ideally you do, but that's like best case scenario. You're hoping you get 3 starters.
I just look at and perhaps I'm not giving enough credit to the Ty Williams pick. Or I'm sorry,
Ty Robinson.
Ty Robinson. Sorry, it's been a long day.
Yeah. It's been a long 3 days.
Yeah, Ty Robinson.
Been a long life.
Yeah,
wrote a long book.
Ty Robinson. Like if Ty Robinson is a rotational defensive lineman this year, that's huge in the 4th round. Yeah. Huge,
no doubt.
And
which, to be fair, that is an expectation for a 4th round pick for the Eagles.
The 3rd pick that you're taking here, that would be an enormous outcome, and so that would change things. And I mean, I'm looking forward to Matt Rule on Monday's show, hearing what Matt Rule says, and he is someone who there was legitimate excitement about and athletic testing there for, and that's a position where they can use another rotational player. I guess Makuba has to be like more than just a starter. Like he has to be a good player for me to feel.
If he's Nate Allen, is that good?
No, from my perspective.
I think Nate Allen was a good outcome for a 2nd round pick.
Yeah.
Started for 4 years.
True.
Yeah.
Sign a 1-year deal there. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, that's true.
I mean, that's realistic.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, it's interesting you bring up Nate Allen because they entered under similar circumstances, like expecting to start right away.
Yeah.
The expectation should be that Makuba can beat out Sidney Brown, I would imagine, right?
Yeah.
And so Nate Allen, a part of the appeal to him was that he was able to contribute early in his career.
True.
Yeah.
Steve Vaughn with a super chat who says, who of these late round prospects do you think has the most upside, and who do you think has slid past where they should have?
Are we talking late round like who's on the board? Or are we talking?
Let's say who's still on the board.
Who's still on the board?
Oh, I perceive that as the guys.
The guys that the Eagles took.
Oh, that the Eagles took?
Correct.
Okay, well,
and we
answer
really didn't
both.
talk about Miles Hinton because we had the guest on.
True.
So I'm curious what you think there too.
I mean, from what I've gathered on Miles Hinton.
Quit Hinton, Miles, and just tell me the answer. You know what I mean?
kilometers Hinton. Well, to me, when I'm looking at Miles Hinton, traitsy player, 6'7", over 320 pounds. This is a guy who's really well built. I was talking with someone that I know at Michigan. It says he's a guy who is only 22, but when you're talking to him, when you're in front of him, he comes off as older, more mature. Like he's a well put together kid who comes off well. Talking with scouts, it was never like if this kid could just put it together. You know, it's almost like the Kenneth Grant conversation, where with Kenneth Grant, who was the 13th pick in the draft, as Zach astutely predicted.
Nicely done.
When you talk about Kenneth Grant, it's like, man, the flashes are there. And it's just like if someone could just light a fire under him to get the most out of him, he could be a truly, consistently dominant player on the interior. To a certain extent, that is Miles Hinton. I remember watching him go through the combine workout and watching him go through position drills. And you're like, man, like for a big kid, he's athletic. He's light on his feet. He looks the part. He's got some position versatility. His dad was a pro for a long time. I think that's a fine swing in the 6th round.
Can I read one scout quote here? And
this is the Bob McGinn?
Yeah.
That's a good one.
And I will preface this to the audience. This is one scout's opinion, right?
Yeah.
This isn't the consensus. But I should also add that on the Bob McGinn list, he was ranked the 10th rated offensive tackle and a 3rd, 4th round grade, okay? But I think this quote from a scout is interesting. Quote, he's got 1st round talent. He's huge. He's incredibly long. Now putting it all together, I don't know. He's a complete roll of the dice. If this guy had Will Campbell's makeup, he'd be a first ballot Hall of Famer. Not because he's a bad kid. Not mean, not aggressive or violent. He's finesse all day. He gives up on too many plays. But when this guy does it right, sometimes when he's wrong, he's still right because he's too big and too athletic. The guy could be a red player, so that's a solid starting player, if he had a higher give a shit factor.
Zach, don't curse.
It's a family program. We're talking Pokemon here.
Unbelievable.
Quote. That
This
was
is
a
on
quote.
fast.
That was a quote.
The good folks at Tony Roney's.
Sorry.
Yeah, like people.
There's
even
kids here,
after
man.
baseball games. They're there with their families.
Sorry about that. Eagles are very close to picking. But that shows you that there's tools in the body. For
I do honestly. I think that the Bob McGinn scouts having Smael Mondon as the number 2 linebacker in the draft has really recalibrated the way I feel about those rankings and who the guys are, because obviously they're not high-ranking personnel officials.
No, but there are people writing reports that the GMs are reading.
I know.
Yeah.
It's funny. All right, Eagles are closing in. 2 picks left. 207, 209. We're at 205 right now. Will they pick them both? Johnny Cornelius, who we discussed, the right tackle from Oregon, going to the Dallas Cowboys. They announced him as a guard.
Interesting. He's been a right tackle only at Oregon. Transfer from Rhode Island. They had pretty high expectations. There was some buzz about him when he first transferred. I was hoping for a little bit more on tape. I didn't love him on tape, but big, physical, like more of your power guy. Not surprising at all that they would announce him as a guard.
Okay. Better run blocker.
Eagles pick is in.
Uh-oh. Da-da-da-da, Fran. Give me a running back or a receiver or a tight end, please.
Let's see. We got dots.
Get my dots going here.
The race of the dots.
Brashard Smith. Get Vince Marcus Yarns. Give me Ricky White.
Marcus Yarns would be fun.
Give me Joshua Simon.
It's Pikachu. Electric playmaker.
Fievel. The Eagles are drafting Fievel.
I just started some squeaking out there. The crowd is getting restless.
Bend the edge. Yeah, the Eagles are going to draft a mouse, and then all 500 of the mice are going to come out here and applaud. They're going to stand up against the glass here. Like we knew this was coming. This is why we've been here. NFL Network is going to pan to the party, and it's going to be all the mice in our studio. Kane Medrano, who was a friend, my guy. He goes to the Washington Commanders.
It's a good draft for Washington. It's a good day today too.
Good thing about mice, low man wins. Tough to out leverage a mouse. Kind of like Willie Lampkin, you know?
Yeah.
Here we go.
You think it's a skill guy?
I hope it's a skill guy.
Yeah.
Who do you want?
Tell us in the chat.
Suspense is killing us here.
Mighty Mouse. Chuck E. Cheese. The suspense is killing us.
I know. It's coming. Here it comes.
Jimmy Horn Jr.
For everybody in the chat.
Joshua Simon.
Tell us who you want.
Jake Briningstool.
I like Liquinality.
Molokai Matavau.
Matavau. All right, here we go.
Fill him a face up.
Here we go. A player that we've talked about now for a couple of rounds. Texas tackle Cameron Williams.
Wow.
So loading up an offensive lineman.
Upside swing.
Oh, this is very interesting.
This is an upside swing here for the Eagles.
Huge guy.
Yes.
I mean, inexperienced. I'll let you get the scouting report. But
Enormous. Some of the biggest hands the league has ever seen. 6'6", 334. 21 years old, will be 22 in October. A 3-year player at Texas, but a 1-year starter at right tackle. Fran, you've told us about his weight fluctuating.
Yeah.
But this is if anybody can get the 80th percentile outcome out of this guy, it's going to be Jeff Stoutland. And if you get that, he's got starting caliber tools.
Yeah, I mean, he started 15 games this year. He got penalized 16 times. Gave up a handful of sacks. Gave up a bunch of hurries and pressures. The tools are outstanding in terms of like the length and the size. I'll be fascinated to see if he's viewed as a guard or if he's viewed as a tackle. This is an upside swing, certainly. If he had gone back to school this year, he would be on everybody's short list as like he's a first-round pick next year.
This is the Joe
Kruger pick.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Yeah, that is
Shelton Gibson too.
He would have been on all the too early mock drafts, and it would have been like, he had a rough end of the year, but if he goes back and he takes the next step, this guy has first-round tools. His footwork was not good. Honestly, most of his issues are what you would call coachable. And so if getting him into the hands of Jeff Stoutland, I think this is a good swing. And again, are some of the Miles Hinton is an upside swing, probably for a slightly different reason than with Cameron Williams. We talk about like the weight and things like that, how that's fluctuated. I don't know everything that goes into that, but I think when you're looking at Cam Williams, big, sturdy right tackle, there's power there. It's an upside swing here for the Eagles.
Good pick.
Yeah,
take the swing.
Yep, good pick.
Absolutely. Why not? And it's also like I like that they went Hinton first, and so it's like they're not counting on this guy, but it's like, okay, we accumulated these picks in this draft that we don't like very much.
Yep.
We might as well take this monster of a man and see what we can get out of him.
Yeah,
and it's a challenge to him. Can he get it out of himself?
Yeah, I really like the framing. I love the framing that Fran had. That if he came back, he'd be one of these guys who would be on every watch list because this was his first year starting for Texas. That's going to be a team that everyone's watching next year, obviously, with Arch Manning at quarterback. And like the tools, the tools were there. It's one of these things. If you just watch the YouTube highlights, like there are real high level times when he's in people's way. In the pre-combine mock I had, I think he was the second-round pick just based on the upside. And I think then I said you can see the Mekhi Becton thing if you wanted to do that.
Yeah, I think at that size, you know what? I think other teams wouldn't think of him that way. But given what the Eagles saw with Becton, I don't think that's crazy.
Yeah.
Real quick, my final write-up on him. 1-year starter at right tackle for Steve Sarkisian in that offense. Big kid who can get off the ball and has the physical traits you're looking for up front. He just needs a ton of refinement from the ground up. I don't think his traits consistently show up on tape because of it. If he were to come out this year, so I wrote this before it was official. If he were to come out this year, he would need at least a redshirt year in the NFL, most likely to fix all the bad habits, or else it will be a rocky road early. I do think that he's athletic enough to protect the corner and pass protection, though elite speed rushers will give him fits at times. Able to be a good starter down the road, but patience is required. Now, at this time, again, he was going in mock drafts as a potential first-round pick, maybe an early second-round pick. Obviously, that has changed over the course of the last few months. But again, at this point in the draft, Totally get it. By the way, the Panthers pick, which is in between the Eagles, that was in. That is wide receiver Jimmy Horn from Carolina or from Colorado.
Yeah.
There were people in the chat that were hoping for Horn.
Jimmy Crackhorn.
So he is gone.
And I don't care.
We'll see now what the Eagles do here with this pick.
I have some other distressing news.
Okay.
I have the report in.
Oh no.
Keiki says that Pikachu is the mouse Pokemon. He's a mouse.
Wow.
Listen, Pokemon experts have weighed in. I'm sorry to Patrick Wall. I'm sorry to all the other ones. It has been said. I got to accept it. I got to take the loss. He's a He's a mouse. That changes the way that I view Pikachu now. I don't like him as much.
Yeah, are you afraid of mice? That reaction last night looked like someone who's afraid of mice.
It's not that I'm afraid. Seeing them like run around like they owned the place
was a little disturbing.
Was
yes.
absolutely
right.
distressing.
Yes, I agree with that.
That was very disturbing.
Yeah.
It wasn't like one little one skittering around the edge of the. I mean, it was surprising at 11:30 at night. I would say.
Yeah, I felt later.
Now I'm not a fan of mice.
I mean, yeah.
I need to say though, sorry.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I like the strategy that the Eagles are going with on the offensive line in this sense here. If you're not drafting for starters, right, then I like the idea of just taking upside swings and taking guys who have tools. You have the person who you think is, and I believe is the best offensive line coach in the NFL. Who's the pick here?
Next pick here, Virginia Tech. Redshirt senior pass rusher, Antwaun Powell-Ryland. 6'2.5", 258 pounds. This is a loose pass rusher. Short arms, very short, 31.25-inch arms. But this guy had production this year, 43 tackles, 19 TFL, 16 sacks in the ACC. First team all-conference pick there for the Hokies. Was listed by some as a linebacker coming into the season, was second team all-conference a year ago, had 9.5 sacks. This guy's got some of the best flexibility, like the turn the corner, the ankle flexion of any of the pass rushers in this group. I think by the time you got to this part in the draft, this is about where I expected he would go. You know, round 6, round 7. So, but look, he's 6'2.5". I mentioned the short arms. He's 260. He's a dense frame kid. The athleticism was just okay when you look at the overall athletic profile. But again, on film, he's got that ability to turn the corner. Started his career at Florida as an off-ball linebacker, then moved to Virginia Tech, and that's when they moved him to the edge. So you're kind of betting that his best ball might be ahead of him moving forward off the edge.
17.5 sacks in the last 2 seasons at Virginia Tech. Very impressive.
Does this qualify as a Gator for Howie?
Oh.
No.
No. Because okay.
I think NIL it doesn't.
So then is Jalen not an Alabama guy?
Yeah, well that's fair. It's a good question. I mean, I'm sure he's leaning on some touch points at Florida, but I don't think it counts. But I was wrong about Pikachu, so what do I know?
Well, it's a matter of opinion. It's a matter of debate.
All right.
So
presumably, the Eagles are not going to be trading in now that they have made all of these picks.
You would think so. I can't imagine they're trading in after trading back all those times.
Right. No. And so we can take a look at the entire class for the Philadelphia Eagles. We're done.
We think.
Jahad Campbell, Andrew Makuba, Ty Robinson, the Nebraska defensive tackle, McWilliams, the Central Florida cornerback, Smael Mondon Jr., the Georgia linebacker, Drew Kendall, the Boston College center, Kyle McCord, the Syracuse quarterback, Miles Hinton, the Michigan tackle, Cameron Williams, the Michigan offensive lineman, and then finally, Antwaun Powell-Ryland, the edge from Virginia Tech. That is a 10-player class, 6 players on defense, 4 players on offense. Interesting.
3 offensive linemen, right?
Yep. The surprising part to that class is no skill player.
No skill.
Not a single one.
Yeah. And especially because it's not like they're not insanely deep there. You know, they haven't spent a day 2 pick, a day 1 or day 2 pick on a skill player the past 2 years, right? So it's not as if they traded that 3rd rounder for Dotson, so maybe you include that.
This probably makes the A.J. Brown to the Patriots trade less likely.
I would say so. Yeah. But it is, and especially the last hour has been a trenches draft, right? Yeah. I mean, that goes to what Anthony said. 3 offensive linemen. Today they have a defensive tackle, an edge rusher. So that stands out. Like not as much secondary. You know, they take 1 corner and one safety, but it's not as if this was like a 2-corner class. Yep. So the commitment to the line of scrimmage is there. I think that you saw on the offensive line in particular, as I was saying before, like you took upside swings, you took guys with measurables. On the defensive side, you saw more production based. Whether it was Ty Robinson, whether it was the Virginia Tech edge rusher at 16 sacks last year. You know, that's not, those are 5th-year, 6th-year guys who I don't want to say they're already at their ceiling, but it's not Moro Ojima, right? It's a different type of player. It's more of a mature player. And even Mondon was, a 4-year player. The cornerback, Mac McWilliams, a 5-year player. So it's a different type of profile there than I think what you're going for on the offensive line.
No tight end, I think, is actually the most surprising thing for me.
Very interesting in this class,
which could signal something.
Yep.
So what do you think they will pound in undrafted free agency? Those skill guys, right?
And we can do the math now on how many undrafted free agents they can bring in, right?
Well,
he's saying that because they can cut guys.
They can cut guys.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep, that's true.
You're looking at Duck Duck Juice. How has Duck Duck Juice panned out?
All right, so offensive line, you were able to get both. So that's 2 there, but no receivers, no specialists. So you went 2 for 4. Zach,
but this is a points draft.
Oh, that's right.
So 3 offensive linemen for me.
Oh, it's by volume.
But it's by round. It's by round.
Jeez.
So this is where my decision to draft wide receiver over safety is going to cost me Duck Duck Juice. Okay. I would have won, I think. So a 7th round pick is worth 1. A 6th round pick is worth 2.
Oh, right.
So offensive tackle, I'm getting. I think we got to call Cameron Williams and Miles Hinton tackles, right?
Maybe. I think Hinton might be a guard.
It actually doesn't matter.
Right. Yeah. because you have both. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So
no, because it affects by points, right?
Well,
but they're both went the 6th round.
They're both round.
Okay,
so that's 4 points for those guys. Drew Kendall is going to be a 3-pointer.
Just so everyone
7.
knows, this would be happening off camera right now. If this is not just we're doing this for the show. This would be happening.
So that's only 7 points for me. That's not good enough. But if it was safety, I would have had 13 points, and that would have been the difference.
Yeah.
You have edge, so we're giving you just Powell-Ryland, right? But, so that's 2 points.
Yep.
But you're getting Jahad Campbell at linebacker, so that's 9 points, and you're getting safety from Mukuba
and quarterback.
Yeah, that's pretty good. So that's 9, 15, 17 for you.
Okay. Zach
got D-tackle. Zach got D-tackle, so he gets a 4-pointer for Ty Robinson.
Tight end 0.
No tight end. A 3-pointer at corner for 7, and then no running back. So in your debut performance, you have taken the Duck Duck Juice draft.
Which everyone knows is the preeminent game when it comes to...
It used to be. The one that's really about who knows ball the most is the Turkeys to the Draft Kingdom,
right?
Which we did, and we did out of the start of the draft. And this is going to come down to: do the Eagles make a veteran trade before the end of the draft?
That's good. Yeah.
So
that's still on the table.
It's still possibly on the table, and this is coming or going, and it's by the end of the draft.
Right.
So the first pick, the answer was it would go before 32 overall. 40 for me, 40 for Zach, 30 for Fran. The second pick was exactly at 64. 30 for me, 35 for Zach, 35 for Fran. Fewer than 8 picks, or more than 8 picks. 35 for me, 40 for Zach, 40 for Fran.
I'm not keeping track of this.
I have it. It's a spreadsheet.
Okay.
Veteran trade. Yes, I have 61. Zach has 70. You have 80. No, I have 39. You have 20. Zach has 30.
Okay.
So a no would be a favor for me. Yes would be big for you. First pick.
Yes for wait. Yes for which one?
Veteran trade.
Okay, so I need them to make a trade. Got it.
So first pick, what position will it be? This was an other. 14 turkeys for me and Zach. 15 for you. Second pick, this was also an other. 40 turkeys for me, 25 for Zach, 25 for Fran. What will be the earliest 2026 pick traded away by the Eagles? This was round 6 or 7 / none. They have not traded one away. 25 turkeys for me, 40 for you, 20 for Zach. Will there be more picks on offense, defense, or tie? This was a nice one for you. 50 turkeys, 34 for me, 35 for Zach. When will they first draft a tight end? None. 20 turkeys for me, 20 turkeys for Zach, 15 for you. Over under 1.5 players drafted from Georgia, Alabama, Ohio State, and Notre Dame. You get Smael, Mondon Jr. and the first round pick. Jaha Campbell.
Yeah.
47 turkeys for me, 50 for Zach, 55 for you.
Oh, nice.
Will Dallas Goedert be traded? Presuming that this does not happen.
Right.
This is an 80 for me, 55 for Zach, 70 for you.
Okay.
Tools in his body. Will it be said? He
Yep.
said it yesterday. That was a big one for you guys. 46 for me, 100 for Zach, 97 for Fran. That makes the
sounds
totals.
good for me right now.
That makes the totals. Right now,
Okay, right now.
Zach Berman, 534.
Okay.
Bo Wulf, 565. Fran Duffy, 575.
All right.
You're in the lead. However, if the Eagles do not make a veteran trade, I will take over and be the 5-time champion of the most important game when it comes to who knows what the Eagles are going to do on draft night.
Owl, draft. I'm the only one who got one right. I got Andrew Makuba. You guys got shut out. Bo and Zach both got shut out.
That's tough.
Yeah. So I will take the Owl draft. I will take Duck Duck Juice, and we're waiting on, what's this one? This meager game?
Turkeys to the draft kingdom.
Right,
the most important. 5 times in a row. I mean, that is unprecedented. I promise you, never in the history of the world has that ever happened. 5 in a row?
That's right.
Wow.
I think you have to go back. Can you go back through that for Zach now?
This is the first time you're going to finish that water, isn't it?
My mouth was so parched, man. Yeah, I've been trying to chug it. It's a lot of talking, man. A lot of talking.
Yeah. A lot of listening.
It's true.
His ears
More
hurt.
listening than, 2 ears, 1 mouth, right?
2 nipples.
Oh.
It's too big.
I'm a zombie right now, and I have a function I need to go to tonight.
What?
Yeah.
What do you have tonight?
I have I have to go to a bar mitzvah tonight.
Okay.
Okay. And so
Family or friend?
friend.
Okay.
Friend.
How many 13-year-old friends do you have?
It's funny. Emily's it's Emily's like one of Emily's closest friends.
Okay.
Sons.
Got it.
Yeah. And so
I mean, you are going to be asleep at that bar mitzvah.
and then when I get back, I got to write. Like after that, I'm gonna write.
Oh my gosh.
And so, yeah. But anyways, I was trying to call back Emily. Yeah, trying to coordinate stuff. But anyways, I'm sorry I missed that.
That's okay. What do you want to do, Zach? When do you want to get going?
How are we doing this?
I'll leave at 5:30. I mean, they're doing the Makuba press conference right now,
Okay.
so I'll leave at 5:30.
Okay. How are we feeling? Give us your draft grades in the chat.
Maybe we'll do a poll.
Yeah.
Can we do A, B, C, D, E in the
ABC.
poll?
Yeah. A, B, C, D, F.
F. Sure. Whatever.
All right. Can I pee?
Yes.
He's peeing.
I mean, I hope I can.
I hope so.
I'll let you guys hang for a couple minutes.
Oh. Biggest surprise for you?
Biggest surprise.
No tight end?
Yeah. Biggest surprise to me is no tight end.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would say I would
no tight
agree.
end.
I would
Yeah.
agree.
Yeah, definitely no tight end. And just a handful of other I thought they would do a little bit more at the skill position spots.
Yep.
I thought they would acquire a veteran, right? There was a lot of that smoke leading up to it from Adam Schefter about the Eagles are in the veteran trade market. So I thought I thought but they don't have picks right now. They have picks next year. I thought they were going to trade from next year's inventory as opposed to add to next year's inventory. But yeah, that's probably what jumps out to me.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. We are, by the way, rooting for them to make a trade only for what's the name of this game? Turkeys to the Kingdom. Yeah, Turkeys to the Kingdom. Otherwise, Bo will win. If they don't make a trade, Bo wins. If they do,
that'd be an impressive win for Bo. That'd be an impressive win for Bo.
Yeah, I disagree. Tell us in the chat if you think they're going to make a trade or not. Obviously, we had a great job by Bree getting the poll up. Right now, the winner is B. There's the 60% of the vote right now is that they're giving the Eagles draft a B, 3% DF, 26% a C grade, and I lost it before I get A, 11% with an A.
Does this seem like a 6-hour show to you?
This actually went way faster than any other day 3 that I've ever been a part of. Just like sitting and watching it. I think being able to talk through it and, I think that has made it go a lot faster.
I mean, I got to say, you've been amazing.
I mean, I don't need the. Thank you.
No,
Thank
it's been. I mean, well, first off, I'll be honest. It's easier doing the show with 3 people than 2.
Sure.
Right. But just the expert insight has been awesome.
No, thank you. Shout out to Chris. Shout out to Andrew.
Yep.
Shout out to Bree. Shout out to Julia and to Brenna over the last couple of days as well. Now, it's just been an awesome weekend. Obviously, we still got some time here. I think we probably should, just in case, stay live for a little bit longer. You never know if they swing anything to swing back in.
What's your Monday? Are you on the show Monday?
No, I don't think so. I think I'm writing. I think I'm going to write. I was talking with Kevin today. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to do like grades for each of the markets with like a look at each division. So like, all right, here's the Eagles draft. We'll do like grade recap kind of thing, and then look at the rest of the NFC East kind of deal. So I'll do something like that for each of the markets.
So I'll say this before Bo comes back in.
He's got his pretzel.
Oh God, okay. All right. Oh, I probably shouldn't say it before. You want to stay outside for a minute? My plan Monday. I'm scheduled to go to the White House to cover that.
Okay.
Which no, we're talking about Monday. I asked him what his Monday was like. Okay, so but it's also the Monday after the draft. There's a lot. I'm surprised they're going that day. Although I guess the White House doesn't care what the Eagles draft situation is.
Not unless they draft Shedeur.
No, but it's been so. But looking forward to kind of recapping this week. All that they did when you kind of pick up, I want to go through every team's draft. I want to see what the other rosters are. I love doing it like this. The one downside is that I'm not processing other people's
correct.
Picks, so.
Yes, I haven't been able to take in all the other content yet. I'm very much looking forward to catching up on all of that over the next few days.
Yep.
I've got a long list of stuff to do at the house tomorrow, though, so it won't happen tomorrow.
I think we could do some going through other teams' drafts if you want to.
You could do that. Got some time. Where do we want to start? Maybe we'll do.
You already did a bit of an NFC East.
We did the NFC East. Yes, we did the NFC East.
Why don't we look around some of the other teams?
If there's a team that you definitely want in the chat, we'll prioritize that. But otherwise, we'll bounce around. What teams interest you guys in the NFC? Should we do with start with Mark Murphy?
Yeah, let's start with Mark Murphy. Green Bay Packers. Now we know that they pounded wide receiver, which was surprising to double down, but he was the first round pick on Matthew Golden.
I would argue that they pushed him up the board.
Interesting. Why do you say that?
Because they really got behind that ass.
Oh God! You see, if it was 1 o'clock right now, I would have picked up on that. But
9 a.m.
Cracking it open.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh gosh!
Now that is the drop. Oh gosh, that is the drop that we need to keep. Can I tell you? This is the story I meant to tell you before when we were talking about the name guide.
Yeah.
In the middle of labor, Rachel gets the epidural. So she's like finally feeling good after 9 months of carrying this baby, and she's a little bit loopy, and she's reading the name guide and just dying, I've never felt
That's
so
a
good.
compliment,
Never
yeah.
felt so good in my life.
Oh, that's great.
I mean, talk about being helpful in
that's
labor. It's
phenomenal.
the best thing I could have possibly done.
Sure.
That's great.
Fantastic.
Who was
That's
who got the biggest reaction? You remember?
Let's see. She did like Stonehandy. That was funny.
That's pretty
Yes.
good. Yeah.
No, let's see. There were a lot though. So she likes some of the ridiculous ones.
Sure. Who doesn't?
Let's see. Christopher Fortin is pretty funny. You know what? The horses got her. That was a good one. Javeri Ritzy, Yam Banks.
Does she enjoy like the names, like your buckets, like the name of your buckets, or is it just more the names of the players?
Oh yeah, I mean she likes when there's the joke payoff for
Right.
the
Yeah.
absolutely. Yeah, best I felt.
That's great.
Fantastic.
Love that.
Yeah, are we still going through these teams?
Yeah, let's do it. Green Bay Packers. So Matthew Golden in the first round. Me personally, that's just rich for me. You know, I think that he's more of a complementary piece. Now, they always say in Green Bay, like, we don't believe in number one receivers. We believe all these guys are complementary pieces. So I guess that works for them. I just wasn't a big fan of the profile. Where is he in your? He was in an unfavorable bucket.
Not a good
right?
bucket. Yeah, but most of the receivers were not
Right, in
this
this
year.
class,
But
yeah.
just not productive. I mean,
Yeah.
he played 16 games this year,
Right.
and couldn't cross 1,000 yards in a pass-heavy offense.
Yep. Anthony Belton, the tackle from NC State. This is a player I did like. I thought this value was good in the middle of the second round. Big, powerful, mauler at the point of attack. Things to clean up as a run blocker. Honestly, I'll be interested to see if they move him to guard because that's something that they often do is that they will take college tackles and they will move them around.
And this is a guy who makes much more sense to do that strength-wise as opposed to Jordan Morgan from last year, who was like finesse city.
Yes, agree. I think that they could get a boom there, a guy that could start early for them. I see, like, this is a pick I missed. They drafted Savion Williams in the third round.
A reach?
For me, I think that we talk so often about these players. They're like, oh man, like, he can you get him the ball fast, and you can put him at running back, you can put him at receiver. They are always better in idea than practice. Personally, more Laviska Shenault than anything else. But I will say, like, in talking with people like that have trained with him this offseason, rave reviews there. He came to them and it was like he was dinged up. He had a couple injuries. He fought through his rehab to make sure that he was ready to test. Is known as a freak athlete, a big body. I compared him to Chase Claypool, because it's like a bigger. He's like 6'4", 220, and it was like jet sweeps and all that stuff that would work really well for him. So I think he's built.
Yeah, the Raiders took Cam Miller, my guy.
Oh, there you go. See, that's the thing is, like, we've said that this quarterback class isn't good. A lot of them have gone. A lot of I think that's the
more
12th
than
quarterback,
usual,
which is that's more than normal class.
And then they go Barron Sorrell, Colin Oliver, and
yeah.
Warren Brinson.
I didn't love Colin Oliver. Kind of a Kyron Johnson, Patrick Johnson archetype. Is he an off-ball guy? Is he an edge rusher, smaller edge rusher? I didn't love the tape. Barron Sorrell, I like him the most out of this group. Then they took Warren Brinson. I thought Sorrell. He's like a big, strong, pocket pushing type of defensive end.
Okay.
They have 2 7th-round picks coming up as well.
Let's think about NFC contender. Let's do 3 more.
Sure.
Okay? And then we're going to begin to wrap things up here. Zach's got to get going.
Yeah.
And we've done a lot. And the Eagles seem to be done. So we're going to close it pretty soon. The Niners, I think, are interesting. Michael Williams at 11. It's a good pick for them.
Yep.
Alfred Collins in the second round, the big defensive tackle from Texas. Nick Martin, the linebacker from Oklahoma State, in the third, along with Upton Stout, the cornerback from Western Kentucky. So they are pounding defense. They go C.J. West, the defensive tackle from Indiana, in the 4th round. And then Jordan Watkins, Jordan James, and my guy Marquise Siegel in the 5th round.
Yeah, I really like the Michael Williams pick. I'm intrigued by the Alfred Collins selection. We talked about that last night. This is a big-bodied nose tackle who came there as a kind of a gap shooting 3 technique and has put on a lot of weight. So he's got some athletic traits to him, but in a bigger body. I didn't love the Nicholas Martin pick personally. Very small off-ball linebacker. He's violent. He is Sidney Brown in linebacker form. That's what he is. He is like, I'm gonna run to the football, but he is like out of control way too often. I think he'll be a good special teamer, but I didn't see anything more than that. So that to me I was surprised by that selection there. Upton Stout, solid nickel corner. I love the competitiveness, the toughness. C.J. West we talked about earlier today, and then of the Watkins, James, Siegel picks. Watkins probably intrigues me the most.
I like Watkins.
Yeah, he had a good workout at the combine from a positional standpoint. Jordan, anytime a running back gets thrown into the Shanahan offense, that intrigues you.
He means he's a future Eagle.
Right, yeah, right. So Jordan James.
Will be an Eagle in 2027.
There we go.
Yeah. Let's do the Detroit Lions.
Yeah.
Not a ton of picks for the Lions, but Tyleik Williams, the big defensive tackle from Ohio State at 28 overall. Then Tate Ratledge from Georgia, the guard. Isaac Taslaw, the wide receiver from Arkansas. And then Miles Frazier and Ahmed Hassanine.
Very Lions draft. Like this is just like it's a handful of just lunch pail players. Tyleik Williams, I think, is a sturdy nose tackle type with light feet. Tate Ratledge, I was selling him yesterday for you guys as a possible option for the Eagles in the second round. I think he's a good starting guard. Teslaw, that was probably a little early for me. Big, strong, athletic, upside, but he started his career at Hillsdale College and then transferred up to Arkansas and just has not been productive in the SEC. That said, he also has the athletic testing was great and hadn't dropped a pass in 2 years. So there's something there. We've talked about Miles Frazier a lot. I like the versatility there. He's strong. I thought he had the ability to be a nice swing backup. And we talked about Hassanine when the pick was made. They've got 2 7th rounders coming up.
Should we do the Chiefs?
Sure.
Make the trade down with the Eagles.
Yep.
At 31 and get Josh Simmons, presumably their left tackle of the future. Yeah. Once what's his name, who they signed, doesn't work out.
Out of curiosity, who was the fifth? Well, you'll get to that. But can you just point out which the 5th round pick they got from the Eagles when you get there?
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Omar Norman Lott, who you liked a lot at the end of the second round, the defensive tackle from Tennessee. Ashton Gelati, who you also like, the defensive lineman from Louisville. Noel Williams, Jalen Royals, and Jeffrey Bassa.
Yeah.
No, I think that was the pick. Jeffrey Bassa was the Eagles' pick. 156.
I'm seeing it as it came from Pittsburgh.
Oh, okay. Well,
so
that was 154 or whatever.
They may have dealt it. Yeah.
Whoever smelt it.
All right. Simmons, I think he could be their left tackle of the present, honestly. Like, if you told me that he wins that job, that wouldn't shock me. Omar Norman Lott, I loved the film. Talk about like upfield penetrator, plays a million miles an hour. I think he's got an ability to be a really impactful player in that scheme. We talked about Gelati earlier. Noel Williams is a perfect scheme fit. They love their long press corners, and Williams is exactly that. I worry a little bit about the speed and the twitch, the top of routes. Jalen Royals in the 4th round makes some sense for them. They won't just get the ball in his hands. He's got, I guess, some Rashee Rice to his game. When you look at his size, just get the ball to him and let him work. And Jeffrey Bassa, the linebacker from Oregon, middle linebacker, didn't wow me with his athleticism. Good Senior Bowl week, physicality, the intangibles all stand out there, but I wasn't moved by him from a physical standpoint.
All right, last one I'm going to give you.
Okay.
Let's give a little JG, because this is one that people are going to love, and everybody wanted Walter Nolan. They get him in the 1st round. Yep. Then they go Will Johnson in the 2nd round, Jordan Birch, Cody Simon, Denzel Burke, Hayden Connor.
Yeah, this is a good draft. Walter Nolan, really good player, as we've discussed. Will Johnson, getting him in the 2nd round at the 15th pick of the 2nd round, I think is a great fit for them. He can be that ball hawk on the boundary. He's going to be an outside corner. I think that fits in perfectly with what they needed. Opposite the Philly kid Max Melton, the local kid, I should say, Max Melton. Garrett Williams on the interior. They're turning into a good secondary. They continue to load up on defense as well. Jordan Birch is a intriguing inside-outside, big defensive end or a light defensive tackle. Cody Simon, they drafted earlier today, 1-year starter at linebacker from Ohio State, but core 4 special teams player, athletic. The ability to beat blocks and find the football, a little bit concerning. I saw more of a high-end backup than low-end starter, but my guess is Nick Rallis put his stamp of approval on that pick. I like the other player, Denzel Burke, the corner, a little bit more. 4-year starter. Can be frustrating. There's spurts of low level of play, as Zach outlined earlier. He had some clunkers this year, but I'm fine with that talent in round 5. And then round 6, Hayden Connor, longtime starter for Texas. I think that's you're getting your experienced interior lineman in round 6, and they've got a 7th rounder coming up.
You gonna get going?
Yeah, in about 2 minutes. So.
Okay, I was just gonna go through the super chats and then close it out and thank everybody.
Yeah. Absolutely.
DJ, aka Mr. Sandman, Pikachu is clearly that furry creature that turns into a gremlin when it gets wet. Point counterpoint. Sean Adkins says, "What is Squirtle? What is Pidgey? Of course, Pikachu is a mouse." Listen, I gotta take the L.
I disagree.
I still, in my mind, I'm not thinking of him as a mouse.
He's a Pikachu.
But all the Pokemon scholars are telling me he's a mouse. I can't fight that.
Yeah.
I'm not anti-science, You got to take the expert's word.
I'll disagree.
Okay. Do your own research. Vincent Pellegrini.
Yeah.
If Ty Robinson becomes what Ujima was last year, are you happy?
Well,
Absolutely.
you know what? Yeah. I don't dislike the Ty Robinson pick. I mean, I like the profile quite a bit. He's an older player. I think that's what we kept pointing out. But the profile is intriguing in terms of the combination of athleticism, size, and production. So you like that. And yeah, if he's a rotational, he'll be versatile on the line of scrimmage, right? They can use him in multiple spots. If he can play 20% of the snaps, that's a great outcome for the Eagles next year. For
sure.
Yeah, so absolutely no issue there.
Shay, y'all have been amazing. Thanks, fam. Thank you, Shay.
Yeah.
Vince, again, who should we be looking at for a UDFA?
Wow, Vince.
Yeah. Let's wait. We got to wait till the 7th round.
Well, we
comes
can't
through,
do that
I think.
because we don't know who's going to get drafted.
That's the thing.
Yeah. But I would imagine skill guys, like that's where they're going to have to hit. First off, you need wide receivers in general to fill out your roster in training camp, right? That's the spot where you have the most players as it is, but they especially need to hit that on the undrafted market.
Ricky White III's my guy. Him and Mumfield.
Okay.
I want one
I
of those
just feel
two.
like Ricky White's going to get taken.
I think
in
so
this
too,
round.
right?
Yeah.
Someone's going to love him, right?
Yeah.
Then
Now Restrepo and Tez Johnson haven't gone, right?
The Restrepo one would surprise me just because of the 40 time. We talked about that with Coach Flynn
Right.
this week, whenever it was.
And then I'd like to, a tight end. Briningstool still out there. Matavau is still out there.
Yeah.
Simon, Conyers.
Your boy, Josh Simon.
I said him. I said Simon.
Did you?
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. Sorry.
Running backs. Yarns still hasn't gone.
Yep.
Damian Martinez still hasn't gone. LaQuint Allen still hasn't gone.
Yeah.
Let me
Ollie
ask you guys
Gordon.
this real quick.
It's funny that they brought LaQuint Allen in for a visit, made 10 picks, including like 14 in rounds 4, 5, and 6, and didn't take him.
Well, he might have
He
been
was
a
a
local.
local.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, local
Okay.
day.
If which player who was on the roster coming into today improved their chances of making team the most this weekend, and whose
fun.
job kind of is in more peril after the weekend? And I'll go first here. And I would say Harrison Bryant, I think, has a better chance of making the team now than going into the weekend.
Yep.
Would be the guy. And then I don't know if I would say Thomas Booker because he might be the backup nose. But you know what? I'm going to go with maybe Lewis Seen.
Okay, that's a good one.
Lewis Seen.
I would go Trevor Keegan.
Oh, that's probably
That's
a
a
much
very
better
good
one.
one.
That's a
Trevor
much.
Keegan.
That's where I should have gone.
I'm thinking of it more at the top of the roster. Like, who is this
Yeah.
draft the best for? Who is it
Yeah.
the worst for? It's the worst for Sidney Brown,
yes,
for sure.
Yeah.
And it's probably the best for Tyler Steen.
good point.
Steen or Kenyon Green, right?
Right,
That they
right.
didn't add an offensive lineman who could compete to start right away
theory, yeah.
at right guard. I think that would be my
That's a good
my
point.
big takeaway.
That's a really good point.
Yeah. Super chat from Jason who says, all these video likes and still no nipples Berman.
Yeah,
He's
you
not doing it.
You're not getting that, but I promise you're going to get a heck of an offseason from me.
We're already there, dude.
Well,
Halfway through.
Our offseason, no, the offseason really begins after the draft. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, the offseason really begins after the draft. So, yeah, I'm committed to doing my best shows. Well, I have committed before then. But
Shots fired at all the shows you've done.
No,
since the
but
season.
no, this
Well,
is.
then none of them will ever touch that Brandon Brooks episode.
Well, no, honestly, Fran's been awesome. This has been a great draft. But yeah,
We're gonna do an episode in the summer, along the lines of the once great Jeffrey Lurie era draft, where the three of us are gonna draft rosters ourselves from the 3 Super Bowl Eagles teams of the past 10
fun.
years.
I love that. You see, you're so good at this, man.
Best host in the city.
Unbelievable.
That's
No one could have ever thought of such a good idea.
My
that'll be fun.
my last question for you guys, and I guess
And we're going to also do another episode this offseason, which I'm very excited about. We are finally going to unveil the Hidden Vault Brandon Chubb interview from Super Bowl Media Week. That I can't wait for.
Everyone's been waiting for this.
Wait till you see this interview. Woo. We're doing a
watching?
full Brandon Chubb episode.
What if his people are watching right now?
We're going to finally play it. Steve Whitaker, thanks for the super chat. Go ahead.
Fran, let me ask you this: what do you want to hear from Howie?
All the process stuff.
Okay.
Good question. I haven't even thought about it.
You can text me.
Yeah, I'll text you.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I love getting the just inside the because that's all the stuff I keep keep notes on. So all the process stuff for sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Good stuff, everybody.
Are we wrapping it up? Or
yeah, why not?
Okay. Yeah. All right, perfect.
I think we can.
Then I'll
wrap
stay
up.
till the end. Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. The Eagles, the Super Bowl defending Philadelphia Eagles, go Jahad Campbell, Andrew Mukuba, Ty Robinson, Mac McWilliams, Smael Mondon Jr., Drew Kendall, Kyle McCord, Miles Hinton, Cameron Williams, and Antwaun Powell-Ryland. A defense-heavy draft, only 2 picks in the first 3 rounds, but a bunch of day 3 volume. Guys competing for spots. We'll see how it plays out. We'll see if they're able to do anything to improve the offense over the next couple months. Should be fun to follow. Thank you so much.
If you're interested in watching film of these players, we've got an
there's
event.
like 2 spots left.
Yeah, we only got a couple spots left, so make sure you jump over to allphly.com. You can watch some film with me, I think with Bo and Zach, right? You guys will be there?
Yes.
Yes.
So it'll be a lot of fun. Join us. We've got only literally 2 spots left.
Yeah,
There's not a lot
like
of tickets left. So if you want to jump in, we did one for free agency and it was a blast. So come and join us May 6th. Take advantage of that now while you can.
One more tentpole event of the offseason. That's the schedule release on May 14th. We're going to do a primetime show that night. That'll be presented by our friends at Philly Sports Trips. So check that out as well. And I got to say, thank you to all the people who have said nice words about Baby Wolf and everybody here for being so supportive. That's very nice, and we appreciate that. Thank you to all of our sponsors over the course of the weekend, especially Pabst Light and TrueMark Financial, our presenting sponsors. Thank you to Julia, to Brenna, to Chris, to Andrew, to Bree for making it all happen. Thanks to Zach for being a superstar, Fran for being unbelievable, and thank you most of all to you, the sickos. We will talk to you on Monday at 2 o'clock, same old time. And for all of us here at PHLY, we thank you for watching and listening. I hope you enjoyed the draft weekend. And of course, for Fievel and Pikachu, as always, we love you.
We all silly like the mayor.